Hello. Hey, everyone. I really hope that everything is working. Um, First of all, and second, I'm kidding. Welcome, everyone. So, I said we're going to do this, and I'm going to do it until we are all annoyed with it. Um, I want us to start off by saying what we're thankful for. So let me post the link. Please don't save the link, but I'm posting the link now. So if you are here, welcome to all of you watching. Um, Let me start off by saying what I'm thankful for. And I haven't said this in a while. I am thankful it is Friday. Look, this work week was not it. It was ghetto. I have not had to work so much in my entire life. So yeah, I am so thankful it's Friday. Obviously I work on the weekends. But it's usually corporate America is usually closed on the weekend, right? So it's a lot slower. Whew. Thank God. I felt like I was running a marathon full speed. That- That's what it felt like this week. This week felt like I was running a marathon full speed on go, all cylinders all the time. It was just, I finally feel like I can breathe. Whew. Like, oh my God. Anywho, hit that link, come on. Tell me what you're thankful for. Again, thank God it's Friday. Friday is giving, it's giving, it's giving. Um, the reason why the live stream came up late, by the way, has to do with and I might do some of this in the after show with some of the people from the Discord. We were supposed to do a live stream on a topic, but the subject of that topic found out like 30 minutes ago and cursed me out over the phone and said I absolutely do not have the right to put what I was going to put out. So honestly, I thought they would be okay with it because they gave me permission to talk about it with some people. I did. I gave the feedback. Feedback went in one ear, out the other ear, and they're back. These people are you. I'm so sorry, y'all don't know what I'm talking about. But people on the Discord, they're back together or whatever together is. I said, do not bring that ever to me again. I don't want to. Um, I don't want to be in your business. I don't want to know anything. I have no more advice for you because whatever happens now is on you. And because of that, I cannot talk about it. They were upset that I even put it in the Discord after they told me to put it in the Discord to get feedback. That feedback, we came, talked, ate, all of that stuff, cried. I didn't cry. I'm not about to cry over that foolishness. They cried. We crowed. They cried, we crowed. Um, and I mean, I guess I'm talking about it now. No, I'm not talking about. No, look, you don't have the right to tell me to put something in my Discord to get feedback and for us to expend all this emotional labor on your behalf. We come back at the end of the day, y'all come and sit together with us, cried, and I can't update my group. The group that worked so hard on giving you feedback that you absolutely ignored. We spent an entire day while I'm working, while I'm doing a lot of things. Everyone else had things to do, but they were focused on your issue. I know you're watching, ma'am. So I'm not going to put your information, I'm not going to go over the thing, but You absolutely don't have the right to give me information to workshop it in my Discord with people who then invest their time and energy in it. We give you advice, you come over, we cry together, I send you on your way thinking all is well. We have gotten rid of this person out of your life and you're living the good life now. Sad, but whatever. Then you come back and you're like, yeah, well, they apologized and we're great. It was a miscommunication. It was not a miscommunication. We read the text. We read what was said, and what was said, what I messed up my Nina Leaks impression. What was said was what was said. And what was said was some foolishness. And it's ridiculous. Like, nope, nope. So, oh my God, moderator, people who are on the Discord, we're going to have this conversation. Please don't put anything specific about what was said there, but we're going to come up because at this point, we do need to have the conversation about he just don't want you, sis. He just. He just look. I maybe this is gonna end this friendship, and it is what it is. But I'm doing my part. He just don't want you, sis. It is what it is. He just don't want you. He just do not. He don't want you. He don't. He do. He does. Even if he wants you, he don't respect you. Even if he wants you, he don't respect you. Pew pew shots fired. Period. Q, do you have a Discord message? Yeah, definitely. I because everyone is going to be asking. This is not a promo for the Discord. The Discord is closed. Please don't ask if you can come on. There is going to be an exception made. Q, I thought you were on it already. I didn't know you weren't. Please message me or Erica, and I or Erica will add you. I literally thought you were on there. Someone said, wait. No, that's not fear. I don't. Oh, no, baby. See, this is the foolishness that I don't like right here. This Princess, welcome to the member. Oh my God. Okay, so wait, no one is thankful for anything. No one has clicked that link to come up so we can start the show. I'm not going to start the show until I get at least one of you on. Like, I'm not starting the show until I get at least one person to click that link and come tell me something they're thankful for. I am thankful that I finally realize that some of these people are delusional and they will do whatever it takes to convince into believing that they're in a relationship or a situationship, but they're the only ones in said relationship and situationship. And it's very annoying to me that you had me waste so much of my time. Like, I promise you, I'm pissed, right? I am pissed because 30 minutes, like, I was fine when it was going to be content, because the reason I would have been okay with it being content is that I get to emotionally decompress with everyone and laugh about it. But now I have to hold all of this in because you feel bad because you look idiotic being with someone who definitely don't want to be with you. Look, Look, if you believe he want to be with you, ask him if you guys should be together. Ask him if, I don't know how you're with someone for over a year and don't know if you guys are dating or in a relationship, situationship, friends with, but how you don't know how to define your own relationship is the problem. You are the problem. Like, yes, you are. If you are afraid to ask what you are, you know what you are. And what you are not is in a relationship. Period. And that's just that on that. You're not gonna let me waste my time and then think you can come 1 minute before the live stream is supposed to 30 minutes and tell me not to do something. Princess, welcome to the membership. Oh, we have people in the back. Sorry. Let me add you guys. I really enjoy your content. Glad I finally caught a live. Oh, welcome. Thank you. I appreciate you guys for being here. Someone said, I'm not. I am not messy. I promise you, I am sitting down thinking, oh my God, the disrespect. How dare you? But I do think we have to give people grace. And I would give grace if you had allowed me to talk about this because I'm emotionally invested. But I do recognize that I should give people grace. Not everyone has the strength when a situation is bad for them to up and leave. And I recognize that. I will be here for you when it falls apart, or even if it goes well, I'll be at the wedding, right? But if it falls apart, and most likely it will fall apart, I will be here for you to come and we can have ice cream. You can have ice cream because I'm tired of just sitting and eating ice cream with people and drinking wine and crying over everyone else's problems. Like, I don't have those problems right now. And so y'all are emotional. I'm tired. I am tried. All right, let's go concern. Hey, what are you thankful for?
Hey, how are you?
I am doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well. I wanted
Uh,
to first
Wait,
moderator
Phoebus,
note for those
consider.
who. Oh, go ahead.
No, no, go ahead. I was saying I will be in Texas, hopefully, Dallas, sometimes, whatever. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I was saying that for anyone who was interested in the debate, if you guys could check your email, because we're trying to coordinate the kickoff for that so that everyone can start getting after research and all the above. So check your emails, and that's that on that one. Themis, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Nope. That is good enough. Anything you're thankful for?
I am definitely thankful it is Friday. I don't know what planets were in what position, but it was a ghetto week for me too. And I think that I'm also glad for the clarity I've been recently experiencing. I don't know. I've been growing, which feels good when you look back and you get the clarity you need as to what's going on. So that's been really positive, you know.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. One sip for clarity.
Yes, yes. All right, I will pour my wine and finish cooking my Hello Fresh and be back in the chat.
Thank you so much. Have a good one, concern.
You too. Bye.
Q,
Hey, love. How you doing?
doing well. You.
Glad to hear it. So, I just wanted to say, in keeping with the theme, I am thankful for camaraderie. Whatever that means to whoever it means it to. I am thankful for like minds. I'm thankful for my tribe.
Oh, same, same. I am thankful for Erica De Niro TV, which we're gonna start with her video when we come back. But that's where we are gonna start. And then we'll get into Hafeez. But thank you so much, Q.
Have a good one. I'm
You
excited. See
too.
you in the chat.
All right. I think it's time to ease up off my friend before I irreparably damage a relationship because I be out here irreparably damaging relationships. I wish I irreparably damaged hers, but that's neither here nor there. Hello. Yes,
Hi,
Curls. How are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me go okay?
Muy perfecto.
Okay, good. I'm thankful for you.
Oh, if you're in Texas, if one more person say they're in Texas, I might actually come and do a small meetup.
No, I used to live in San Antonio, but now I'm in Missouri.
All
So
right, then that meetup will not happen. Y'all failed.
I'm trying to
Go
get back. I hate the winter here.
ahead.
But I've been watching you for like a year now and watching
Weird.
you for like 2 years. And since I've watched you guys have changed my whole entire existence of everything, like everything, of course, with a little bit of therapy too.
Good, good, good.
But I'm really happy that you guys are doing what you guys do. Y'all doing God's work for real. So I hope you guys have an awesome holiday and yeah. So
Thank you. I appreciate that. Um, have a wonderful day, and I hope you enjoy the rest of this live stream. I actually need to call Tiff to come on. So, as you said, enjoy your holiday. I remember that Tiff is doing spearheading a game show thing for the holidays, and I want her to tell it because her and the rest of the moderators came up with this. I merely co-sign and like rubber stamped it, and I think you guys will love it. So thank you so much, and I hope you really love what's gonna come next.
always, every time. Take care, guys.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. All right, there's a lot of people in Texas. I might actually do this. Um, we'll see. I might actually do this because there's too many. I didn't realize that, but are people in Dallas together or Houston? We will see. We will see. I'm excited. All right, Tiff. I'm going to send you. Can someone send this is only for Tiff? Let me just put it in the chat because I trust you guys now. This is only for Tiff. You can come up whenever you want. If type in the chat or come up and let me know if you're ready to announce what we're going to be doing for the holidays. If you are, then please hit the link. All right, I'm gonna start the video now. I've been procrastinating for too long. I said Dallas. I didn't say. Did I say Dallas? I don't know. I am an immigrant. I am an immigrant. You don't get to make fun of me. I am. Ah. Look, I'm going to do a poll in the community tab at some point and see where the most people are. And I might actually do a meetup at like a bookstore or something. I don't know where. Um, a bookstore, a club. We might do a club. we going. We should get it. We we should get a section at a club, and we should go off. And talking about a book club. Absolutely not. A bookstore. Barnes and Noble still in business? I don't know. But we could do multiple. We could do like a weekend thing where we have brunch. We do a club. Um, I think we can set this up. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna figure out where in the U.S. the most of you are, and then I'm gonna try to do a meetup. And if I fail and people don't come, then I will never do one ever again, and that's on her. All right. Well, Tiff is not coming up. Let me see. She might have messaged me in the Discord. Let me check. Not me pretending like this is not like a show. I'm just like chatting. Don't y'all be linguistically shaming. Period. We gonna have Hafeez in a minute, so you don't have to shame. I'm kidding. Hey.
Happy weekend.
I'm excited. Happy weekend. Happy Friday to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are you ready to announce? Are we ready to announce? Or are we waiting?
No, we're ready to announce. So LB will give the details, but what we are going to do with the Themis and Thought channel is we are running a charity for our Thought members, single moms that have kids, and we are going to have something for you guys for Thanksgiving and then something for you guys for Christmas. We're also looking at how we can incorporate other women that maybe you have like health issues that we can try to find a way to help you out as well. There's an email and there'll be a process where you need to send some information, and then we're going to have a game show and you guys are going to, whoever wins, that's how we're going to determine who gets the Themis and Thought blessing, because Themis wants to take care of everybody during the holiday season.
Yeah. So we're going to be sponsoring some families who are here. You guys get to sign up. We will have the sign up process out hopefully next week, but before Thanksgiving. And you guys can sign up. We're trying to make it anonymous, but it's very difficult to do that because we also need information. And we will be sponsoring a couple. We haven't decided on how many families yet. It was initially one, but I think we can expand that to some more families. And we will be sponsoring some families for Thanksgiving, and then we'll do something similar for Christmas. So look out for that. I love the idea. Can we donate? You guys have donated enough in terms of your time. I won't exclude donation de facto like right now. I'm leaning towards no donation because I hate dealing with people's money. I will do it, and we can figure it out. Like we can do it. I mean, we don't.
Famous. So, pardon me. We know how you feel about receiving money for yourself, but this is going to be for some of the thoughts. So if other people are in a position where they can bless, and that allows you to bless more families, then we'll discuss it in our mod meeting. But hopefully you will see it in your heart to allow those donations to come in so that we can serve the people.
Yes. Yeah, we'll talk about this. I do recognize what you're saying, and it would be wrong of me to like prevent this, but I also like I I hate anyway, we'll talk about this in the mod meeting. But yes, there will be sponsoring of families. Whether or not you guys will have an opportunity to donate, is gonna be up in the air. The moderators will decide on that after our discussion. I love it. My EBT card is excited. Period. Thank you so much. And I do not call you guys THOTS. That is BWMMB. I say thoth with a TH at the end.
I'm Southern, y'all. I'm not calling y'all thoughts, but if we are thoughts, we can thought together. Like you can be a thought, you can be smart, you can be one of the religious girls. We're that girl, as Beyonce would say. We're that girl. Like it's okay. We're the fruitcakes. We're that girl.
Prince
Well,
Betty said my last funky $2 for the families. Well, if we do it, I probably wouldn't want to do it to super chat because YouTube is no. But thank you all so much. I truly appreciate it. Tiff and the other moderators brought this to my attention in our last meeting on Sunday, and I just absolutely adore the idea. And I also adore the fact that like the moderators are actually thinking about the community and how we can give back to it and take care of each other, and that warms my heart. It actually helped me through this week where I was like, I'm going to announce this and I think people are going to like it. So I appreciate it. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Themis. I'll hop down.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Wake Up Makeup Slay says, I just moved from Texas. I'll come where, no. We're going to figure out where I'm going to go. And then we'll hopefully do it because I want it to be like an entire weekend. And I need to figure out what club, what bookstore, what brunch, and then one more event somewhere. So it has to be a big city. I'm not about to go to Savannah, Georgia. All right, I'm done. Let's start this show, and we're going to start with Erica.
Girl. Bronco, move like a Bronco, okay? While rappers mourn takeoff, Megan Thee Stallion experience with gun violence is still a punchline. The caption reads, the irony is glaring. Last night, Drake and 21 Savage released their most anticipated joint collaboration, Her Loss. On their song, Circle Loco, Drake completely unprovoked implies that Megan Thee Stallion lied about being shot by rapper Tory Lanez, subjecting his cult following of women-hating men and women-hating women to further discredit her. The line goes, "This bitch lie about getting shot, but she's still a stallion." A couple of lines later, Drake, who dropped out of high school to pursue his acting career, seemingly takes another dig at Megan, who was able to balance her career, her music career, and college with all of the trauma that she was going through with her record label, her mother dying, all the stuff, still finished school. Yeah. Shorty say she graduated. She ain't learned though. Play your album track 1, Kay. I heard enough. The lines are ironic for many reasons. And we're going to get to those after I pay for my Starbucks. Yeah, it gets better. Because I haven't read what I think. I haven't told y'all what I think. I have what I think yet. These lines are ironic for many reasons. For one, this might be Drake's most misogynistic project yet, despite having a woman on the album cover seemingly advocating for women's rights to abortion and claiming that he's a feminist because he blows $500,000 on you hoes. What's even more ironic is just a few days ago, mainstream rappers were quick to publicly condemn the gun violence black men face in light of rapper Takeoff's murder. Despite this, Megan continues to be mocked and called a liar for speaking about the abuse she's faced at the hands of Tory Lanez. LeBron James, the baby, 50 Cent, of course, and now Drake and 21 Savage are among some of the high-profile black celebrities who have co-signed Tory's following the incident. I'm not done reading this. Like I said this morning on Twitter, I think it's time for black women to come to grips, and to come to the awareness. Little by little, you are gathering evidence, and examples. Now, what happens is when these public figures, these male rappers and things come out, you can see who agrees with them, right? Who aligns their ideas with them. So then it gives you a better perspective of what community you're in, right? Right? It gives you an idea of like, what's the consensus? What are the people? What is this small group of people saying? Are they agreeing with him, right? So it's not about them. They are like almost like the figure, right? So Drake comes out, he says what he says, and the people who stand behind that statement are the ones that you need to pay attention to, right? So these people are, to me, I feel like that you use them as bait. Like, okay, let's see how these people behave, and let's see who in my community, who am I around that agree with this guy, who align their views with this guy, who stand up and cheer, right? Does this align with your value? Then that's when you can determine if you are truly in community with these people. You know what I'm saying? Something to think about. Is this thing recording? Okay. Talk to T.S. Madison. Is this bitch recording? So that's a larger picture. So this morning, I keep seeing this thing with protecting black women. Now listen, I said the other day that you should not be around anyone who is not an ally to women and femmes. If they are not an ally to women and femmes, you need to treat them as a person who is an ally to your black identity, right? You surround yourself with people who are allies, people who are allies for LGBTQ, people who are allies for black people. Don't align yourself with people who aren't allies for women. That includes other women, right? That includes other women. Because there will always be some, always be some. That's just how it goes. You know what I'm saying? That's just the formula, or it's by design, you could say. It's just how it goes. It's all a part of the whole equation. But you got to determine what part you want to play and where you want to add or divide or construct or destruct, right? Jay Electronica says you either build or destroy. You can't do both. Can't do both. So when you see these rappers and all these stuff, they have people who are influenced by them. And those are the men and women around you. There were people coming out trying to gaslight, like literally say, that's not what he meant. You guys are misconstruing a bar that has the word Meg, shot, and lied in it. Girl, we're not going to play these games, and you should stop playing too. You really should. You should stop playing too, because it doesn't serve you. Because whether you want to believe it or not, they don't see your humanity. That's the one thing you guys are not understanding. And it just comes with unlearning what you have been programmed. It really comes with unlearning. And I do think that we do have to allow a little bit more grace, because it is a very deep generational code. These are codes that have been embedded for so long that we are trying to deprogram people out of. First of all, a man's birthright, no. A man's birthright is not leadership. Your birthright is not for a man to protect you. That is not your birthright. That is not your birthright. And I know for some of you are like, no, 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 men are here to protect women. No, they're not. They're not. That's not their role. That is not their duty. That is not their calling. All of them are not called to do that. So you should expect none of them to do that, because you don't know who's who until they have proved themselves. But just a man existing is not here for your protection. Scotty Beam said something this morning, and I will read it quickly. She said something this morning about protection. You all seem to think that Black men are supposed to protect you, or men are supposed to protect you. And they're not. They're not here to protect you. You are operating. You are playing a game in a system of patriarchy. That your role in a system of patriarchy is not to be protected, my dear. It's not. That's not the design. That's not the program. That is not the script. It's not. It's so unreasonable and illogical for you to believe that a man, his role is to protect you. It's not. And that is something that a lot of, especially Black women, you have to come to grips to that, because what I do hear a lot of you all saying is that white men protect their women. They don't. I don't understand. They don't. And you get in the comments and you tell me and give me one example of how white men protect white women, because that's a lie. I'm going to tell you what they're protecting. They are protecting their wombs, because their wombs produce more white men. But they're not going to protect you in any way. That is not their role, right? If you think about white men, they are protecting her womb, not her humanity, not her womanhood. They are worried about what is shooting out of the pussy. That's what they're concerned about. And so what it looks like, she's being protected, but her humanity and womanhood are not protected. They're not. And ask any white woman, honey, they'll tell you in secret, not in public, because they themselves have whiteness to protect, right? Because they know I need to align myself with the person who has the power.
All right. So, hey, Sober Bobo, I am going to have to put this in. I literally would sit here and watch the entire video. I would. But I don't think it's fair to her and her content. She does give great content. I'm going to put the link in the chat, actually. Hey, Sober Bobo, welcome, welcome. I hope all is well. That is the link to her video. If you haven't watched it yet, please, please, please go over and she don't need my help in this, but go over there and watch it at some point today, because period, we did a live similar to this a while ago, maybe the last live on Tuesday. And I think it's so important that we just kind of true or not, even if it's not true, and men are supposed to be your protectors, I think it would be best if you just figure out how to protect yourself, because at this stage, protection doesn't seem like it's coming. It's not a lie. White men do protect white. Well, you and Erica can come up here and debate this. I think there is a system of power that is being protected, and I don't know. I would say they're protected from certain things, but I think we can actually talk about this. This might be a debate topic. Actually, now that you've said it, I think this might actually be a debate topic if I can remember. All right. So I'm going to hit the start button again. And then we are going to go into the mess, the low frequency. You know how the plate looks low frequency? We're about to jump into some low frequency mess. And again, the reason why I'm doing this is because I think this would have been a great live if I was able to go over the text messages, but I'm still going to be salted for a while because I really got excited about doing that live until I couldn't do it no more. We should check history before we say that. I think there is a historical line of reasoning which feminism, and white feminism specifically, was born out of, which indicate that white women did not feel and were not protected in certain ways. They weren't humanized in certain ways. And I mean, we can even talk about the fact that white women weren't even allowed to engage in the political life, if we're talking about this country, right? And so I think there is an argument that the protection came um, for white women as it relates to access of other men and group to white women, that kind of protection, the protection of white women's image, but it all leads into the protection of the white supremacist system and the white man essentially as a top of that system, right? One would be hard pressed to make the argument that white men, if we're thinking of them as a collective, protected white women to the expense of themselves. And if that is not the case, then what is the kind of protection we're trying to determine? Because they're not going to lock themselves up, right? They're not going to tie themselves behind their back. In the way that women were property, white women were property, just more valuable property in the system. For anyone listening, I put the word valuable in quotation mark, but they were property nonetheless. White women are protected, I think, in the system currently. They have access to power and they have used that access to power. But if we're talking about a historical protection, there is a huge debate here. Protecting white women is, yeah, well, no. So I think we're talking past each other. Protecting white women is protecting whiteness. Agreed. To the extent whiteness can be protected in certain areas without the protection of white women, right? There is a sort of allowance for harm, right? And so even when one consider like we are going to appease black people, black men, by giving them white women. White women in that conception is still a property, right? Like, I'm not saying that white women aren't protected. I think white women would be one of the most protected groups in America. Like, let's be clear about that. Actually, let's drop the link. Finn, if I don't know if you're feeling well, let me know if you want to come on. And if not, this is not fully a debate because I don't think we fully disagree on this, but there you go. Please hit that link if you would like, because I don't agree with you on this. I think women in patriarchal society aren't protected unless you, well, if you come up, I'll ask you this. Because if you adhere to patriarchy and the woman's role, if the man is doing or fulfilling his role in that patriarchy, if you believe that, then I understand why you would think white women are protected. Because they play like white women have access to the kind of patriarchy that a lot of black women are saying that they want, but patriarchy is still patriarchy ultimately. But I don't know if you're here, but if you would like, I mean, we can discuss this because I would disagree with you on they are the most protected group of women in America, but I don't think that protection is, I wouldn't say they're protected, right? And I'll actually, I, I mean, I guess if you say they're protected, you would say conditional protection. Conditional protection. Conditional protection would be the ways in which I describe this. So I don't think we're disagreeing, but I think it's conditional protection. And I'm not sure. I think I would agree with Erica regarding patriarchy operates not to protect women, but to use. I agree with the great Erica De Niro on patriarchy and white women who didn't read Pride and Prejudice, etc. All right, well, seeing that the link is not being clicked, Seeing that there is no clicking of the link, let's get into what this video is actually about. I was not prepared for that, but let's continue. Thank you, Confidence with Love. I'm going to hit this again, and then we are going to continue. I actually think this is a fascinating discussion. And if I don't do it as a debate here, maybe you guys can do it on someone else's channel. The white women are controlled more than protect. Yeah, I think patriarchy seeks to control, not protect. And I don't look. All right, period. Someone. All right. Erica said she can in about an hour. All right, so let me just go into what we're doing, and then at some point, Finji and Erica can come up, and we can have a discussion about whether or not white women are protected. Um, so let's do it. See no one hitting the link. I'm just going to start over. Since okay, I can in an hour as well. All right, I mean, period. Because y'all know I'm not about to leave, so this should be fascinating. And I'm gonna clip it, and I'm gonna put Sinji versus Erica. And I'm kidding. I'm not gonna clip. I'm not gonna click it. All right, got it. So in an hour, what time is it? Because I'm gonna drop it in an hour. At 7:40, I will drop the link. And we shall have a discussion. All right, blah, blah, blah. So, Hafeez, how am I going to leave that and go to Hafeez? Hafeez decided that he was going to go on the Pearly Things podcast and other people's podcasts. And ultimately, seemingly, it's a quid pro quo relationship. White men do not exist without white women. White women are not granted their position without white men. White women do more to support white men in their endeavors than anything. Yeah, I mean, I think it's that kind of symbiotic relationship, right? But I actually, let me hold off on this. Like, can we like literally drop this conversation for like an hour? And the reason I want to drop the conversation for an hour is I don't want us to like parse through it in ways that are not useful, right? So if we can we just kind of let this go, and then we can be messy? And then and then in an hour we can be messy. So I want to collaborate. I want to redo what do you call this? What do you call this thing when you are in Clubhouse? Reset. That's what I was looking for. I want to reset the room. I want to reset the room. Thank you, JLu. I'm about to reset the room, and then we're gonna put the focus on mess, like mess, because we all like mess, and so period. I'm here for the mess. No. I'm not saying recalibrate. I'm not looking for recalibrate. I was looking specifically for the word reset because I was thinking about Clubhouse. Yeah, no. No, that's not why. I wanted to say reset. I wanted to say reset for the stream. I was gonna say recalibrate, but I decided not to and do reset instead because of Clubhouse. The picture of Oshay is sending me happy Friday. Oh, happy Friday. All right. Thank you, Helena. All right, let's get into it. So we know Hafeez has been dragged through these manosphere street, right? And I don't think any of the people who dragged him had the right to drag him because they were dragging him for his tone. And I don't know how anyone in the manosphere have the audacity to be dragging someone for their tone. Now, today I got an email saying Hafeez is on an apology tour to the manosphere. And we're about to watch Hafeez's apology to the manosphere because I find this quite fascinating that Hafeez would be the one apologizing to these people when he was right. For the first time, he was right. I don't know how the manosphere, anyone in the manosphere can tell people to not to watch their tone when talking to women after what Kevin Samuels, Fashion Fit, the roommates, O'Shea Duke Jackson, Coach Greg Adams, all of them have a very specifically disrespectful tone when it comes to speaking to women, right? So the fact that they're like, okay, we don't care about the substance of what Hafeez is saying, but his tone was bad, absolutely not. No, 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 no. You don't get, I get to do that. You don't get to do that. And I don't see anything wrong with the tone that he was talking to pearly people, the lady he was talking to, with. So let's get into, yeah. Did he say Coach Greg? Wait, what is his name? What is his name not Coach Greg Adams? Wait, 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 wait. What is his name? No, Coach. I said Coach. Look, let's get into it because y'all are not gonna distract me today. Not today.
Good fellas, hope you guys are having a great day today. I wanted to take today's video to address a recent podcast I did with my guy Adam, as well as with Pearly Things, as well as to address the Red Pill community personally. This video is for you guys. Since I was 19 years old, I dedicated my life to one singular purpose, and that purpose was to improve the lives of men today. One of the biggest things that I was seeing was that a lot of men were being overlooked in society. A lot of men's issues were not being discussed. And I felt a passion to do everything in my power to help these men out. I literally have videos from 2012 where I was talking about the same issues going on with men back in the day. I spent so much time reading books about improving the lives of men. I spent so much time watching content about how to help men. And a lot of things I agreed with and a whole lot of things I disagree with. But what I loved about all these authors and content creators that I watched was all of them had a desire to transform the lives of men. As long as you're trying to help men, that's all that matters to me. Years later, I stumbled upon the Red Pill content and I genuinely was intrigued with Red Pill content when I found it. But what I really loved about the early Red Pill content that I was watching was that a lot of the content was focused on accountability and giving men practical tools and resources to help transform their lives so they were not in the same cycle that they were in currently. And though I never fully agreed with the Red Pill content because of the logical inconsistencies, and though I never defined myself as Red Pill, I have respect for what they were doing. But as the years progress, I begin to see a shift in the content. I begin to see the content shift to more towards nihilism, more towards negativity, more towards cynicism. It was less about actually helping men and was more about simply bringing up everything wrong in today's world, especially with women. And what I saw what this content was doing was the content was turning men into what we call BRCs, individuals who only want to blame, rage, and complain. And to me, it reminded me a lot of what modern feminism has evolved into, a community of women where all they want to do is blame, rage, and complain. And what really began to grow my disdain for the movement was the inconsistencies in the lives of the creators. Because what I was noticing is that the creators were teaching a certain message. They were giving a certain type of advice. They were telling a certain type of story, but they were not believing these stories themselves. They were not actually taking their advice themselves. They would be telling stories about, man, I don't date. I just have sex. But these men were in actual relationships. These men were giving advice and talking about all the horrors of marriage, while these men were in happy marriages themselves. And so to me, I was really amazed by how these men could literally give out this Kool-Aid and not even drink it themselves. And then the final straw was when I saw all the new generation of Red Pill content creators. And a lot of these individuals did not even believe in the message. A lot of these men, as well as women, these individuals saw that, wow, there's profit in this. There's money.
I was trying not to comment on his voice, but you guys will not let me be. I'm trying to be like engaged. I hope my face is giving off engagement. I hope my face is giving off. I'm fully immersed in whatever you're saying, sir. So here is the thing. I've said this so many times. As someone with an accent, I can appreciate people who might have an accent or a speech impediment or something of that sort, and they're working to overcome it. Like, period. Do you? I think his problem is very simply this. I don't think he's comfortable with himself or his voice. And because of that, no one is going to be comfortable with it. So the fact that you're trying so hard to not speak the way you naturally speak, we can tell it sounds suffocating. Like I am being suffocated listening to you speak because it's so uncomfortable to you. Like the way you were talking, you cannot convince me. You cannot convince me that's how you naturally speak. And maybe you really hate the way you naturally speak, but at least relax into whatever new voice you're trying to get, because all this hand movement and gesture is distracting. You sound like you're not able to breathe when you're talking, and it's annoying. The reason I'm pointing these things out is I can appreciate change. I hate the fact that Hafeez's change is coming without him saying, I was a part of the change in the manosphere. Like, I have done a lot of videos on Hafeez, and the reason I specifically targeted Hafeez is discernment. I know how to vet. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Um, I know, I believe, let's say not say I know, I believe that Hafiz is someone who genuinely wanted to be someone that other people look up to. Now, I don't know if he is a good person or a bad person, that is not what I'm saying, but I know he wanted to have a good image. I know that. I could sense that as soon as I saw him, right? He wanted to be Jordan Peterson. I immediately I knew it, right? So I understood that, and I thought he could be a better content creator. So I've always sort of watched the roommates and what they're doing, because I'm like, when is this change going to happen? It happened after Jordan Peterson went on and told them what they're doing is trash and they should improve. Thankfully, that happened. So now this is improving. But I don't like the fact that he's pretending like he wasn't a part of this shift. You don't get to sit there and say you liked the red pill when it was about male accountability, and then it started being about women and what women were doing wrong, and you didn't like that. No, 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 no. You were a part of that. You've made multiple videos about that. You have the thumbnails that would represent what is represented in the manosphere. So you don't get to pretend like you weren't a part of it. And we know that this is correct because it's easy for him to now point out the discrepancies in the manosphere. Even if the manosphere people hate him for it, he can point out how illogical it is, how inconsistent it is, how they are not living according to their own principle that they're preaching, and how detrimental what they're preaching is to the community, right? The broader American community. Add to that the fact that he is Christian, and then everything that they're saying in the manosphere is antithetical to what he should believe. Because if you're Christian, you cannot be sitting with men talking about high value men are going to and should be allowed to cheat. Hashtag Kevin Samuels. So you don't get to pretend like this was happening over there with those people and you were just an observer. No, you were intrinsically intertwined with the people in the manosphere. Even if you're claiming you were not a part of the manosphere, it was a part of that which you were doing. Was it to promote your suit? Was it to promote your channel? I don't know, but at the point where you are saying you are not a part of the manosphere, I'm going to have some questions for you about that which you have done and contributed to, right? If someone came to me and said, Demus, it looks like you're part of BWE, I would say there's no problem with being a part of BWE. The problem is, I don't think I'm a part of BWE, but if you think being a part of BWE is bad, I'm going to say, no, it's not, because I support the women in BWE. So I wouldn't mind, right? Now, if you came and say Themis is a divester, that literally makes no sense to me. So for me, it's really annoying hearing Hafeez separate himself in this way. If you're going to do it, own up to what you have done. That is not okay. That's not okay. Don't do it. I don't like that. Own your stuff. Own it.
Here, there's followers here, there's fame here. And they decided to prey on the hurt, the pain, the issues that men were going on. And they paraded themselves as heroes of men, but they were simply profiting on men's pain. Because that these individuals realized that as long as I keep on making videos about the problem with women today, as long as I keep on making videos showing the worst in women, as long as I keep on making this kind of content that fuels the rage in men, I will continue.
Hafeez, you had a video titled, Why Modern Women Are Unmarriageable. You have a video title, Why Modern Women Are Unmarriageable. You don't get to sit here and pretend like, so I wish the manosphere weren't saying he was wrong and dragging him for his tone, but dragging him for his hypocrisy. That's what I wish they were doing, because he's pretending like he wasn't doing this content too. Like, that's not okay. Own your stuff. Own it. Like, it's really annoying me. You're like, the modern woman isn't marriageable. The degradation in our community is the modern woman's fault. You've had titles and you've taken some of them down, but I can't wait for the day we meet up, because where is my... All right, I should have, oh, here we go. So you took them down, but on most people's channel, when I go on there and I see a video that is annoying or weird, I tend to download them and I keep them right here. And so I cannot wait for the day we will never talk on here, but I can't wait for the day we interview each other, because I'm going to have these video titles up, because you're going to have to own your stuff. A lot of people you've interviewed with have let you escape accountability by saying, oh, those people did that and those people. No, you did that. And for the first time I heard you on Pearly Things, for the first time, I heard you said I was a part of it, but now I need to know what you mean by you were a part of it. I need you to explain what you were a part of, because the way you are apologizing right now, what you're talking about generally, seems to suggest that you weren't creating this content blaming women. It seems like that's what you're trying to do, and you need to own your stuff. Own it. I think his problem is he doesn't speak with confidence. He sounds like he gets confused by and lost in his own point and doesn't stick to his stance. Yeah, this tends to happen, by the way, when you're speaking at a level that you're not comfortable with and you are trying to come up with words as opposed to normally, or speaking as normally as you can, right? So the idea is the idea. But how you express the idea will, in his mind, have an impact on how people view you. And he wants people to view him, in my imagination, he wants people to view him as smart. You can be viewed as smart without trying to use big words. You don't have to use all of your SAT words in a sentence. It's okay. If that is not naturally how you speak, that is not naturally how you speak. And so, yes, he sounds like he's confusing himself, because he's attempting, in my mind, to try to figure out how to say this in the most intelligent way, as opposed to how to say this clearly. So that's my opinion on that. That's a personal opinion. That's not predicated on anything but my own feelings. Not the period. No, the evidence is here. I don't understand. He edits the videos, he puts them out, so it has to be look, he probably thought I was doing well, because actually, in the beginning of this video, he sounded the best I've ever heard him sound, where he was calm, cool, not that calm or cool, but it sounded the best I've ever heard. All right, let's continue.
Continue to make money. And if you don't believe me, let me show you an example from the type of content we've put out. So the biggest thing for me is I love accountability on both sides. Call out the men and call out the women. So a couple years ago, I did a video called Men, It's Time to Level Up. And in that video, I was calling out men and saying, men, it's time for us to be responsible for our lives and take advantage of the tools before us to transform our lives. And that video earned me $329 from YouTube. Now watch this. Then I did a video called The Sad Reality of Beautiful Women Today, calling out the entitlement in attractive women today. And look how much money.
Okay, so this is also part of it. You should not have done that video. You should have done the video where you were dragging women. This is also one of them. But the sad reality of attractive women, who are you talking to? How does this, you said you were improving men's life. How is this improving men's life? I feel like someone else wrote this for him, JP. Look, wait, actually, I didn't realize this video earned you $5,000. Wait, what is happening over in this manosphere? Let me write my next title. Attractive women aren't worth your time. Let me... Hey, girl, we gonna update our titles. What do you mean? One video? How long? This video was 12 minutes long. I don't think any of my video has ever net $5,000. Yo, these men ain't gonna stop. Wait, look, these are, if you're making this much money on a 12-minute video like this, these men are not gonna stop. Look, if money is the motive, if what? I knew that we're making money over there in the manosphere, but I didn't know that we're making that much. I didn't know they were making that much. That is annoying, and the YouTube algorithm and gets people, they're getting rewarded for this kind of content. This is not going to stop. I've seen really big BWE content creators analytics. I've seen them. I don't think I've ever seen this. I don't think I've ever seen this. And this was an old video before they were as big. So, I mean, this is quite interesting. This is, I don't know why he's showcasing this, but money is the motive. I see it now. I see why they do what they do. I mean, I knew it, but I didn't know how much.
That video garnered me $5,926.40. And that was one single video. So imagine doing not only 5 of those videos, but 10, 20, 30, 50 of those videos a day. Imagine how much money you can make. Imagine how much followers you can gain. Imagine how much worldly success you can attain from doing those videos. It is a profit model. So when I did the Adam and Pearly Things podcast, I was just beyond done with the red pill type of content. And during the episode, I wanted to share my passion and how much I cared about men and how much I wanted this content to change. And what's really interesting about those episodes is there was a community of men who wanted to attack the way I communicated. But what's very interesting is for all those who watch my content, you guys know that I am a very passionate person when I talk. You guys know I'm Nigerian, and you know how Nigerians get when they talk. That whether I was talking to the OnlyFans girls on Fresh and Fit, I was doing my live stream or doing my...
I promise you didn't talk to Jordan Peterson that way. I promise you didn't talk to Ruslan that way. So again, you're lying, talking about you're passionate. Those two men specifically called you out on the foolishness that you were doing. Both Jordan Peterson and Ruslan called you out to your face. I mean, I guess they won't say they called you out. Did you like the stream? Not me putting up a poll in the middle of talking. Period. I promise you, you did not speak to Jordan Peterson or Ruslan the way that you spoke to Pearly Things. And I don't think there is anything different or should be different about how you talk to Pearly people. Pearly, was it Pearly? I don't care. Oyster. At this point, you cannot say that because you are lying. To impress JP, Hafeez is not a roommate anymore. He moved to his new wife's house. He owns a home. Period. Period. I mean, I wish I knew Jordan Peterson was what it took to transform Hafeez. I wish the transformation came with accountability. Wait, what's her name? You know what? Because I threw out oyster because pearls were made by oyster, so I was like oyster, but I shouldn't do that. Her name, I don't care. All right, let's continue.
Independent videos. When there's something I really care about, I talk about that very passionately, and has been consistent throughout all of my content. And so it's very interesting that in the past, when I was using the same exact tone, the same exact passion to go at the issues of women today, nobody had a problem with it. But the moment I use that tone, use that passion that I have to go at the BS I see going on in the spaces of men, now all of a sudden it's emotional. My favorite speakers speak with the most passion. That's why I love Dr. Peterson. That's why I love Gary Vee, which is why I love Mark Driscoll, and which is why I really enjoy Andrew Tate. I love people who are passionate and expressive with their words. But nevertheless, I realized that my approach was wrong. Though never for a second am I apologizing for what I said, but I realized my approach is wrong, and here's why. Currently, we live in a post-truth era where people don't even care about the truth. What they care about is how those words make them feel. But what's really interesting is that when I was communicating my ideas and my criticisms of the Red Pill content, what was I saying that wasn't true? A lot of people said, oh, you changed up on us. You changed up. When did I change up? I was never Red Pill. I literally did a video in 2020 called Red Pill Was a New Woke. I did another video in 2021 titled Red Pill Disagreements. I did another video in 2021, again, saying clarifying Red Pill and Manosphere stand. I've talked about this ad nauseum. When I sat down with AMS, shout out to the Go AMS, nothing but respect.
By the way, we're saying red pill now, but he said he was not a part of the manosphere, by the way. Just FYI. He said he was not a part of the manosphere. Now, it sounds like he's saying he was a part of the manosphere, but he wasn't a part of the red pill, man. Girl, at this point, Hafeez, no one cares. Like, you... Let me be delicate with this. If you are attempting to change and you are attempting to do so slowly, right? I can understand wanting to protect that which you have built and not just completely transforming right in front of our eyes. However, it is not right that you come out here and you get to pretend that you weren't a part of the chaos. You just showed us a video, actually, of you being a part of the chaos, right? You just showed us, and you used it as an example to show how manosphere men and red pill men use red meat to get the audience excited and then profit from it. That's what you were attempting to do when you showed that video that you created about women and dragging women as beautiful women, right? So you also made content in that vein. Own it. That is all I'm asking for you to own it. I have too many videos on my channel pointing out how you were wrong. like at this point, you're saying things that I've been telling you for the past years, which is fine. I need no credit. I don't actually care. Don't acknowledge anyone, including Jordan Peterson, who has helped you to grow, right? Don't do that. All I want to see is you owning the fact that you are part of the degeneracy. There's a difference between passion and chaos, right? Right, man. He's trying to get the FBI to bypass him. Wait, what is FBI? Patty, what is FBI? What is it? Fit, beautiful, inspirational. Chief defense, there are many shades of red. Period. He was maroon. Cat. Stars above the emerald forest. Funny how black men are upset about how Hafeez spoke to Oyster, but they're silent when a black woman is verbally disrespected. Period. I mean, we've pointed out that before. We've pointed that out before. We're about to get into a debate in a minute. No, it's not a debate. It's a discussion. No one was prepared for any debate. So it's going to be a discussion. I don't know if Sinji is here and Erica is here. But I'm here for this. We're going to have discourse. All right.
For you, AMS, when I'm talking about these guys, never about great men like you. When I was talking to AMS, what did we do the first time we talked? We debated about marriage. When I was talking with Fresh and Fit on the podcast, what did we talk about? We debated marriage. These are the same ideas I was constantly sharing in the past. And a lot of what I believe are the same things that Kevin Samuels believed about the importance of marriage and men and women coming.
Some of the things that you believe are the same thing Kevin Samuels believe about the importance of marriage. No, pull up a chair. Because unless you believe high value men should be able to cheat, you and Kevin Samuels do not believe in marriage the same way. Again, oh, Erica says 5 minutes. Yeah, no. I called out you guys out too early. I was just announcing it, Erica. Not you in class listening to me. So I don't fully understand what you're talking about at this point, because Kevin Samuel said high value men should cheat. Is that what you believe as a Christian man? Because you said you and Kevin Samuels believe the same thing about marriage, so please explain that to me, because that's not what a Christian should be. Look, I don't know what a Christian should believe. My form of Christianity don't have people cheating, but I'm also Sinji said a la carte Christian, so period. I'm that. I pick and choose what to believe. I believe in the Most High.
Together, even with the conversations about marriage. A lot of people like to straw man my marriage conversation and say that you're saying that marriage is perfect and every man should get married and marriage is a great idea for anybody. When did I say that? I am a Christian. We have our religious beliefs. We believe in the sanctity of marriage, but there is wisdom in marriage. I'm not coming from a naive perspective by saying marriage is perfect and there's no issues, but neither am I coming from a nihilistic perspective by saying marriage is evil and it's only issues. I'm having balance, but it's not about the truth, guys. It's about the feeling, and they feel like I'm saying it. So no matter what I do, no matter what I say, no matter what even Jordan Peterson says, and shout out to Dr. Jordan B. Peterson, because he has a 3-part series coming out about marriage in which he's going to clearly articulate a lot of the things that I've been trying to say for all these years. But it doesn't matter what Dr. Peterson says, because in the post-truth era, all that matters is how I feel. And these content creators have gripped the hearts of men and made men feel like marriage is the worst thing possible. So no matter what data, no matter what studies that you show, these men and these people don't care. So what is the solution? You see, the thing that I love about the red pill initially is that the red pill is the harsh truth. But in a post-truth society, how do we define what the harsh truth is? And Dr. Jordan B. Peterson put it perfectly when he said, the truth is what stands the test of time. That's what defines the truth. So for all the red pill guys, keep on doing what you're doing. Keep on watching the videos that you're watching. Keep on consuming the content that you're consuming. Keep on reading the books that you're reading. Keep on doing what you're doing. And in 10 years from now, we will see your lives. We will see how this information either was a blessing to your life or whether it was a burden to your life. We will see whether this content made you more master.
All right, I'm going to just go to Oshay Duke Jackson response because I didn't watch that either, and this is annoying me. If I were red pill, I would be pissed. If I were in the manosphere / red pill community, I would be pissed. Here is why. It seems like Hafeez is attempting to use them for what he believes they had, and now he believes himself to be better than those men. I don't like that. If you are attempting to elevate, then elevate. That's fine. But you don't get to sit here and pretend like you have been and still are better than those men because of the content you have created. You don't get to do that. You don't get to separate yourself now as a married man from the content you used to create in alignment with the red pill community. You don't get to pretend you weren't sitting up there with Fresh and Fit and dragging this woman that I definitely interviewed on this channel about how feminist women are the worst, which I'm pretty sure you still think you believe right now, and pretending like their women's perspective was completely out of scope of understanding and they were just disgusting. You don't get to pretend like you weren't disrespecting people in the same way that the red pill people have been disrespecting people. No, you were cut from the same cloth. Now your suits might be threaded with the your suits might be threaded with success in a way that those other men might not be able to afford a suit or a thread, but you don't get to pretend like you were better than them. No, you were exactly like them. No, you were. What more do you want from me? Period. Like I just don't like that. Like, you don't get to come up here and pretend like, oh, I watch where your life is gonna go. Yeah, we do recognize that their life is going nowhere if this is the content they produce. If you don't fundamentally like women and you treat women like crap and you talk poorly about them and you psychologically do not connect with them as human beings, then if you're attempting to be with a woman, ultimately that is going to not work. We get that. We're in agreement, but you don't get to pretend like you weren't a part of that degeneracy. You don't get to pretend you were above that degeneracy. You, sir, even in this video, you highlighted the video that made a lot of money for you, how you were dragging women. Now, if you weren't dragging women, I don't know why you would put that up there, because you were trying to highlight the profit motives behind the manosphere and red pill community for why they did what they did. So I believe that you were dragging women, or the thumbnail suggests you were about to drag these women. And so you are proving that men go to these channels to watch you drag women. We already know that. What we didn't know was how much money you were making by doing that. That's what we didn't know. So the red pill was supposed to be about hard truth, but ended up being all about disparaging Black women. Yep. And these men complaining. Yep, that's exactly what it was. Hafeez said Themis is Hafeez said Themis is married now. Period. No, you know better than these people. You don't get to do that. Nope. So let's get into Oshay. Oh God, Oshay Duke Jackson. I mean, I said we were gonna do this, so here we are. So something I didn't know. There was whatever. I'm not gonna give this group any shine, but there was a thing that came out that said Hafeez, not Hafeez, but what's his name? Oshay Duke Jackson. That he was the gatekeeper of the manosphere, and I didn't realize that he was considered a powerful part of the manosphere. I don't know. Did everyone know that? Drop a 1 in the chat if you knew that Oshay Duke Jackson was like a major part of the manosphere. Like, he was the gatekeeper, because he is not the biggest content creator, but apparently all the big content creators, including Kevin Samuels, had to go through him and had his stamp of approval. Is that a thing? Oh, I see a lot of 1. Drop a 1 if you already knew Oshay was like huge in the manosphere, and drop a 2 if you didn't know. Right, there's a lot of 1. So ones, yeah, I did not know. Hey, Annalisa. Hello. How are you? How are you? All right, so a lot of people knew. There's some people who didn't. I didn't know he was a huge part of the troll under the bridge for entry into the manosphere. The troll under the bridge that guards entry into the manosphere. Period. All right, let's. I feel like I'm going to regret saying that. I feel like I'm going to regret saying that. All right, let's watch what he has to say. Hopefully, he doesn't pop on the screen without warning.
I was 19 years old. I dedicated my life to one singular purpose. And that purpose was to improve the lives of men today. One of the biggest things that I was seeing was that a lot of men were being overlooked in society. A lot of men's issues were not being discussed.
So recently, Hafeez from the Roommates has come out with a new video entitled "A Message to the Red Pill Community." Now, obviously, Hafeez had 2 recent debates, one featuring Coach Greg Adams, and another one that I believe occurred maybe in Dallas, Texas, with Just Pearly Things. And Hafeez, in my honest opinion, had a very poor outing. And of course, he has made this video to explain some of his premises. So I can honestly say I understand him a lot better after watching this. I feel like in some aspects he made some good points, but let's listen to what he has to say and react to it.
Yo, what's good, fellas? Hope you guys are having a great day today. I wanted to take today's video to address a recent
Wait, I'm so annoyed. I am so annoyed. You're telling me I could have just watched this video where he plays Hafeez's video and we would have been done. Are we gonna have to watch Hafeez talk again? I am so annoyed. This is why you don't, oh my God. This is why you have to watch the video before. This is so annoying. Yikes. I'm sorry, guys. You guys can leave and come back or something. This is very annoying.
podcast I did with my guy Adam, as well as with Pearly Things.
There's 1,100 people in here. I want to ask why, because that don't make no sense. I do appreciate you for being here, but I'm confused as to why there's 1,000 over there. I don't even, in my mind, I know what content does well and which doesn't. But apparently I have no idea, because I'm very much confused. It's a Friday night, LOL. No, it's a Friday night. That's why I'm surprised. Hafeez said yes to the ring, yes to the standard, and I'm not with him, comma, all down the period. And comma. It's very difficult to say comma because I gotten so used to saying period. But we're gonna change it to comma. We have to. Let me speed this up. I do appreciate you guys for being here. Thank you. I don't know what like. I feel like there's something I should be doing to show appreciation. And I don't know what else to do. Like, how can I show that I appreciate the fact that you guys are here? There's over 1,000 people in here, and that doesn't make sense to me. So I do appreciate that. Why must we be subjected to these high value? I'm gonna say high value faces. All right. Oh, someone said I'm too adorable. Thank you. I like being adorable. That's my. I just saw myself when I did that, and I look like a thing. I look like a it. Sorry. All right. Someone said I should tap dance. Period. But that is not. That was river dancing, I'm sure. All right. Period. Let's continue.
As well as to address the red pill community personally, this video is for you guys. Since I was 19 years old, I dedicated my life to one singular purpose. And that purpose was to improve the lives of men today. One of the biggest things that I was seeing was that a lot of men were being overlooked in society. A lot of men's issues were not being discussed. And I felt a passion to do everything in my power to help these men out. I literally have videos from 2012 where I was talking about the same issues going on with men back in the day. I spent so much time reading books about improving the lives of men. I spent so much time watching content about how to help men. And a lot of things I agreed with and a whole lot of things I disagree with. But what I loved about all these authors and content creators that I watched was all of them had a desire to transform the lives of men. As long as you're trying to help men, that's all that matters to me. Years later, I stumbled upon the red pill content, and I genuinely was intrigued with red pill content when I found it. But what I really loved about the early red pill content that I was watching was that a lot of the content was focused on accountability and giving men practical tools and resources to help transform their lives so they were not in the same cycle that they were in currently. And though I never fully agreed with the red pill content because of the logical inconsistencies, and though I never defined myself as red pill, I have respect for what they were doing. But as the years progress, I begin to see a shift in the content. I begin to see the content shift to more towards nihilism, more towards negativity, more towards cynicism. It was less about actually helping men and was more about simply bringing up everything wrong in today's world, especially with women. And what I saw what this content was doing was the content was turning men into what we call BRCs, individuals who only want to blame, rage, and complain. And to me, it reminded me a lot of what modern feminism has evolved into.
Okay, let me kind of talk about that. That's not completely untrue, but I've been in the black red pill community. You know, I'm the guy that brought in Kevin Samuels, right? I've seen the opposite. At first, I saw a lot of red pill rage guys, a lot of victim blaming guys. And of course, yeah, that's been happening. But as time has went on, the opposite has been happening. More guys are more accountable, right? You even see more women in the space now. Like, look at Just Pearly Things. Look at Melanie King. Look at Pink Book Lessons. You know, you have more women on the side of men. And partly is because of content creators holding men accountable for men making mistakes. Kevin Samuels was about always holding men accountable. I'm about holding men accountable. So I've seen maybe a shift from the earlier to things getting a little bit more balanced now. Like, shout out to guys like Media Control and Reviews, guys like the Poor Man's Podcast. You're seeing guys more balanced now than in before, where it was like really bad before, as far as going in on women. Community of women and where they
All right, he's lying. He's straight up lying. You mean we could have swept 2 dusters with 1 broom, and it's 1K plus women's in here because they have awakened from the patriarch slumber, period. We could have gotten it with 1. We could have just did it with 1. Oshay is big mad. He likes dedicated time. He likes dedicated time to edit this video. He is so pissed. That's the most research he's ever done in his life. All right. So we know he's lying. We know Oshay is lying because he used Kevin Samuels as an example, right? So Hafeez says that the manosphere content changed from holding men accountable and building them up to just dragging women, right? And he says, Oshay says, no, that's not the case. It changed from dragging women to holding men accountable. Oshay's lying. Oshay's lying. He knows he's lying. I can say this as a fact that what Hafeez is saying is true in terms of the transition. What Oshay is saying is a lie. And you want to know how we know? Because of one of the people that Oshay brought up, Kevin Samuels. If you sit there with your face like it is, and you said the content in the red pill manosphere community has changed from lifting men up to dragging women, that would be the case because we know Kevin Samuels' content did the exact thing where he was attempting initially to talk to men. Cynthia G actually did a video on this. I think other content creators did a video on this. I posted a clip of this at some point. I can find it in one of my 10-hour live streams. But Kevin Samuels literally sat in his car and said, the men do not want to hear any of this. If he wanted to go viral or change and become big on YouTube, all he would have to do is talk about the problems with women, and he would get a lot of subscribers. He said that, and then he did that. So the content from Kevin Samuels, one of the examples you just pointed out, was the absolutely direct example of what Hafeez was talking about in the manosphere, where it changed from holding men accountable to dragging women. That's what happened. It wasn't the reverse that happened, and you know that because you literally pointed out Kevin Samuels, who like his videos are emblematic of this change. One could say he was one of the major driving force in the change. The average at best video, his averages as best video, his average at best video clip breathed life into the manosphere in the way that it exists today. That video and Kevin Samuels actually elevated the manosphere in a way that it might not have been elevated but for him going viral. So you don't get to sit there and pretend that the manosphere has changed from dragging women to holding men accountable. No, Kevin Samuels, one of the godfather, as you call him, of the manosphere, and the person you pointed out as an example of transition in content, actually highlights this fact that Hafeez was talking about. Now, Hafeez went on this long tangent about how Kevin Samuels and him agree on marriage. I don't know how, when one Kevin Samuels has 2 failed men. I'm done. So that was a lie. 1 point for Hafeez, 0 point for Oshay.
All they want to do is blame, rage, and complain.
Sorry, I was muted. The link is for Erica and Cynthia G. If she's here, I don't know if she's still here, but it's the hour mark. So come forth and we can discuss.
And what really began to grow my disdain for the movement was the inconsistencies in the lives of the creators. Because what I was noticing is that the creators were teaching a certain message. They were giving a certain type of advice. They were telling a certain type of story, but they were not believing these stories themselves. They were not actually taking their advice themselves. They would be telling stories about, man, I don't date. I just have sex. But these men were in actual relationships. These men were giving advice and talking about all the horrors of marriage, while these men were in happy marriages themselves.
And so let me deal with that. That definitely has happened before in the greater mainstream community of the red pill. What you're saying is you don't agree with the message because of the inconsistencies of the behaviors of the content creators. You're a Christian, right? Do you not believe in the message of Jesus Christ because of the inconsistencies of pastors, of prophets, of deacons, of trustees? I mean, you have more hypocrites in the pulpit, but that doesn't stop you from going to church, right? Either something is, as you said, is true or not. So what you're trying to do is use a straw man argument against the inconsistencies of guys who are hypocrites, which all humans are. And then you're not dealing with the fact that on the other hand, you're a Christian and there's nothing but hypocrisy in the church. Pastors stealing, pastors lying, but you still believe in Jesus Christ, right?
So to me, I was really amazed by how these men could literally give out.
That was a reach, but it was a good one. That was a reach. That was definitely a reach, but it was a good reach. Look, I like dragging Oshay, but that was a good reach. He's saying, is the message good, right? The reason this doesn't work is because Hafeez said there was inconsistency in the message and ultimately the message is bad. Add to that the fact that the people preaching the message weren't living up to the message. You don't get to then say, okay, but your religion, people are following. Manosphere is not a religion. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. But as far as I know, it's not a religion. But even if it were, Hafeez only pointed out that people weren't following it as an add-on to the bigger problem, which was the inconsistency in the message. If you're going to attack his argument, attack the inconsistency in the message part of the argument and say there's not inconsistency in the message. You don't get to sit there and pretend like his argument hinges on the fact that people preaching the message aren't following the message. You don't get to do that. That is not his argument and not me here defending Hafeez, but I will say point for each. I'm giving both of these people points because honestly, that was a good reach. It was slick. It was slick, so he gets a point. Hey, Erica.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Good. How are you?
Do you want us to discuss now or do you want to watch some of this with me?
I'll watch it with you.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm always trying to get you up here.
Always trying to get me up here. Yeah, I'll watch it with you.
Interrupt at any point.
This Kool-Aid and not even drink it themselves.
Same thing as pastors, bro, but you love Jesus. Let's go.
And then the final straw was when I saw all the new generation of red pill content creators. And a lot of these individuals did not even believe in the message. A lot of these men, as well as women, these individuals saw that, wow, there's profit in this. There's money here. There's followers here. There's fame here. And they decided to prey on the hurt, the pain, the issues that men were going on. And they paraded themselves as heroes of men, but they were simply profiting on men's pain. Because that these individuals realized that as long as I keep on making videos about the problem with women today, as long as I keep on making videos showing the worst in women, as long as I keep on making this kind of content that fuels the rage in men, I will continue to make money. And if you don't believe me, let me show you an example from the type of content we've put out. So the biggest thing for me is I love accountability on both sides. Call out the men and call out the women. So a couple of years ago, I did a video called Men, It's Time to Level Up. And in that video, I was calling out men and saying, men, it's time for us to be responsible for our lives and take advantage of the tools before us to transform our lives. And that video earned me $329 from YouTube. Now watch this. Then I did a video called The Sad Reality of Beautiful Women Today, calling out the entitlement in attractive women today. And look how much money that video garnered me. $5,926.40. And that was one single video.
What he's trying to do right now is he's trying to say that the new content creators came into the manosphere market and are greedy. And look, me, I'm not about money, as Hafeez, what he's trying to say. Because I have content trying to help men, and it doesn't make us.
All right, I don't know what's going to happen, but I hope this should easily go to Oshay. I'm stopping him because I don't want to know what he says. Oshay is going to drag him for them suits and them classes and those, like he sells everything. Hafeez out here sells everything. So I promise you, if Oshay cannot win this round, I don't know what to tell you. Because this is an easy win for Oshay. Sorry.
So much money we talk bad about women and makes a lot of money. But these content creators, all they care about is money. Hafeez, don't you have a course, bro? And I know of red pill creators that you were trying to help push your course and get them to promote it on their platform. That's actually what killed the roommates. You guys trying to sell so many courses and all kind of other stuff. I'm not saying that, guys, I'm not in here to try to make money or to earn money, because sure, content creators are on YouTube because it pays, right? But you're acting like you're not one of those guys. You have courses and paid things, consultations you sell. And to be honest, who are you to try to help anybody, bro? Like, just listen to what you talk about. In my honest opinion, you should be consulting others and not getting, you should be paying for consults, not trying to get paid from them. But you are, all right? Nobody has monetized the manosphere and guys in the red pill more than the roommates. Absolutely, you guys have done it. But now you're trying to distance yourself from the same guys behind the scenes you're trying to make money with. Bro, I know the stuff. I'm big in the red pill. Stop lying, bro. This is cap. This is complete cap. You're main of the main culprits of the guys pushing courses down guys' throats for a profit when you don't know what you're really talking about. Stop acting like you're holier than thou, bro. I've never had a course. Never sell consults. Not one. All right? But you're just one of the main guys who pushes courses down guys' throats. And then it killed your guys' channel.
So imagine doing now.
I feel like I can end it there and then start the conversation because, yo, Hafeez is just taking L's. Like, did hell freeze over? Because Oshay just dragged. Oshay just dragged Hafeez. I wish Oshay just won. Like, I think Oshay just won. Whatever is coming next is coming next. You can't just, no. Anyway, I'm done with these. I'm going to get into a more interesting conversation. Hey, Erica and Sinji.
Hey, Sin.
Hey, Erica. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you.
Good.
Or trying to get there.
Wait, no, Sin, it sounds like you're sick. How are you sick?
I am. I still am, but my voice is a little bit better.
All right. I guess we're gonna talk, but I don't want you to like be sick and trying to talk and get worse.
Well, the good thing is there are periods when I can go on mute and rest my voice, so I'll do that.
All right. So what was your objection early? Let me just go in the after show and then we'll get into this. Because we're tired of, I can't believe Oshay sat there and have Hafeez had Oshay dragged him. Like that's not a thing.
Right. When Oshay is dragging you, okay.
Right? All right. So Erica made the claim that, and correct me, Erica, that white women aren't protected.
Correct. Can you guys? Are you guys hearing an echo?
Nope.
Okay,
I don't hear one either.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't believe that white women are protected. They are. We say that they are. It's a good marketing, point, but it's not true if you peel back the layers on how white women are treated. And when I say that, I mean their womanhood and their humanity, not their whiteness or their ability to reproduce, because that is actually what is controlled and quote unquote protected.
All right. How are you defining protection?
Oh my God, that was exactly what I was about to ask. I want to know, how would you define protection?
Protection I see as when the men are making or creating safe spaces where women are treated equally, where women are protected, where women can be women, live in their womanhood, their humanity is recognized, and I don't feel that happens under a system of patriarchy.
All right.
Are we
So is it
redefining protection, or are we
Oh, how are
going
you
by
defining
wait.
protection?
Before we continue,
protection? Oh,
wait,
I'll let Themis go.
yeah. So if we're saying protection, are you saying men should create space? Protection would mean that the space being created by men for women should be safe, but their safety. Are you saying it shouldn't come, or it should come without the expectation of being a sort of childbearing machine? Because that's kind of my understanding of what
Correct.
you were saying. Because
Yes,
you
that's
said
what I'm
protect
saying.
womb or something like that.
Yeah,
All
that's
right.
what I'm saying.
All right. Go ahead. Ask your question, Sinji, before I come to you.
I would say to that, if that's her definition of protection, then I can see why she thinks white women aren't protected, but that isn't the definition of protection. The
How are
definition
you?
of protection doesn't have any. I'm actually literally going by actually the definition of protection, which there's many. You
Which
have one that's
definition are you going
you
with, Sinji?
you have one that says you're preserving their civil liberties or rights, and then another it says a synonym is defending, shielding, a person or thing that prevents someone or something from suffering harm or injury. And so I think that if we were to go by what protection is, both of those definitions, we can say that regardless to the oppression, regardless to patriarchy, yeah, white women are protected by definition. Men, other races of men do not believe that they can freely do anything to white women and go without consequence. It just is. No one perceives that they can do that. White women don't even think they're not protected, and it doesn't have anything to do with patriarchy, because white women know they benefit more from patriarchy than they suffer from it.
All right. So there is a coming together point here, so we can actually have this discussion. The protection, even your definition, not your definition, Sinja, I realize you were reading the definition from the dictionary, or at least Google. So your definition is just explains that it is preserving civil liberties and rights. If there is a caveat to that, would you still say there is protection? So the caveat that I think Erica would bring up is, well, they will protect them so long as they are able to produce children, are willing to produce children, are willing to be in the white system, are not with black men, like whatever else is there.
Then I would say that's not true,
All right.
because if that was the
Wait,
case.
actually, Finn, I don't want to put words in Erica's mouth because I'm trying to deconstruct both of the arguments. Would that be a correct statement, Erica?
Yeah, you're right. That's what you said earlier. It's just it's the same.
All right. Sorry, go ahead, Finn. I just don't want it to be my own thoughts.
No, you're correct.
Yeah, I was gonna say that no, I wouldn't see that as anything that would have any impact on the point that I'm making, because if that was the case, then the minute that white women started getting abortions, which has been forever, they would have removed the protection, but they didn't. If that was the case, the minute that a black woman laid down with a white man, the black man wouldn't have been lynched for that. So I think the fact of the matter is, it's like, even if I was to concede on one thing, it would just mean there's levels to protection, different types. of protection. I just don't understand how we would say that white women aren't protected.
So
We can say they're not protected from white men, which I would never drive the argument. Well, like, why would white men protect white women from themselves? They wouldn't.
I think
But
that I actually
that's what
think
I
that
said. That was what I said, that there is a misnomer that white men protect white women. So I was going to ask you, in the example that you gave of lynching a black man for sleeping with a white woman, what is he being lynched for? Why is he
well, it
being lynched?
depends. It depends. He could have been lynched for looking at her, whistling at her. He could have been lynched for her saying that he
no,
did
I think
something
no,
that he
no, no.
didn't
I think the
do. He didn't.
protection
He
is
didn't have to do anything. He
Finn,
did
I
not
think
have to do anything to
Finn,
get lynched. That's
Finn, I
just
think
an example.
I think the question is asking about what was being protected in the lynching of the black man.
The dignity and image of that white woman. That's what will be protected. When you're lynching people in Times Square, you're sending a message to overall society, are you not?
Oh,
But is see, I don't agree. I don't agree that the woman is being protected. I believe that she's used as a tool to say, I'm protecting this woman and her womanhood, but it's not that. I believe there is a protection of whiteness that is at the root of that. And that woman's ability to produce more white men, that is what's being protected. And it looks like, because I used to think, damn, like they kill for their women. I used to think that. Then I was like, wait, that's not it. They're protecting her ability to reproduce them and her whiteness. But it's to look as though she's being protected in her humanity and womanhood. And we can tell by the laws that are put in place and her inability to have any rights under a patriarchy that it's not her womanhood that's being protected or
But
her
she's still
humanity.
white. I mean, she's still white though. So I mean,
That's what
you
that's
can't separate white women from their whiteness. You can't separate white women from their womb.
I
So I
agree.
feel like when you say her womb is protected or whiteness is protected, you're saying the same thing because it's one and the same. The white woman, like, how are white women being separated from their womb? I feel like you're saying that like these are two separate entities.
Mm-mm.
Like the whiteness is
well,
separate, the womb is separate, and
I
the
mean,
woman is
I mean,
separate.
they're
I feel
all
like they're one and
women.
the same.
They're all white women who cannot reproduce, right? And so, to the extent there can be a separation, wouldn't that be a sort of if their womb is what is being protected, there is a way to separate them from their womb in that.
Right, but then we would have an absence. We would basically be saying that white women who are barren have no protection, and I think we know that's not the case.
Because what are they protecting?
Do white women, if a white woman, let's just say there's a white woman, a group of black men try to do something to her, and somebody later find out that she's barren, that's going to bear no impact on whether or not there's a near fatal consequence to that person who did something.
Yeah,
That
but
that
But
like
what's being
none of that
protected?
matters.
Right. So what's being protected?
The white woman,
So,
the white woman.
but her whiteness, that's what's being protected, not
Well,
her
again,
womanhood.
so there's no delineation between those two things to me.
Right. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
how do you
I'm saying
separate a white woman from her whiteness?
I'm not doing that.
Right, but you're talking about them as if they're separate entities, as if a white woman can separate herself from her whiteness or her ability to reproduce whiteness, and she can't unless she can on the later, unless if there's a biological issue. But if there's not, then you can't separate the two. I don't. I guess I just the part that's throwing me off is that these things are being separated. The whiteness is being separated from the woman, and the womb is being separated from the woman, and
because
that's kind of what's getting me.
I think there is a lack of sort of intersectional analysis then, because I think obviously I agree with the distinction between protecting whiteness as opposed to protecting the white woman in her humanness. Now, would we say I would prefer for black women to have white women's kind of protection because at least it's more protection than what black women have, but it's not protection in its absolute form. right? And so unless we are, correct me on this, Erica, but unless we are saying we like patriarchy, then if we like patriarchy, then it makes sense to think white womanhood is protected by white men, even if not from white men, because white men are the patriarchs in the white community. And so that kind of protection still elevates a man in a patriarchy to subjugate women in said patriarchy, but other men cannot do the same to the women in that community. Does that make
But here's the thing. Why? In a patriarchy, if that's going to be the argument, then you have to go to the mindset of the men. Why in a patriarchal system would they lend certain types of protection to women? If you feel like they're inferior, if you feel like they can't do as much as you can do, if you feel like they're not as mentally capable as you are, then yeah, there's going to be a high level of control and of oppression, but that does not negate protection. And I'm trying to figure out where is the evidence that white men are protecting whiteness only and not white woman's womanhood? Where,
wait,
where
what
is
do
the
you
evidence of that?
wait? Do you believe whiteness protects itself?
No, but that still doesn't answer. Where is the evidence that white men are making a separation between I'm only going to protect this whiteness and not this woman?
Because when you ask for the kind of evidence, I'm going to get into sort of historical context in a minute, but it seems like you are completely disregarding, again, intersectionality and how individuals occupy multiple identities and how one might afford a kind of responsibility on a group, whereas the other is disenfranchised. And it's strange to have to like explain how womanhood would be sort of um, disenfranchised as a general matter, where manhood would be enfranchised, but at the same time, whiteness would be enfranchised, where otherness would be disenfranchised. Putting the two together would create a sociopolitical position for someone to be both white and woman and seen very differently from the two perspectives. So I think that's like, I, I feel like you asking that is asking, almost saying, explain intersectionality to me, and I don't think that's what you
No,
mean.
it's not me asking for intersectionality to be explained, because typically when we hear about intersectionality, we're not talking about one group of people. And in this situation, we actually are. So that's the difference. But the reason I'm saying that is the fact that to me, there's no separation from them. That's number one. There's no separation from white women, her womb, and her womanness. There's no separation to me. And that's why I'm saying it the way I'm saying. Also, what I'm saying is that oppression does not negate protection. Calling somebody property, controlling them, does not negate protection. People who have children, they control their children, but they're still protecting them. In fact, they feel like they have to control them in order to protect them. That's why I'm saying it's like, yeah, we can mention patriarchy and all this and that, that doesn't negate protection
Yeah, no,
though.
no, no.
We can talk
I,
about property, that doesn't negate protection though.
no, I am not disagreeing with you, and maybe Erica is, but I wouldn't disagree with you on the claim that this is my property and I'm extending a kind of protection and exclusion from um, other people being able to access and abuse my property. That is protection, but it's not protection in its absolute sense. And I think there is, like, when you use the very strict definition, it literally disregard like the sociological approach to protection insofar as saying this person is not just human but my equal, which is how you were saying, Erica, is like redefining protection. You are correct in the
Yeah,
strictest
because I don't
sense.
think that has anything to do with protection. Like I was, if it my in my opinion, that's more about honor than protection.
Yeah,
Honor
but
and
I feel like
respect and upliftment.
I think you're seeing this in black and white, which is not wrong in the strictest sense. Like it's not wrong to say, well, even if they treat them poorly, they're protecting them from everyone else. Even if they treat them well, they're still protecting them from everyone else. The fundamental point is that in the system that Erica conceived, Erica, but please don't let me monopolize this, but in
Okay,
the
go
way
for
that I perceived Erica's explanation is, and why I agreed was, in taking this as a property and even protecting it from the world, there is no protection of this thing from me. So while, because you are white and woman in a white supremacist system, you are the most protected class of women, you are still not protected in the absolute sense from the people who are obviously giving said protection. So in a patriarchy, you cannot have protection in its absolute sense, because you're at the mercy of the people who are giving you the protection, unless protection comes from yourself, which would take you out of the patriarchy.
Right, but see, I'm not talking. I would never. There wouldn't even be a point of contention to if the statement was white men don't protect white women from other white men. This is something I've said on my channel several times. No white women are not protected from other white men. But when
Well,
it comes to other
and
groups of men and women, to me, to say that white women aren't
well, yeah.
protected is a silly
Oh,
statement.
well, let's bounce the ball all the way over to Erica, because I fully agree with you on this. But in the way that I interpreted Erica's point, it was that, of course, when you say it's going to protect whiteness, it's going to protect white women because of their whiteness from every other race of people. So whiteness is operative in the womanhood that is being protected by the class of white. It's not her womanhood, it's her whiteness, but you wouldn't separate whiteness from womanhood. But it's
No,
precisely
I
because
wouldn't.
she's a white woman that she is going to be inculcated in the culture and protected from other cultures, but not protected within that culture from the men in that culture. That's kind of how by the way,
Yes.
I know you laughed because I said intersectionality, but as soon as she said that, intersectionality popped in my mind, and that's how I understood it. But Erica, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, my whole thing, my approach, and my objective is to remove the romanticism out of the word protection, right? Because when you say that you're protecting something, you immediately go to like this romanticized idea of what protection is. And what I'm saying is they're not protected. Their humanity is not protected. Their womanhood is not protected.
What
They
would
are
their humanity being protected look like? What would that look like
It
by
would
white
look
men?
like there would be no laws that govern a woman's body.
Okay, I mean, but then that's reducing women's humanity to their body, is it not?
No, reducing their woman to their body is creating laws that govern her body.
Right, but
It
so
takes
you
away her
said that.
right to her autonomy.
Right. I'm trying to understand what you said. So I said, what would an example of protecting her humanity? And you said not making laws that controls her body. So that's why I'm asking, because then to me, that means that her body and its functionality is her humanity. So that's why I'm asking it that way. Because to me, it's coming to me like her body, her reproductivity, because we've been mentioning it a lot. We've been mentioning the womb. To me, it sounds like it's being reduced to whatever law is created to prevent her from having control over what her own body does, which I agree that would be a part of it. But I think to reduce women's humanity to their autonomy over what they can do with their body is kind of minimizing women and our humanity. We shouldn't be reduced just to our ability to get an abortion.
I mean, I think, oh, well, let me not say I think. Go ahead, Erica.
No, well, I mean, that's just an example, but there are so many other things. I mean, just that's all I'm saying is to remove the idea that these women are somehow protected in their womanhood and their humanity when under a system of patriarchy that is powered by white, male, heterosexual Christian people, she's not in that equation. Her usefulness comes in her ability to reproduce. Right? She is
Right, but
whittled
her
down. The man
humanity.
is the patriarchy
Wait,
whittles
can
her
I,
down.
1 second, can I do something?
Yeah.
So I realize in the chat people are saying she won, Finn won,
Yeah,
and Erica
like
won.
what I hate it when they do that. Like we're
Yeah,
just having a
yeah,
can we
it's
ever just have a discussion and it not be a debate? I ain't even got no
I
voice to
can see that.
debate.
I can
right.
see that.
Like we are not doing like it defeats the the good faith nature of a conversation when we are in there just like she won. There's too much nuance in a conversation like this to be like, yeah, he won, like no, like just kind of stop. But on like both
Well,
sides, I
what's the
saw it on both
prize?
sides.
What's the
Right.
prize?
Me, I
What is the prize? And I thought we were doing this to give y'all some entertainment. That's what I thought we were doing it for entertainment.
women are reduced though realistically. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. I don't remember who was
No, so that's
speaking.
just all I'm saying. All I'm saying is, what you're saying is, they're reduced down. But yes, women are reduced to that. I mean, you could even look at in our fictional sense how they I'll use The Handmaid's Tale. The women are only used for reproduction. That is what the purpose is, and for that is to create per capita. That is the reason why these things are being overturned and these things are being revisited, because these women are now walking back and not reproducing the way they were. And so now we need to put laws in place to make sure these women reproduce, because we're going to be in the minority soon. So they're not protecting these women. They're protecting, and it sucks to be reduced down to your genitalia, but that's what her purpose is in like I said, in the structure or in the system of patriarchy. And it does suck, but she's only protected because of her womb and her whiteness, right? Otherwise they would protect all women's and their womb, right? They would protect our ability to produce, but white women produce white men, right? So that's what they want. And that's the reason why I'm saying they're not really protected in their humanity. Otherwise, there will be no laws that govern a woman's body. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right, but I would understand that if her body was her humanity. So I guess if I was asked that question, I would probably first and foremost say to protect her humanity, she could not be seen as inferior to men. She could not be seen as less than. She could not be seen as mentally less than and emotionally less than, less logical.
Right.
Those are things to me that will protect the humanity of women more so than controlling their reproduction. Because
But
to
it's her,
me,
not to interrupt you, but that it's her entirety, it's her humanity, that it is her thoughtfulness, it is her character, it is all of that. It's just not her womb. So when we say that white men protect white women, they're not protecting her humanity. Under a system of patriarchy, it doesn't work like that. It's not designed that way. It is designed that the woman is oppressed, right? She has
right,
the
but that's why I'm
privilege.
saying oppression and control, like those two things don't. You can oppress and control someone and still protect them. So that to me, the oppression, like making the
But
law that bans all women, not just white women. This is banning all women from being able to get abortions. This is control. That's control. And I
No,
don't see how
wait,
we're looking at a
Finn.
ban. Hold on for a second. I don't know how we're using a ban against all women as an indication that white women aren't protected. Because what if you're saying that they're protecting whiteness, not the woman, then that wouldn't be a good example, because by controlling what white women do with their womb, they are essentially protecting whiteness, are they not?
yes,
Wait,
So
this
then
is
they
a
are
very
protecting them, but so then that
Finn,
law can't
Finn,
be
Finn,
used.
Finn, this is a technical point. If you're using Erica's definition of protection, then this works. And you can obviously continue. But if we're using your definition, which is more technically correct, um, making laws against women bodies would be against their civil liberties, which protection in the definition provided from you would be, that wouldn't be protection.
Well,
So to
it
me,
would be, it would be, and that's why you would have a moralistic argument at that point in time. Because at the end of the day, they can say by controlling, and they are saying that, by controlling the wombs of white women today, they're saving the future of whiteness. That's why that white woman got up there and co-signed it.
all right,
And what did she say?
so
Thank
this is,
you for saving white children.
that is
So it
actually,
depends on who you ask.
I'm going to say that is clever. That would not be a moralistic argument, though. It would be a legal one, but it would still, if I can prove, which is easy to do based on this conversation, that prohibition on a civil liberty exists here in the strictest application of your definition of protection, this would not be protection. Now you
Yes,
can
it
say
would be. Yes, it would be because they said they're protecting the rights of the unborn fetus. So it still would be. I'm
but
just saying it still would be. They're protecting
no,
the rights of
I'm
the
not,
unborn child. This is literally what they're saying.
no, I'm not saying in the long term you might not be right. I'm saying if we're saying bodily autonomy is somehow a civil liberty, unless you're willing to say bodily autonomy is not, then in the strictest application, you would be incorrect in terms of protection.
I would be partially incorrect because what I'm saying is that they're controlling the liberties of of women now to protect the liberties of the unborn ones of the future. So I mean I
I'll
guess
take partial. I'll
it
take
could
partial.
I guess it could cancel it out because at the end of the day that is literally what they're saying. And the reason I said it will become a moralistic issue because they're saying that you're killing another human, and we know there's laws on the books that you are allowed. I think isn't it protection of a third party where you have the right to protect up to violence if somebody is harming another person. So
Well,
if
I
they're
mean, the
protecting the
bystander.
lives of unborn people,
Wait,
it's a moralistic issue.
wait. Now you trying to do the bystander effects and laws. This is not generally applicable. I'll take, instead of going back and forth on this because it's too
No,
technical
I'm
a
talking
term.
about defense of a third person. That's actually
Yeah,
what I'm talking about.
yeah, no,
Is
there
that
are
the
laws that
bystander effect?
no, there are laws that protect a bystander, a stander in different states, which would circumvent that rule that you have a duty to protect in certain circumstances. But I take your point, and it was like a clever one. I
It
will
kind of
take,
was, wasn't it? It kind of was me kind of sneaking in there like a little weasel.
but I can appreciate it. I'm stepping back because partially I'll take that. I don't need anyone to say I was wrong. It's fine. So go ahead. I don't remember who was where. I do remember, but I wanted the conversation to continue because I was enjoying you both. All right.
No, what I was going to say is they're giving the greater good argument. And that's why there's so many women who co-sign it, white women specifically, who
Yeah.
co-sign it because they're giving the greater good. And that's actually what humanity is supposed to stand for, is that you do something for the greater good of humanity. So to me, I guess it's okay, you're infringing on the protection of one to protect the many, is what they're basically saying.
Yeah.
And then that would be protection.
First, hello, Themis and Finn, love you guys. Will and Erica, will you two do content on Drake being checked by Serena's husband and by Meg the Stallion, please? I didn't. I maybe I think that Finn probably will, and if so, I don't have to, but I might. I don't know. I might. All right. So protection, from Erica's perspective, is defined in a way that it's not absolute. The human dignity, it's not protected in the strictest sense for white women because they're not protected against other white people, i.e., white men. And Finn agrees with that. Correct me if I'm wrong. However, she thinks
No, I do. I agree. I agree with Erica. I don't think that she's wrong. I agree with it. I mean the opposing party. We gotta have an opposer. But I largely I agree with what she's saying.
See, so this is I appreciate both you ladies, and this is why in the chat I'm saying please just listen and or whatever, because you're saying this is wrong and who is wrong and who is like these people are smart enough to know that like there is a talking past and they might agree more than they disagree. Y'all seem to be arguing the reasons for protection rather than whether the protection exists. No, I think they're saying the protection exists, but in different ways, right? Um,
Yes, absolutely. That's why I said there's levels to protection because listen, I'm gonna close my mouth on half of it, but there's a lot of things I don't think men should be doing that women should be accepting. And I'll
yeah.
just I'll
Wait,
mute up on that.
my cognitive dissonance has been activated with the notion that white women are not protected. I'm sorry. No, and I think by the way, Black, I'm glad you said this. I think for Black women specifically, it's difficult to hear something like that because in comparison, Black men aren't doing as close to as much as white
Yeah,
men in terms of creating a system that would quote unquote protect the women in the group from other men, right?
right,
Now white men, we
right.
won't debate this. They protect the women from other men. Like, we're not gonna pretend like Jim Crow wasn't a thing until it wasn't.
And
Can,
under a system of patriarchy, if you're using those rules to govern men, one, Black men are never going to go into that space because they can't, because they are Black. And white women can never go into that space because they are women, right? So that is not going to ever happen. And that's why we get so much, opposition and fight from them, because Black men are benefiting from a patriarchal structure without actually having to do the quote unquote work that the white male power structure is doing under the system of patriarchy. You understand
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
And white
so
women don't have
can I ask you a question? So
yeah.
here's the thing, and
Wait,
this
before
is
you
just
ask your question, I'm gonna forget this because I didn't know that.
okay.
And white women don't have to be quote unquote subjugated in that system because the only group that can subjugate white women in the system would be white men.
Correct.
So all they would have to do is step out from under white men by being with other groups of
And
men.
they won't do that. I mean, it doesn't benefit them to do that. I mean, they do it and it doesn't benefit them,
Yeah,
right?
unless there's money involved. Sorry,
Right.
go ahead with your question.
Haven't white women largely for like a very long time in this country been the only women who were actually seen as women?
Mm-hmm.
So by white women being the only women who are actually seen as women, wouldn't that be protecting their womanhood? They literally were the only ones who were even regarded as women.
But for
Yeah.
what purpose, though? What is that
The,
purpose? That woman
the purpose is
helps
irrelevant.
bring more. No. It's not irrelevant, because that woman brings more of us into this picture. And it sucks to say that, but that is the reason. She's considered that. She needs to be considered that in order for this thing to work. We need
But
to,
isn't that just conditional protection though?
right. And that's what it is, because they're women, because they're women.
But it's conditional protection still protection?
But under what guise, right? It
But
looks
that doesn't
for a
matter.
Black woman.
I know, but none of that matters when we're talking about protection. The why doesn't matter. None of that matters. It's just, are they protected or are they not?
But we can't say there's no why. There's always a reason. There's not a reason
Right, but I'm
for
just
them
saying the
being
why
protected.
doesn't matter. I'm just saying the why doesn't matter to establish whether it's going on or not.
I mean, partial protection because they're women under a system of patriarchy, and that's what I was saying earlier. Under a system of patriarchy, the woman her role is not equal. Her role is underneath the man, and that's it. And so she's not being protected for, when I say her womanhood, she's classified as a woman because she produces more men. And that's her purpose under a system of
Right,
patriarchy.
but cattle and black women produced what they needed too, but they weren't regarded as women either. So that's why I'm saying if white women were the only women seen as actual human women, which we know there's a history of black women not being regarded like that, and we know for the most part, for a very long time, there were only black and white people in this country before civil rights when they were allowing other racial groups to come in. But anyway, if she's the only person being regarded as a human woman, then her humanity and her womanhood is being protected. It just is what it is. Now we can say she's not protected in that way anymore, but historically, white women's womanhood and humanity was definitely protected, and their image is constantly being protected now.
I think it was a more protected than every other group, and I think that it's hard to accept that they weren't fully protected, because they weren't. Like, the laws on the books had allowed for the RAP, of wives and certain kinds of women. That can't be protection for any group, right? And so, even while we can accept that, I said I wouldn't do specifics, so I apologize for doing this specifically, but I found that one too blatant to not. But it seems as if we are ignoring that historically, while you are correct, Sin, in that white woman was kind of the only woman who exists in the American context, that protection wasn't absolute. It was conditional, and you're right, it is protection still. It's kind of the same thing, but protection from what? They weren't protected from RAP, whatever, right? They weren't protected in the way that they could extend their civil liberties in their ability to engage in political life for voting and blah, 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 blah. So, yes, they are the most protected without being completely protected.
Well, yeah, I would never say they're completely protected. Like it's clear that they're not. Like
Yeah.
even if we can say they're not completely protected, because if we look at the protection piece that says prevention, if somebody is doing something, then you clearly didn't prevent it from happening. Now you can give a consequence after the fact and try to use that as a preventative measure, but if something happened, you didn't protect in that situation. But here's the thing. That's why I went to the definition of protection, so y'all could break down my point, but just by the definition.
Yeah, I mean, I think I in honest earnest, Erica's definition, which is more convoluted, allows for a broader range of conversation. Your definition is very specific and strict, and it doesn't allow for a lot of theorizing, which is a good thing if we're doing language precision. The problem with that is, as soon as we find where civil liberties were removed, then they weren't protected per the definition. But if we do a more theoretical approach to protection and humanness and self-actualization and safety, if we include that in the way that Erica did, from a kind of sociological view, which is annoying to a lot of people, it does allow for more theorizing.
Mhm. But I actually agree. I agree with Erica on that point, because at the end of the day, I think the primary and maybe the only value that white women have to white men is that they do reproduce them. I don't disagree with that, because at the end of the day, I think the reason that they making these artificial wombs is so that they don't need them.
Yeah.
So I think so. Erica's 100% right there. She is, especially if you go historically, and you think about Greece, where they only wanted boys, and then they just wanted to procreate with the women.
Yep.
There's the historical aspect to that. So I wouldn't say she's wrong there. I'm just saying the motivation to protect does not negate that there's protection. It simply doesn't matter. But I have a question for you and Erica.
Wait,
Do
before
y'all
you ask
think?
me a question, I think I
Sure.
disrespected the definition by saying convoluted. I'm using a definition of convoluted in harder, ambiguous, amorphous. That's what I mean by that. Not that it's wrong or dumb or anything like that. So I apologize if convoluted sounded a bit harsh. I saw the comments. Sorry. Go ahead, Sin.
Do y'all think protection should be unconditional?
No.
No.
Yeah, I don't either. That's what I was going to say. I was going to say, ain't no way. Because listen, I would never protect a disloyal person in any
Oh,
way. I'm not
absolutely.
going to protect them verbally, physically, or otherwise. It just ain't going to happen. But so I'm glad y'all are on the same page.
Yeah, no, wait, I actually, because people are being annoying, and I'm going to just do this because why not? Convoluted just mean extremely complex and difficult to follow for some. So that's what, when I say convoluted, I know it's usually done in the pejorative sense. That's absolutely not what I meant. But yes, no sin. No, I don't believe it should be unconditional protection. White men change martial property law to protect their daughters from other dusty white men. White women have been well protected. They're just having to with. No, it's not even just from other men. It's like it's my property and I'm going to sell you to this other person instead, or give you or marry you off to this other person. So I mean, the thing is, I actually Finn just said it, and I've known this like it would be difficult to say that, oh, we disagree and they're protected. Absolutely. So we both know, all three of us actually know that that's not what's being said. There is still a kind of tension about whether or not protection in the way that white women have it should be what Black women aspire for. I mean, you can aspire for it all you want, but unless the man decided to give it to you, you're not going to get it in the way that white women have it. So aspire all you want.
And that's what I'm saying is like that what you have to take the romance out of the word protection, because it just seems like when Black women are talking about how white men treat white women, this idea that they are protected, it doesn't. I just want women to get away from the romance part of it, because within their structure, the women are not protected. They are still being treated the way that they're being treated. You know what I'm saying? So that's the part that I'm trying to convey is remove the romance. These men are not protecting women because they love them. You know what I mean? That's
Mhm.
what I'm saying. I'm
So
saying that don't look at this other group of men like they are doing something for their women that your men aren't doing for you. They're not. It's not that way.
well, it is that way though, because I think when Black women say that, white men protect white women, I think they mean by like publicly defending them, not allowing other men to drag them. Like much like how you see it's open season on Black women. Anybody can come up and say anything about Black women, and you're going to hear either crickets or co-signing from Black men. I think that that's what they're talking about as protection, like being somewhat of a buffer from other people just taking attacks at you. And in that regard, white women are 100% protected. You're not going to come out, even as a white person, and we know because we saw it with what's that dude's name?
Bill Burr, Will Burr, something Burr.
And the dude Andrew Tate.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Andrew Tate. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
like
thought you were
that.
talking about the comedian who came
No,
out
but
and
that's
talked about white women.
okay.
And
Well,
Let's.
even with that, because with Bill Burr, white women threw a complete and total fit, and there were other white men who were getting white women's backs as well. So you just there are forms of protection there, which I understand that what Black women are referencing. I don't think that they think in 100% totality that white women are in a bubble and nobody can look at them and think about them or cause any harm to them. I think in the comparison of Black men, they're saying, look, this is white women, white men have made white women the beauty standard to the degree that even the men in our community see them as the beauty standard. Clearly, whatever white man is doing, it's sending a message that white women's womanhood and femininity is to be upheld because other men uphold it, even the men in our community. So I think those are what they're connecting the protection to. It ain't marketing because what was that dude's name who had Girls Gone Wild? Notice y'all ain't heard nothing about him no more. Notice how Girls Gone Wild just went into the dust? Because they wasn't gonna let you paint women of white women as the skeets that a lot of them are. So they got a lot of methods of protection for white women, and I think that's what Black women are comparing it to.
Yeah, and I wouldn't disagree with you on that. At least comparatively, white women are more protected and even elevated in this system than every other group of women. They don't actually have to be with white men, so they could actually have more power within their family structure when they decide to date out. Because they, like, if you heard some of, well, let me not talk about that in Florida, but the truth, there is a lot of truth in what you're saying. My question, though, is first question, do you think that's ever going to happen for Black women? Sinji or Erica, both at the same time, separately, doesn't matter.
By Black men, no. No. Because and I'm going to tell you why, because they just don't get it. They don't have the they don't have the pride or the self-love necessary. Because there was a white dude who called into my show, not Brian, and I asked a white man, why, as a cultural practice, do they not sit up and demean and disparage their women publicly?
Stop. You don't get to extend. This is my second question.
Okay. Okay, well, how can it then?
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I asked him, why don't they do that? And he, without even a mild pause, he said, because if we did that to them, we will be doing it to ourselves. So I think the difference here is that at the very least, white men see white women as an extension of themselves. They know if white women have a bad image, by default, they have one because everyone knows that they're coming from white women, the wombs of white women. Black men do not make that connection. They don't make it. Even though the world sees it the way it is, Black men seem to think that he can just separate himself from the womb that he comes from. And he's remedial and dumb to think that. But anyway, no, Black women will never get that from Black men. They just won't.
All right. Wait, I have to get into this discussion because that's where I was going next. But yes, it is. I think there is a lack of pride, obviously, but with that lack of pride and insecurity and obvious, like, in my mind, obvious self-hatred. But with that, I also agree that there won't be that kind of protection unless we can fix that. Unlikely to happen. And because of that, I don't think the Black man's image can improve. Like, I don't believe that the Black man image improve without the Black women.
No.
They're
What do you mean?
intrinsically linked.
No. What do you mean?
No.
I feel like
Erica, this is where I was trying to ding you in because I know you don't believe this. So go ahead.
No, because what I'm saying is, are you trying to say that the Black woman needs to help with the social image and the image of the Black man? Okay.
Yeah,
I just want to be clear.
Absolutely not. I'm actually saying that if Black men were smart, they would protect Black women's image because by default they would be protecting their own. That's what I'm saying.
Agreed.
Okay, I agree with that. Yeah, but I don't think that would happen because their desire is to be close to white men.
All right, let's do the tougher question then. Do you think it's possible for Black women to have a different image completely divorced from Black men? And let me disagree with both of you now.
Absolutely, I do.
All
I
right,
do.
I
Erica?
I think they do and are actively doing that. Like,
All right, period. Let's fight. I don't think that's possible.
why?
I
Yeah,
think it,
really.
I think that it is possible to some extent, but if we're talking about the if we're talking about outside of the community looking in, there is some ways in which people are doing that separation, but as a general matter, I do not believe that you can completely separate your image as a Black woman from the Black man.
They can if they push for it politically.
Oh, I
If
mean,
black
yeah,
women if black women do a political push to be seen as separate from black men, they can do it.
yeah. Well, if Black women segregate in that way politically and legally, okay, sure. Yeah, yes. But I do think someone said too biased. No. I promise you, I wish that weren't the case. Look, I wish, because I do think Black women's image is better than Black men, even down to the quote unquote mammy, which is one of the harshest image for Black women. Well, mammy and the sapphire image. It's not deemed as violent in the way that the Black men's stereotypes are. And to the extent you could divorce from that, Black women would still have a good like a good enough image, right? Just basically. But because of how intrinsically linked it is to the Black man's image, unless we did a legal separation that is both legal and political and then social through the media, I don't see the Black woman's image being divorced from the Black man, particularly when Black women don't have. If y'all think Black women are activated enough to separate from Black men, I don't know what to tell y'all. I don't see this happening, so period.
No, I was going to agree. I don't think it could happen because there's too many. I think it comes, I actually think it comes in waves, in awareness for women and how women get to where they are, where so many Black women are today. Um, but I believe that Black men and Black women, you are automatically going to put them together because we are under this system where these are their counterparts, right? That's something that's coded. That is something that's always going to be around. These are their counterparts. So no, you can't completely divorce your image from your quote unquote counterpart. But socially, we could see, like we've gone from welfare queens to the most educated, right? Effectively have changed their social image, Black women in 30 years, right? Black men, not so much. So that's happening. And in spaces like business spaces, the people are investing in Black women, small business owners, single Black mothers who own businesses. They are doing that, right? But of course, there's too many women who are from the way we're socialized from the very beginning. That's something that has to be unlearned, that your identity is separate from them. I don't think women are going to detach their identity, especially Black women giving birth to Black boys. They're not going to separate their identities from Black men until they have experiences and life experiences, and then they get to a point where they're saying, yeah, this is not working, right? That's when we start. But I don't think that can happen. I don't even know how could that happen legally or politically. To Sin's point, how could that happen? How could you separate
Well, if you're
Black men and
making
Black women from each other politically or legally?
I
from this.
think we kind of already are separated politically, though. Don't they look at black women as a separate voting bloc than black men?
I mean, they do, but I was thinking more in terms of policies about distribution of wealth, separating in terms. I think that would require not just black men and black women, but treating black women, not black, just women generally as separate from their male group. And we see that politically they're linked, like Asian men, Asian women. I mean, I know Hispanic is not a race, but to the extent they break it down in white Hispanic and black Hispanic similarly. If there is that divorcing of the two, then possibly, but my stance is that no.
No, I don't
So
think that can happen either, because it's socially, it's not constructed that way. Right. So I don't think, because so much history has gone, that would take hundreds of years to actually separate this idea that the woman and the man are counterparts.
yeah. Hey,
That would
Timothy.
take a long time for people. That's like an individual kind of deprogramming that happens in waves, and waves of consciousness, right? That's not going to ever stop. It's just too much history has gone by with the structure that a man and a woman are counterparts.
Yeah. Hey, Thin, and Erica. Loving this. First time hearing Erica outside of her videos, and I love it. Oh, not me being shady when you were actually doing it. I love you. I apologize. This is a great trio. I still want a Thin podcast or more collaboration of sorts. Not y'all. So everyone come up here and talk to me. People say we should do podcasts. They do it with Annalise, like literally everyone. So I'm starting to think people are just like trolling me at this point. A lot of the people who took the poll lied. LOL. Y'all thought we would notice, but we definitely did. Y'all lied, talking about the separation and now changing y'all's mind. We saw y'all. We saw y'all. A lot of the people. Oh, I just read that. Sorry, Erica, I cut you off, I think.
No, all I was saying is that's going to take a long time for that to happen, to separate the male group from the female group as counterparts. That's just how it's designed.
Well, I mean, the manosphere is trying to drive a wedge, so for the sanity of black women, maybe that will work.
Well, yeah, hopefully the women will listen to what the men are saying and act accordingly, right? And not be looking to these men for all of these things that they think that men should do for them.
I do have the question about when it comes to the protection bit, do y'all think that it would be good for black women to, I know it's not going to happen, but for black women to have the kind of protection that white women have?
Who would provide it?
We're not there yet.
Okay. I need to know who's going to provide it before we could get to the drawing table. Right. I need to know who's providing it.
Erica's asking too many questions.
When you give a certain group of men power, we see what they do with their power when they get it. And a lot of the time it doesn't include women.
Erica is asking too many questions. Then, should black women have the kind of protection that white women have?
I mean, really, Erica said it best. Where is it going to come from?
I don't like it. Both of y'all can leave.
No, because they should. If you're asking, should they? Yes, but well, who's going to give it?
It would be nice.
Wait, so I was setting a trap.
But for some women, it would be nice. Some women want men to protect them. I think that's where women are having this conflict with this expectation that the man's role is to protect them. That's what I was talking about today.
Right, so I'm going to assume I was talking to some men, and y'all said yes.
Oh, I can. You want me to jump to the timeline when I was male identified? Because I can jump there real quick.
Girl, like for real, like because when I was a black male worshiper,
y'all said yes. So
on
I'm
behalf
going
of
to
the men.
ask y'all who this protection should come from, because y'all both said yes, and none of y'all asked me where should this protection come from.
I
So I
mean,
set
it
that up good.
should come from black men. It should come from black men.
But
That's who should be doing it.
but see, this is me. Like, I don't agree with patriarchy, right? So if I would agree that men are supposed to provide protection for women, then I would agree to patriarchy, and I reject it. Right? I don't participate in that. Right? But there are women, a lot of women who will participate in that, and they want that from men. Right? So if I were that type of woman, I would say, yes, I would want that. I would want a man to protect me, but I'm not in that community. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. A lot of the people who took the like poll lied. Y'all thought we wouldn't notice, but we did. Get the thank you, Sin. We definitely noticed because they're out here lying and not liking the
Yeah,
video.
because there's 611 likes and over 1,000. Look, I want to know the 1,050 people. Where y'all at who said y'all liked the video? Because some of y'all lying.
Liars.
Some of y'all are lying. But I think that if men stopped running amok and being violent and preying on women, there would need to be no protection. Women don't need protection from other women. It's a one-off, really. Essentially, men would only be protecting us from themselves. And I think that's the biggest okie doke. Let me run around and be violent and victimize you. And then let me tell you, I'll just protect you from my violence. It's like, just stop birthing them.
So what you all are saying is that Black women are just going to have to hold the L that is Black men. Is that what
If
is that
they
what?
are going to look to them for protection, they are going to come up short.
If
Because
you are going to keep birthing them, despite the nothing that they do but enact violence and degeneracy, then you are going to keep carrying an L.
Look, the L is the L is the L. I'm not sure how to not carry that L, but I do know we're going to collectively carry this L, and that's not great.
Can we talk briefly, maybe just like 5 or 10 minutes, about the fact that when Black women talk about Black men's behavior, they act like someone's imposing Black men on them. It's like, you do know that you're bringing them here. Like, honestly, like, because I think Black women are not making the connection between you birthing them and them being here and them being violent to you.
or we can redefine and reimagine what it means to be a Black boy to man.
What do you mean, Erica? Wait, Black
I would
women are
like to know
highly
too.
demeaned and inhumanized based on being dehumanized. I think I'm not sure if you meant dehumanized, but thank you, Anita. Go ahead. What do you mean, Erica?
So what I mean is, instead of getting rid of them, you raise them differently. That's all.
How do you raise them differently when they get to about 8 or 9? They're not looking for female influence, they're looking for male influence, and they're going to go run right smack into degenerate Black male culture.
Right. So that is the reason why, that when we're saying that we need to separate ourselves from those types of men, that male community that says that Russell Wilson isn't Black enough because he treats his wife well, those
The
men.
prevailing mentality in the community.
Right. That's that's the only thing. I mean, I don't want to get, you can't, if you get rid of kids, we see what happened in China. We can't get rid of kids. We can
But
work to.
do we know why what happened in China happened in China? Do we
Well,
know why?
this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, we don't want to get rid of kids, right? By saying, okay,
Why?
don't birth them. We can
Why?
say, or you can change your culture, or you can change what it means to be a Black boy to man.
How do you do that without the men? How do you do that without the men being on board?
You get in community with men who are advocates for children.
But
and
they
women.
said they're not. They said they're not going to do that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know how, but that is what has to be done, because that is the other way, like your suggestion, that doesn't make sense.
How?
It doesn't
It
make
doesn't
sense
make sense to
because
stop
what you're saying,
birthing males generation after generation after generation who has produced the same product and is only getting worse.
right? Because what you're saying is, I give up.
We should be giving up. That's what I mean. That's exactly what I'm saying. Black women need to do. Give up.
Yeah, we should give up on what exists, not what can come.
So let me ask you something. If a car manufacturing company puts out products and they're defective, how long do you think it's going to be before they discontinue the line
and recreate a new line?
Right. Exactly.
But you don't discontinue you discontinue what was defective and recreate an effective model.
Right, but you have to discontinue, meaning get rid of it first, right?
Right. So that's what exists now.
Right. So but you can't just go around killing Black men. So grown Black men, they're actually doing that to Black women.
They're not making it to 60. So I mean, we see they're dropping off like
right,
flies.
But I know, but they still got different generations of progeny out here who are going to follow in their same footsteps. That's why I'm asking, how many generations do we go through with this? And we put more burden on the women to raise these males that it's clearly being illustrated that they can't. I don't know how many generations we need it to happen before we see that this don't work. It's just not, this is not an issue of raising your sons better, because if you poll Black women, most of them are going to say they raised them the best that they could. Right. And so this isn't an issue of raising.
No, it's an issue with their male community, their male peers.
Right, but this is the same logic as saying that when all of the racist old people die, then racism will go away. Notice how it hasn't gone away yet.
Right, and I think it comes in mindsets. I think it comes in stages of consciousness. I think that as we can see, more women, more Black women are waking up, and hopefully these Black women who are saying, oh, this is my path, and this is the path that I'm going to take, and they decide to procreate with men, that they are effectively raising those children to be a different kind of man. And that's how you change generation.
But where are they at, though?
I'm not. So when you're talking about Black men,
that's not who I'm not.
You cannot be worried about them. That's over with. Like,
no, you have to, if you're going to recreate if you're going to get a new product out there, you have to consider Black men. If you're going to get a new product.
How do you get a new product out there?
You wouldn't, unless you abort and selectively breed. You wouldn't. You can't get a new product out there. You can't.
That's what I'm saying. So you selectively pick the person that you are going to procreate with.
Right, but won't that have the same effect essentially as not birthing?
So you're saying that Black women are going to keep having sex and procreating and marrying, but that's not going to happen if these women, right, and these young girls are being taught this is what needs to happen in order for us to change a generation. This needs to happen. This is how you need to date. This is how you need to select a partner. This is how you need to procreate. This group of men, you don't procreate with them, because here are the stats. They are not doing
one second.
Yeah, that's a good future plan, but what about the right now? Because we need to change the formula right now.
That's not going to happen.
Can we stick a pin in this?
What's not going to happen? Because Black women been getting abortions. So Black women will get abortions. They've been doing it. To say that Black women aren't going to get abortions is to me, it's silly, considering Black women have the highest rate of abortions. So they're clearly going to get abortions.
1 second. I am not engaging in the abort male fetus debate because I've already articulated everything that I need to in the last video. So whatever comes from this comes from it. I am not engaging in it. But I would like this person to come up. Whoever this person, boss, is, I'm going to drop the link for you to come up because I'm curious. I think it's interesting. You have an interesting position, but the entire culture needs an overhaul, not just black men, black women who support it as well. Bad music wouldn't exist without black men and black men. I'm assuming black women who support it. The positivity is shaded by the degeneracy from both. So I don't fully understand your comment. So I'm gonna drop the link, boss. And I'm gonna drop the link just for you to come up and explain that to us, because I think that might be a, a, a good point or bad point, but I don't know. How will the development of the artificial womb change the nature of male-female relation? Well, we gonna see, because I Timothy ain't lying. Erica's saying vet better. There's no way to do that.
And that's not what. Oh, wait.
No.
Okay. So this is what I'm saying. So, are women today going to stop having sex?
Absolutely not. No, they're not. They're not.
Okay. They're not going to have to stop having sex. So, are the existing kids today, these little boys and girls growing up, are we supposed to, the people who are aware and who understand what happens when you date black men, are we sharing this information with little girls? We should be, right?
Yeah, we're not though. And the question is, how are you going to get black mothers to teach black girls that the males that they're giving birth to are problematic? How are you going to do that?
No, it's not just the males, the girls too. You have to, you're not just teaching boys, you're teaching girls too. You're only thinking about one side.
Right. So my
You
question
have to
is,
think about the girl part of it too. What
yeah,
about
I
the
was
girls?
asking about the girl part. I was saying, how realistic is it that you're going to have black mothers who are giving birth to boys teaching their girls to not trust the very boys that they're giving birth to and worshiping?
So that's what you need to, that's what I'm saying.
They're not going to do that.
Why aren't they? Why don't you think that black women are going to, if you can look, how many people are in the chat?
Not until you change their mentality. You're not going to get them until you change their mentality.
So are we saying that we can't change a mentality?
So what are we doing to me? And so in the meantime,
many women who are changing their mentality. And if those women have children, hopefully those women are men are teaching their children, this is this and this is that. Your little girls that are going to be in junior high school and high school, if you have girls around you now, you should be telling them, do not partner with this group of boys, because this is what happens. We should be telling teenage girls now, before they start having sex, we should be telling them now, this is not the group of boys that you want to procreate with. This is not who you go to.
But the reality is the issue is larger than procreation, though.
Not aware. We're not talking about the women who are not aware. We're talking about the women who are aware now and who have children around them, right?
And so in the meantime, do you just tell the all of the kids, never mind these black boys over here who are being led by black male culture, who are toe tagging you and demeaning your blackness and bullying you and abusing you, never mind them. Just in the future, pick a different group, and we think that hasn't been done.
If you have little girls around you, you should be teaching them what you know now. What you
One
know
second.
And
now
I'm
is this
telling
Wait,
you,
wait,
they
wait, wait,
do.
wait, 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 wait.
They
One
say don't
second.
go with
Wait,
Pookie
no.
and Ray Ray, and they do.
Right,
They call Pookie
right.
and Ray Rays. They do.
One
They call
second.
Pookie and Ray Rays, and
More,
we've been told to avoid Pookie and Ray Ray.
but it
more.
doesn't
Wait,
happen.
wait, wait. 1 second. Sorry, I just muted everyone. I apologize. I'm so sorry. I don't like doing that. Um, more black women are. More black women are less male centered. You can change a culture just like Erica stated. Black women going from wealthier to most educated in the US. Um, yeah, the thing is, I'm not going to
That's a
engage
false
in this
equivalency, but
conversation.
okay.
I'm
Well,
not
yeah,
engaging
that
in
was
this.
a complete false equivalency, but fine.
Can I just say
Um,
this? Let me just say this real quick.
go ahead.
It seems like you there's no hope in black women. There's no hope in black women. That's what it sounds like to me.
No, it sounds like there's very little hope in black men. That's what I'm saying.
But you're saying
There's
that the
just
women are not choosing. They're going to keep choosing
no,
these
I'm
men.
saying what you're suggesting has been suggested to black women and they have not done it.
Okay, so
That's
then
what I'm telling you.
so
The
the
choose better, keep your legs closed, don't have sex until marriage. That's been said. It's been said for at least the past 60 years. Like, and if black women ain't done it yet, why do we keep going to methods that have already been tried and failed? Why?
I mean, to be fair though, to say close your legs hasn't been. I said I wouldn't do this. It hasn't been said to black women, close your legs to black men.
yeah, that hasn't
I'll
been
go
said. I've
other
never.
place.
When black women have
Yeah,
always
because
been
it doesn't need
encouraged.
to. It doesn't need to when you're pumping race loyalty in them.
Yeah,
Because
and
the
that's
whole
what
notion
black.
is, but the whole notion, Erica, is that black women don't have options outside of black men.
And
So
that's what you need
nobody
to be
needs to
teaching
state
these
that.
young girls. That's what these young girls need to we need to teach the girls that are next that the boys that these black boys, you can't choose them because this is what's going to happen if you do.
All
So
right, wait,
you
wait,
should
one
be
second.
encouraging them to date out. You should be encouraging them. That's the only way that things are going to change is when it
So
changes.
let me ask you a
Wait, no,
question,
no, no,
Erica.
wait.
Why
Oh
do
my
you
God, wait, wait, wait.
what do
One
black men
second.
need to be here
What?
for? Why are we saving them? Why are we
Wait,
saving them?
wait, one
I'm not
second.
saying save anybody. What I'm saying is
Well,
you
you
can.
did. You said it earlier
All right,
on. We
no,
have
no,
to
no, no.
save
All right,
these
wait.
children. But
Sorry, I am no, 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 no. As
They going
someone
in,
who
man.
has raised that way, Erica putting the burden on women changes nothing in a patriarchy. Unrealistic ask to ignore 50% of the popular behavior.
right, because we were just talking about humanization and body autonomy, and now we saying that women shouldn't have body autonomy to abort a black male if they want to.
I'm not telling. No. Okay, I'm not saying that. And you, honey, scrape your entire uterus out if you want to. What I'm saying is, if that you cannot tell people not to birth children. You can't tell them to not birth. You can't tell them that. It doesn't even make sense to tell them that.
Why
It's
can't
great.
you?
It
Why
sounds
can't
good.
you?
It
Why
sounds
can't you?
good, and it
But why?
keeps
I know,
it
but
keeps
why
the
can't
people
you?
going. It keeps the people going.
All right.
But
Why can't you? I know, but why can't you tell women to not birth? Why? Are
you
they
All right.
obligated to?
you
Are they
can tell
obligated
they
to?
can do whatever they want to.
All right.
I
Thing
think
is,
if
I've
women were
seen.
being taught, I think if girls were being taught that while they can produce, they are not obligated to produce.
Oh
You
yeah,
don't
I'm
have
not
to.
saying that.
And I think
I
this
use.
shunning of girls and saying, oh no, don't get an abortion, you gotta have birth, you gotta save these. No.
I
That's
use.
no different than the law that just got put in place to stop women from having abortions.
I've
All
It's
I'm
no
used the
different.
mute. All right,
all
wait.
I'm
So I'm sorry. I've used the mute button 3 times, and it's hard to do because I have so much respect for you both. So, like, you both are able to just keep going at any point, and it's very difficult. But I'm going to say 1 second. Please give me a second, and then we can get back to it because I'm out of the conversation y'all are having. I want no parts of it. Um, so let's move a little bit to Carl. What were you saying, Carl?
Well, first and foremost, I want to say good evening to everyone that's on the panel. I want to say I got a lot of respect for everyone that's here. Like I'm not, I'm a little bit new to watching you guys and coming across what you do here. Where I'm from, I'm not used to how y'all talk because, like as you can see, I'm biracial, and I listen to Sin, and I hear how she speaks about biracial individuals, and I come from a little bit of a different type of background. So, I enjoy the dialect that you have, but I have a slightly different perspective on it. So in regards to the comment that I left, it's just like, I grew up like this. I grew up not being accepted. I grew up having to fight to be black. I didn't ask for it. I didn't want it, but it's what happened, right? So once I got it and I started to pay attention to what Pookie and Ray Ray culture was around me, I began to see that this isn't what I wanted. And I had to balance being, okay, I'm not black enough. Then, okay, well, I'm definitely not white. So, but I'm right there. But I had to learn to balance it. So whatever. I went to the military. I made my way. I found my own balance. The things that I've been able to understand lately is that it seems like, like, damn, like, okay, we see that these black men are making these kind of videos. Why do people still support it? And I granted, this is all we got. It seems like, as Sin says a lot of times, that, it's a low standard for black men, in which I respect it because I can see it, right? Because of my accomplishments and what I've done, I can respect what she says. But then at the same time, it's just like, still, like, damn, like, okay, why do people still like, what? Okay, the black man makes this type of video. Why does the black woman want to be in it? But then if the black woman doesn't be in this type of video, then it's, well, damn, he ain't got no black women in the video to still support this kind of message that's being put out, right? So it's like we're in such an issue that it's like, it's hard. But that's what I mean when I say like an overhaul of everything. Like it's not gonna be just, oh, okay, you don't have black babies no more. Because then, like, I look at Themis, like maybe Themis isn't the way that I would want to be or how I grew up in my environment, but Themis seems like a cool ass dude, and to be like, damn, like I would want people like Themis here, or people who have thoughts like Petty, right? Like I would want people like them here because I can exist around these kind of people. They don't bother me. They seem like cool ass people, right? So it's like it's kind of it's just like, damn, it's like the whole thing. It's like we need to learn how to separate. We need to learn how to separate from, okay, freaking, okay, like we got to be around all black people. Like no, like we need our own way of moving for the people who have moved forward in life. And granted, it'll come from, oh, okay, well, I'm biracial. And according to Sin, as a biracial, I'm not black. I respect you for it. But because of that, I have my own perspective on life that I've been able to accomplish way more than my black melanated people have that I
Carl,
came up
David,
with.
do you want to have a little discussion really quickly?
No, 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 no. I don't want you to go in on me because I respect you and I like you, and
No,
I
I
don't want no
wouldn't. I
smoke with
wouldn't
you.
go in. I wouldn't go in on you. Me and Erica were throwing friendly fire. I like it, but
No, I would, because I don't argue with women. Like I don't have those issues to have to argue with women. So it's like I would love to be able to just give you a different perspective from a biracial individual that's proceeded forward in life from coming from a Pookie and Ray Ray quote unquote environment. You understand? So it's like, so I would, yeah, we can for sure talk that, we can talk that, we can talk it.
yeah, because I have a bunch of biracial family. I say that in my content all the time. I have biracial family, so I would never. I actually don't have a problem with biracial, except that they want to force their way into blackness, and it's usually
Who,
biracial
who,
women, not biracial men.
Are
exactly.
they
Right.
accepted by white people?
Right. But see the thing of,
Accepted how?
oh, my bad. Who got
I'm
it?
asking him, like, how was
But you, but
your
you,
experience with them?
but you see, now here's the thing, right? So I grew up in a town, a
Wait
very
one
small town.
second.
Oh,
I'm gonna
okay.
attempt to control the chat. I'm sorry, I've
They're going
been like
wild,
off
right?
camera because like I can't. Sorry. Sorry. Carl and Sin, you guys had a conversation that I'm actually kind of curious about. I heard that. But you said you don't argue with women. I
Yeah,
hope
yeah,
this is
yeah. I
not
don't do
an
that.
argument. Sin, do you have a question for Carl?
Um, I just wanted to know what he takes confession with, I guess. Did I say?
No, well, see, I actually want to address the guy that asked if white people accepted me or whatever as a biracial, and I'll just say that I never asked for them to. I come from the cloth of building my own and put like right now I'm a retired veteran. So when it comes to resources, I got that. And it's like I put together 3 businesses, and that's a process on its own of putting it more together. Traveled, whatever, shit don't matter. But
So they
when
did
it,
not accept you, is what you're
but I
saying.
never asked them to. I don't know
I
because
I,
okay,
I know.
this
I'm just asking if like
yeah,
because
I don't even know what that
what
means.
side did you go to? I'm trying to understand.
I don't go to no side.
Okay.
I embrace diversity. I embrace the fact that the black people that I grew up around never accepted me. I had to learn to fight, slap box, whatever, to be accepted. Talk about your mama. I had to learn all of that culture to survive in my environment. But at the same time, there's another part of me that, like, damn, like, okay, I can go into this, but I don't know how to go fully
So they
into
accepted
it.
you in, but they ridiculed your background.
For sure. Like
Okay.
there was never me not being able to be how I am or look how I look. And my nickname was white boy growing up. I was white boy. That was my nickname. I didn't ask for it. I didn't want it. I didn't say, hey, make me this. But this is the environment that I came up in. You understand? So it's like, it's it's just a different.
It's complicated. I know.
All
That's
right,
why
wait,
I'm
wait,
I'm
wait,
trying
wait,
to.
wait.
Yeah.
All right, it's
But the
okay
thing
to
of
not be black and be biracial. Where does the notion of having to choose come from? Right. All right. So thank you, by the way. All right. So we're gonna refocus. I am not sure, Carl. You said you had a different perspective to give to us. Is this a different perspective in relation to what conversation?
It was just in regards to when I gave the comment about the overhaul and the things of that nature. I mean, I need some pushback on me so I can go deeper
All
because
right.
it's kind of like
So
there's so many
you think
conversations.
black women are a part of the issue?
I absolutely don't. I come from a family of black women. So my mom is biracial. I grew up black, but my mom's biracial. She's black and white. It passed down to me. What is this, like 3rd generation? So I'm like a 3rd generation biracial, if that makes sense.
Wait. Your mom is biracial. What is your
Yeah.
dad?
Dad's black, but his mom was Indian. Well, black and Indian looking or whatever.
Oh
so
yeah,
you
so you're a truly mixed person with 2 mixed parents.
Right. So,
Wow. Okay.
but now let me give you this sense. So growing up where I'm from, that was never explained because the intelligence where I'm from is not high. Right. So like where I'm from, we all know each other. We're family, we're related. There's no big cities around. There's none of that. Not to go too deep into it, but that's where I'm from. So I came from an environment that I didn't understand the way that I was because my mom didn't understand. She came from picking cotton.
So
So
you
she
didn't
didn't
grow up
understand.
with
no,
white
Mogo,
people.
no, do not do that. Do not
Oh,
interrupt
he could have.
him.
Oh, damn! I was trying to catch him, but so my mom grew up. She picked cotton, So I grew up a small town in Mississippi, right? This is where I come from. I live in San Antonio, lived in Miami, whatever, right? But it's like I just don't look at it that way because it's like I don't look at black women no kind of way. To go back to your point, things where I come from, we know how black women are. There will never be a manosphere of where I come from of talking about how black women are because we just know. It's like, okay, damn, like, okay, this how she is, we go move like that too. But when you get to these people that it seems like they ain't never been around black women like that, or even black dudes like that, it's kind of like, well, like it's like you're talking about a new experience or you're having a culture shock that maybe you never experienced. But where I come from, this is normal. The way black women act is normal, and either you got it like that to hold her down or you don't. Either you're a black. Oh, okay.
Someone said you thought you. It sounds like you think you're better than black people.
Oh, see, there you go. You see how
See,
that happens?
wait.
You
See,
see how
I
that
didn't want that to
happens?
happen. That's why I was
You
asking
see?
him those questions because you see, either
You
side he
see?
went to, he still faced. Now, his family's black, but when he
Yeah.
went to black people out in the open, they didn't accept him the way his family did. Which,
All right, wait. I'm going to end this conversation here because we're not talking. We probably should start a stream talking about biracial identity.
Yeah.
but that's not this stream.
Yeah,
What's
we don't
what's
want to
what's
go
the
there. Yeah.
topic?
But
Yeah, but I did want you and Finn to have the conversation. It's not going to happen today. We're going to just move on to.
Hi, hello, Tim. Sorry.
Yeah, wait. We're just going to move back to the conversation of protection generally. So, Stan, what were you saying about protection?
Yeah, I have a question. First of all, great show like usual and everything. It's good to see everybody in the show. The thing is, with the manosphere and everything, I think for a lot of people, for a lot of men, it was a good thing because a lot of men wanted to say a lot of things to black women or black men to women that they couldn't say before and everything. And I think the manosphere was good for a lot of men to express themselves. So I want to go to the person who just talked to the what's his name, the person who just talked who's biracial. Sorry.
Carl, me.
Carl, sorry, Carl. I want to ask you a question. You said, and I quote, you said, we knew that black women was that way, and and it's either you would take it and you just have to take it. But the problem I have with this attitude is, if a black woman like I said, I believe in personal responsibility. So if a black man is doing wrong, I don't think any black man should basically go to that black man if he has an attitude, if he's violent, if he's all those things that is bad. A black man should tell that black man, you're doing wrong. I think it's the same thing for black women. You should not accept if a black woman has an attitude. You should not accept if a black woman is not feminine. You should not accept all this because he said, I'm going to what he said, Timus. I'm going to what he said, Timus.
No slander for black women on here.
Don't do that. See, I would never do that.
I'm literally going
I would never do that.
2 seconds, Timus. I'm going to what he said. He said,
no.
He said that we should just take it.
I never said that.
I can't even control any of this.
This is great. This is great.
I'm gonna put you back up, but like, please,
calm down.
Like, I apologize because I'm tired already. The screeching has begun. You think you're better than us? In my black. Wait, no. Wait. All right.
But
so,
well, can I state my position?
Before you do,
okay.
I'm at Stan where he says black men wanted to tell black women things that they couldn't say, they didn't say in person. I don't understand that.
Okay, I'm going to what he said. Carl, when he said that basically black women were having attitude or whatever they had, we knew they were like this, and we just had to take it. I'm going to what he said, Timus. I'm not going to what I believe.
Can I interrupt you? Can I interrupt? Because I understand where you're coming from right there. So yet again, the way what the energy that my environment gave me growing up is, I never knew that people were hostile like this. I never knew that people talked to each other like this. So I grew up in the country. When I say country, I mean dirt roads. I mean, we had our own land. I mean, I grew up around my cousins, my uncles, my aunties, my grandma. This is how I grew up.
Said you grew
Would you perhaps be like from the South?
When he said you grew up around your cousin, I thought you were going to say your cousin doing, I thought you were going to do an Alabama thing, but sorry.
So I ain't going to go too hard in. So this is how I grew up. Somebody put in the chat online. I ain't got to lie. I won't lie to you. So I grew up like this, but when I moved to what we call our city, then it was like, wow, we had a railroad track that divided where I come from. There's a black people side, there's a white people side. My mom worked 3 jobs to live on the white people side. Not the best house, but she made it work. So it was going to school around these individuals, middle school, high school, to learn like wow, like it was almost like I lived in a different life than what I went and moved to when my mom and dad split. They were married 24 years.
I can tell you why that is if you allow me to.
Do you think, big dog?
Wait. How are we just interrupting people? All right, let's go.
Well, he just keeps saying the same point, and because you grew up around your family, you grew up.
Wait, Mogo. So you can go, but don't address Carl. Just give your point, so we can go back and forth on whatever.
Okay,
Carl.
So
1 million. Period.
Okay, no, sorry about that. Yeah, but well, my whole point is that there's clearly a disconnection here because from what we hear, what black women go through, and what we hear that black men go through, there's a disconnection in the causes of why we go through certain things. Like why are these kids in the inner city so fucking bad? Like why are these men growing up thinking that destroying your own kind is a solution? But
Why do you think that is?
I think there's outside forces that are occupying that as far as indoctrination of that whole circumstance. So I mean, even y'all was on the number earlier about the music industry and all of that, but who owns it? Who pushes out that music? Because
So
there's
wait.
there's
So it sounds like you're saying, and I don't disagree with you, that um the people in charge, let's call it white supremacy for that, for now, are intentionally creating the dysfunction in the black community.
yes,
All right.
that sounds very on point. But it's not like it doesn't have to be blatant. It doesn't even have to be intentional anymore because now it's a self-sustaining machine. You
Period.
know.
I agree with you.
Okay.
But what role do we play in that?
The only role we play in that uh is not controlling our generational wealth. So you see how I don't want to. I know you said not to address him, but he's a great example because he's kind of like me. I grew up around my family, had great family values. I wouldn't say I'm biracial. I'm black, but definitely have mixed people in my family. So you probably could go to biracial, right? However you want to identify yourself. But I grew up black, and I identify with black people and my people. So and then it's like it's just he had a good example to my position on that because I don't think we should be aborting black men because that would essentially erase the whole culture and erase the whole race. So that's not going to do any justice. What we should be doing is building this generational wealth together and make this money, get this bag.
Wait. You said a whole lot of things. First, we won't be able to get the bag because there's a problem in our culture. Would you agree there's a problem in our culture?
Oh yeah, of course, as in everyone.
But you're blaming the system, and I agree that it's partly to be blamed, but it felt like there was no personal accountability. Thank you, by the way. I just muted Carl's
Well,
mic.
I don't want to put blame upon because the system is not just an entity, it's like a entire conglomerate group. Like it's
But
bigger than just one person or one.
when there are men who just up and leave their family, how
Though
is that?
yeah. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
How is that a problem that is? I mean, obviously, too much of it becomes a systemic problem. But how did the system, in your mind, cause that man to leave his family?
Well, the first of all, the entertainment that we watch uh always highlights a black man on his own or a black woman on their own, or they have problems in the home or something. Like there's always a exploitation on our culture and our group because we deal with each other different. And the way, I mean, that even though there are a group of black men that leave the home, there are a group of black men that do stay. And yeah, there's problems there, and they exploit those problems so that there's already an
But
agenda to.
all right, so I'm not going to push back harshly because I
Yeah.
want. I do you recognize there's no accountability in the way that you just articulated?
Well,
Fathers
yeah, but
leaving.
see that's why I'm using that's why I was asking Carl those questions because you see his family
But
was
no. But
really
now I'm no. Now I'm asking you, right?
uh
What is the accountability bit for men who decide to leave? Because you can't just say, "Oh, they saw it on TV, so they did it." How do you explain Ti and his son? No outside forces there. So when we're talking about Ti, a multimillionaire son who is getting running through and through the criminal justice system, with the father in the home, it seems like it's very difficult for me to just blame the system in that
well
scenario.
that's one
Thank you.
circumstance and one situation. We definitely know Ti's
No.
criminal
It's not
record.
one. It's emblematic of a lot of what happens. But
Well, not a
are you
lot
saying no?
of people that have that type of money to even. Ti was lucky that he was able to make millions of dollars so he could stay with the family. If Ti was broke and dusty, then he probably would have left, or they probably would be knocking up some more, more women. So that he's a special case.
So
So
you're
yeah,
saying
it'd be
because of
more.
poverty. So poverty is the reason men are sleeping with women and leaving their children?
It could be part of it. A lot of men, as we see, are getting exonerated for after being 30
Timus,
years locked up in prison.
can I make a point?
A lot
Yeah,
of
no,
a
no, no.
lot
I
of
want to
men
hear
go through
first.
different traumatic experiences that may keep them in those traumatic times. I mean, there's situations that you would say, oh wow, I could think of that differently, that I could approach that differently, and not everybody
Wait,
makes the right
so
decision.
it feels like you are stepping away. Carl, you can go next. But I hope Petty's on his whiteboard. But it feels like you have not at any point blamed the man for leaving at all. Like
No, I said that there are a group of men that leave the women, but that in itself is shifty because you got to understand different reasons and what the woman was going through. The woman had an issue with some women have an issue with raising children too. They don't have money. It's situations happen. Some families are dysfunctional, so it's not even the woman or not even the man. It's the family around them that doesn't support them. So there's nuanced cases to everyone's situation. Everyone's situation is different. So I'm not here to take the accountability off of men, and I'm not here to put it on
you still
anybody.
haven't given men any accountability. You've done everything in terms of granting excuses as to why a man is not going to be
I
there to
didn't
take
grant
care of
those aren't
children.
excuses. These are legitimate reasons. If you get locked
How
up
are you
for a crime
defining?
you didn't
How are you?
commit and now you can't be around your family, you're not a deadbeat dad. You got in a fucked up situation. If you got sick or on disability or if you got some other issues going on, like that's not an excuse. Some things aren't just an excuse.
Wait,
But there
how do
are
you, no,
there
no, no,
are
no.
those
Wait,
that don't have that
how do you
excuse.
define excuse?
A not legitimate reason of completing your whatever your duty is or whatever you had to
Wait,
do.
why do you put not legitimate there?
Because, for instance, if I go to a doctor's office, that's a legitimate excuse for coming in late to work, right?
But it's an excuse. So in the definition of excuse, it doesn't have the word legitimate.
But that
Can I?
still would be something that you could show and say, hey, I was here and I had to be here, or I had to go to court and I had to
Yeah,
be here.
but that's an excuse still.
Could I interrupt to ask a petty antagonistic question?
Mhm.
To the guy who got the G in his name, were you once a black male child?
What are you talking about?
Were you once a black male child?
Was I once a black man? I mean, I'm still a black man or child. My dad's still alive and my mom's still alive. So what are you talking about?
I know, but were you a child at some point?
Everyone was a child at some point. Is this are
Right,
you
and then
dumb?
you grew up to be a black man with this mentality, right?
I'm probably older than you. What's up?
Right. I rest my case.
But 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 Timus, I'm listening to what you're saying. Can I ask you a question, Timus?
Wait.
Go
I
ahead.
wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. I'm sorry.
I mean,
Wait, no. We're gonna give Stan the floor. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry, Stan. I just was not ready. My brain wasn't prepared. Go ahead, Stan. Ask me a
Okay,
question.
we can talk about that. We can
okay,
definitely talk about that. Some things you've said.
okay. Sorry, G. Timus and everything. I'm listening to what you're saying. You say that we black men we should take personal responsibility and everything, and we shouldn't have no excuse, especially if you're
I
basically
never said it. There are legitimate excuses.
Then why didn't you
okay.
just grill me on that? Like what could that
You
mean make
said
sense
it's
for?
not an excuse.
So what?
You said it's not an excuse. I said it is an excuse. And you said, no, it's a legitimate reason. I'm like, okay, but it's still an excuse.
Okay.
Shaking my head, man. Shaking my head.
Okay,
I
but
mean, Google.
You're
Excuse me.
playing
Wait. No,
semantics.
no,
You're
no,
playing
no,
semantics, and it doesn't even
no.
like
Because that
why
was
would
my
if you knew what I
question.
meant, why would you even do all of that? Because I'm
No,
trying to
pause.
state a position here.
Yeah, no, because I wanted to ask you if the excuse were legitimate, and I literally just got
And I
confused.
said that. I said there are groups of those that don't have a legitimate excuse, and there are a group that does. It's a nuanced situation.
All right, let me take the L here and say that I might have misunderstood in an attempt to be accurate in terms of
I
definition.
mean, it's
So
not
I
your fault. You got
apologize.
Miss Petty over here, so I understand. You might
No,
have
no, no,
got
no, 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 no.
yeah.
See, don't do that. Don't do that. If
No,
you, no,
I'm
no,
just saying,
wait.
he
No,
was
yeah,
last generation's
you say
black
a
male
lot.
child. No, I'm just
You said a
saying
lot.
he was a black male child from the last generation, and look at that mentality.
Well, the
Yeah,
important thing is
having a
that
dog.
you don't have a
The
child.
same mentality that says
wait,
black,
wait,
abort black
stop.
male
Oh my
fetuses.
God. All right,
You're
That
go
same
ahead.
making
mentality.
her
Go ahead,
point.
Petty.
No,
Be
that would be
quiet. You're
called a
making her
solution-driven
point.
mentality.
You're making her point. So you
Yeah.
have to hush because
but
you're
but
making her point.
okay.
Okay, everyone stop. Thank you, Erica. I can't be like the whole point is to not make Sinji's point. Let's say that the point is to not make Sinji's point tonight. Go ahead, Prince Petty.
I didn't finish, but it's okay.
Yeah, I'll let Stan go. I think
Okay,
All right, Stan, you were asking me a
because
question.
so some black men have legitimate reason to leave their kid, but you think you're personal responsibility and everything. You have a high, tall. You should think that black men should not come with stupid excuses to leave their kid with a woman who's pregnant, basically to leave his family. If I'm
Yeah.
okay. By the same token, I heard Cynthia say all night long that basically when men comes with advice to women, and she kept on saying that we tell those same women do not sleep with Ray Ray and Pookie, who's not going to be there as a father. And Cynthia, I appreciate you were honest. Those women don't listen, and those women never understand.
Wait, I don't know what you're talking
Okay,
about.
Cynthia, there was a conversation that Cynthia had and everything that basically they were saying that yes, black women do know the thing they're supposed to do. They're not supposed to sleep with Puka and Ray. They're not supposed to procreate with a guy who's not good and everything, but they still do it. Cynthia has said it, and there's no point of repeating those women to do those things because if we keep on repeating those things, they're still going to do it. Where's the personal responsibility where that happened, Timus?
Thank you.
Because if
All right.
we're taking the same
Because
philosophy,
they don't want it. They want to put it all on the man. You're right.
Can I
And
say something?
abortion is taking personal responsibility.
wait.
I don't know why you think terminating a pregnancy is not personal
Cynthia,
responsibility,
can
but
I
it
make my
is.
point? I want to make sure because I respect Timus and
Don't cut them off.
he believe in personal responsibility and everything. I'm taking the example that you said, Cynthia, and I respect that you were honest about it.
Wait. No. Stop. I'm
Personal responsibility
asking.
would be to not
All
have
right,
sex if you don't want to have a baby.
Mogo, if you interrupt one more time, you will be removed. That's it. Stan, are you asking me a question or
Yes, I'm asking you. I'm going to what you're saying. You're saying that men, we should take personal responsibility if we're leaving a kid, and
Yeah.
we're basically doing it, leaving a family. I'm
All
asking you to have the same
Yes, and I
thing.
will.
I'm
And I
asking.
will. What is your question?
My question is, how come you don't have the same standard when Cynthia is telling you that women basically are sleeping
Pause.
with Pookie and Ray
Pause.
Ray and making
Pause.
kids out of wedlock, and they're still doing it?
Stan,
Go ahead.
pause. Cynthia and I had an entire debate where we disagreed. I am confused as to why you're accusing me of Cynthia's position.
No,
We
no,
had a debate on here. Well, it wasn't a debate. Cynthia and I had a discussion where I very overtly disagreed with her.
No, I'm talking about personal responsibility that you basically when Cynthia was saying that women are doing what they're not supposed to.
I said they shouldn't do that. Did you
Okay,
not
so they
hear
have
me?
personal responsibility also.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's
Cynthia and I talked about this. What do you
okay.
mean?
Okay, just wanted to make sure and everything, because when Cynthia came out like this, I was surprised that you didn't say, "Wait a minute, those women have personal responsibility." Because the way Cynthia sounds is like, "Oh, they can never change. They can
You
change."
have a problem, Stan. You have a problem with G. That's fine. Let me mute
No,
you.
no, I don't have a problem with Cindy. Cindy was honest enough. I have a problem when she said that those women will never change, even though we tell them that they should not sleep with guys who are not worth it, or guys who will never be good fathers. And she said, "There's nothing
I
you
mean,
can do."
wait. So that's a different question. I wouldn't put the onus on women to know if a guy is going to be a good father. I would never do that, because you don't know until that person has the child. Now, if you're sleeping with Future, as I said, then you should know. But I like knowing that if a guy's going to be a good father is too high a standard for anyone.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You said you don't. You said there's no way of knowing if someone's a good father or not.
Before seeing them as a father, yes.
Are you serious?
Oh, you know how to
There aren't
judge.
certain
Serious.
qualities you can see in someone to know if they're a good parent or not.
Do people change? Yes or no? Just yes or no.
Usually an instinctive quality
No.
like
Do people
parenthood.
change?
No.
Do you think people are just sleeping with people who are going to come up and off them?
Can we?
As G said, toe
Can I
tag
say
them.
something?
I don't
Can
think
I
some
say
people
something?
think that far, but
Yeah,
somebody had
go
a
ahead,
question.
Erica. That doesn't make sense. Go ahead,
Can we
Erica.
bring up the mortality rates of pregnant Black women who have been killed by their child's father?
Which is more? Is that more that's been died during giving birth?
No, that they kill the pregnant woman.
Because
Right.
she
Where
won't get an
where is
abortion.
that?
And listen, I want to say something. Please don't interrupt me, G.
Welcome, Emers.
If you are going to hold the women accountable for their choice, who is holding the men accountable for their current position?
Well, the men.
Who is responsible for the reason why the men are the way that they are?
You asked two different questions.
Answer both.
Okay, so as far as the position, I mean, the only person responsible would be the person in that position. And as far as who's responsible the way Black men are, I mean, a lot of Black men were raised by single Black mothers, right?
And when they leave their home at 18, where do they go?
Do they all make it to 18?
Where do they go when they make it past 18 and 25?
I mean, a lot of them go different places. I don't know.
Where do they go? Do they go to college? Are there mothers in college with them?
Some of them do
when
go
they
to college.
go to the workforce,
Some
are there
of them
mothers there with them?
Some
When they join a
some of them go to the
fraternity,
work.
are
Yeah.
there mothers there with them?
Some of them come visit them in school. Yeah, they're there.
Wait,
So you're saying that the mother's influence is in the boy's life until when?
Until
When
he
does the
dies.
mother? Okay, and
Until he's gone.
what about his community?
What man on
of
here doesn't have
men?
influence by their mother?
What about
what male on here doesn't love their mother?
Wait, Mogo,
what about the community of men that they go into?
I mean, what do you mean the community of men? Not every man goes into a community of men.
Yeah, are you talking about our friends of Black men?
Your friends,
Yeah,
your frat brothers,
okay,
right? Your co-workers, your colleagues. What happens? Are you influenced by those men at all?
Well, are they the ones that we're talking about? They're the ones doing the crime. If they're co-workers and frat brothers, they're probably a little bit more sophisticated, right?
No, they're still killing the women. They're still treating women poorly. Where are these men learning how to treat women?
Can I interrupt that?
Wait, no.
Well, that would go back to the entertainment.
Stop. We are not talking unless you get called on. So, Mogo, the question was directed to you. You can answer.
Well, I was saying that will go back to the entertainment and music industries and things that's in teaching us outside of the home, I guess.
So not mommy, right?
I mean, if mommy instilled the right set of standards and morals in their children, then she could have a huge effect and play on that.
So
All right,
where
so wait, Sinji, we probably should enter the chat now and say what she says, but I'm gonna say no, and then I'm gonna continue here and say, are you blaming the single mother for not being able to raise a child properly?
How am I blaming the single mother?
You
All I
said
said
she should have,
was,
wait. She should have instilled the right set of values in him. What does that
yeah, my
mean?
mother instilled the right set of
No,
values
no,
in
no, no,
me.
no, 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 no. So
So why would
are you blaming the mother?
I mean, it's both parents. If the mother's there, then she's the one that's in control, right?
Can I ask a question to this dude? So, what happens if the boy turns into a man and decides that he doesn't value what his mother values? Then what?
That's highly unlikely. I've never
No,
heard
it's
of a
not.
situation like
Actually,
that.
it's highly common. Actually, it's highly common.
No,
It's not
that's not
highly.
common.
No, it's highly
Cynthia.
common.
We
It's
learn from our
common.
mothers.
Wait, Sinji, stop. Mogo, I don't think you probably have the range for this conversation. If you're saying it's not highly likely, something that is a fact, a reality regarding single mothers and their relation to their sons, I am kind of confused as to like how we can go forward if you are dismissing reality. Like that part, I'm not about to abide. So
Can I respond?
yeah, you can.
Okay. So I'm not going to say I didn't say it was unlikely, or I didn't say it was not possible. All I was saying was usually the core values that are instilled in you, even if you do something wrong, you may make a mistake. That doesn't mean you're perfect. That doesn't mean you go throughout life making the best decisions that your mom always told you to make. No, I'm just saying, as far as what's right from wrong, you have personal responsibility, and your mother should have instilled that in you. And if you
what
make a
about your dad?
Yeah.
well, the question was who was raising these
All
men
right.
or these boys,
Pause.
and I said they're mostly was
Pause.
raised by single black mothers, because you said the man left, right? So
Yeah. All right.
that's the only answer.
But
All right.
the problem with your logic is that the issues in the males are not coming from who raised them. It's coming from who did not raise them.
But if they're not in
That's
the
the issue.
home, how can they influence them if they're not in the home?
All right.
Really?
Pause. Wait. Let's be.
What do you mean, really?
No. Let's
That's
actually
the
be.
problem,
How
genius,
if
that
they're
there's
not
no
there? How can they
influence.
influence them? How can they teach anything if they're not
Let's
there?
dig into that. Let's dig into
So
that.
you have a deficiency, right? So how you
You
relate
have a
to
missing piece, yes.
right. So when you go out into the world and you start to try to relate to women and other men, there's a deficiency there. And then you go to try to find community with other men, right? Don't most boys going into manhood try to find communities of other men because they were father deficient? And what are those men teaching them?
Are you done? Can I respond, or does somebody else want to go?
No, respond.
So yeah, if there's a deficient or there's a missing piece to manhood from your father, you're going to seek, or at least someone's going to seek for you, that level of fatherhood or mentorship. So yes, now why would you allow a kid to go seek that yourself if you're the mother and you can put good examples of men in that kid's life? That
Can
shouldn't
you
just be up for the
wait?
child.
Can you
No, don't
let's
stop me.
wait.
Yeah, you
No,
don't
we
stop
have to
me.
break down what you're saying.
I already
Can you put good men in a child's life? How do you do that as a woman? How do you
you have to know the
make
qualities of those good men. You
wait,
have to see it.
how do you make a man put a man in a child's life? Please explain that to me.
No, as far as the woman who had a husband or boyfriend or whatever, baby daddy, leave her with the child, you still have to fill that void of a good male presence, even
How
though
do you
he's gone.
Sure, we need men, blah, blah, blah. How do you put a good man in the boy's life?
It's not blah, blah, blah. She just said that that deficiency factor plays a...
How do you put a good man in the boy's life?
You find those good men. There are mentoring programs. There are...
Are there good men out there just saying, "Hey, come get me and put me in this
That's
trust"? Like,
not.
how do you do
that's
that?
not. No, that's not what is. No, nothing is that easy. There
All
aren't.
right,
There,
how do you do it?
nothing is that easy. Hey, come get me this, that, and third.
I'm
You have
asking
to
how you
find the
do it.
qualities. You have to know the qualities.
How do you do it?
You have to know the qualities. You have to vet. You have to figure out, just like if you want, how do you figure out who do you hire for your job position, or who do you want? If you're a lawyer, you're hiring an assistant, and you want a paralegal. How do you figure out who to hire? You're not going to just walk out on the street and pick up anybody, are you?
Can I say something?
You want to know the problem with that? You want to know the problem with that, Mogo?
There is no problem with that. What is it?
Wait, what do you mean? So when you hire people, they usually are good for the job and they know how to do it, and they were honest on their resume and they came in and did everything well?
If you did your due diligence on the hiring process, then yeah.
All right, how do you do that due diligence when the FBI, the CIA, the police force, psychologists, everyone trained in vetting are unable to do it with any real level?
Well, you call the previous organization where they worked at, and you say, "Hey, how was this employee? How was he? Was he on time to work? Was he doing this?"
So the guy that the nurse that offed both his ex-girlfriend and his current girlfriend, ex-wife and current girlfriend, and didn't have any of that in his past, how were we to know that he would have done that?
There had to be some type of chronicle behavior of history, either mental unstableness, something that people were avoiding. We don't have the social structure to help with mental illness.
He was vetted by pretty much every institution.
But that's not the job. Hold on, that had nothing to do with the job. So what do you mean? If he was good, you can be a serial killer and good at a job. I mean, it's unfortunate.
No, stop. You wouldn't hire a serial killer. That's what the background.
Well, he wasn't a killer before he got the job. He did that after he got. So what did him getting the job?
Question: how do you know how to vet?
Hold on. You know how to vet when you do the job. Obviously, they vetted him. He got the job. He killed him after he got the job.
Yeah.
So what do you? They did their due diligence. They found the right person for the job. They weren't looking for someone who wouldn't kill their spouse.
Right, you're done. Goodbye.
Okay. Can I
I'm
ask?
done.
I just want to ask a question. I want to ask a question.
No, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna remove him because this is ridiculous. The truth is, I'm tired of going back and forth with people about simple things. When you said they did vet him and he did the killing after he was vetted, you are proving the point about how difficult it is to vet. Go ahead, Erica.
So I wanted to say, G, I just asked a personal question. When was your last mental health exam? Have you ever had a mental health exam? The person with the G, Mogo, is that his name?
Yeah.
Have you ever had a mental health exam?
He's muted. I don't know if he can unmute himself.
Am I muted?
You're good.
I mean, I'm not trying to go back and forth with you. I'm just giving you as far as how hard it is to treat for mental.
If I was a woman who wanted to date you,
okay,
is it appropriate for me to ask, when was your last mental health exam?
It is. When is the last time you've been to the doctor?
Okay, so
do you even go get your physical?
When was your last mental
I just
health
had a physical yesterday, and there was a mental stability questions in there.
Mm-hmm.
I just went to the doctor's office, so I do that yearly.
Okay.
So
every year. Do you want to see my chart? Do you want to log into my Novant Health account?
I would want to see it.
GATANN09 password. You ready?
No, we're not doing this. Come on.
I just went yesterday, so I don't know why.
We're not going to play these games.
I don't have to play around.
You're making an excuse.
How am I making an excuse?
Because you're trying to say that mother's influence is going to last for the boy's lifetime, and that
is.
you're going to abandon that there is no other influence. His
I never
male
said
peer
that.
group, wait
I
a
never
minute,
said that.
his male peer group, his
I
friends,
never said
his
that.
colleagues. That
I never.
but you're not going to answer. I need for you to answer, because you did not answer. What is the state of the men and the way that they treat women? Why are they treating women like this? If their mother, you're telling me that from state to state and every 5.5 hours, that all of these mothers were not influential in their sons' lives? And that these men every 5.5 hours who are killing Black women, it's their mom's fault?
Well, first, I would like to see the statistic on that and the data pulled together for it. If you're
For
just
what?
saying
Which
that,
one? Which one?
what you just said,
What do you
well,
want the data for?
huh?
Every
Because
five and a
if
half
it's
hours?
true, because it doesn't sound like it's true. It
Wait,
sounds like it's something
every
that
five
was,
and a half hours? You said doesn't sound like it's true.
yeah, it doesn't. It sounds like
She
it's
might be lying,
fabricated.
actually. She might actually be
But it's
lying.
fine. If you want to go by that, that's
No,
fine.
no,
I
no,
don't
no. She
care.
might be lying. But if she's telling the truth, what would that do? Because you said it sounds like a lie. What would
Yeah,
that
if
do?
it's the truth, then number one, I said earlier, just because you have your mother's influence doesn't mean you always make the right decisions. Those people, whoever those people doing that, clearly aren't making good decisions. Now, is the good decision from your mother's influence? Is it from just making a mistake, or is it from influence outside of the home, or influence in entertainment wise or music wise? That's something that a mental health exam will try to figure out. At least I don't know if it can, but at the same time, you have to do your due diligence as a woman to
Well,
figure
you
out
just
the
wait.
past history.
You just did a mental health exam. Do you think the mental health exam you did would have figured that out?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you answer the questions honestly, and make sure that you really know what's going on. Like, it'll ask a question, have you felt isolated in the past week, like isolated from your peers? Like, have you ever felt like you're just alone and no one cares about you, or no one likes you, or something like that along those lines? They ask you those type of questions, and if you're someone who answers that question, if you answer them diligently, and the nurse or whoever, the doctor, sees that, they're going to call you in and talk to you and have maybe schedule some therapy sessions,
Period.
schedule
No,
something.
I love that. I love that for you. Mental health check. Great. Do you think people are getting mental health checks?
It's not something that is sustainable in our current financial
Wait, no, no, no.
structure of
Question.
our.
Do you think people are getting mental health checks?
Well, I know
It's
on
a yes
all
or
I
no
know on all
question.
Medicare, plans they
It's
do.
a yes or no question. Do you think people are getting
I think
mental
people
health checks?
are. It depends on what your health coverage covers. If your health coverage doesn't
So
cover it,
you are telling me that you think specifically Black men are getting mental health checks?
if they're employed and they're
Wait,
doing
no, I'm
their.
asking you a question because there are stats about men not going to the doctor just generally. So in me
Well, I
saying
don't
this,
know that number. I mean, if you know that information, you could
most
definitely let
men
me
don't
know.
go to the doctor to even when they'll even have rashes and decide not to go to the doctor. But that's not why I'm asking you the question. I'm asking you because if we don't have this information because they weren't getting mental health checks, how should people vet? And part of why I'm asking is even with these questions, even with a lie detector to have a top secret clearance in the military, even with depending on which top secret, these men are doing things that are horrendous afterwards. So it doesn't make sense that most men don't go get these mental health checks. But even if they did, we don't have access to it. And even if we do have access to it, there are men who actually do horrible things even after that kind of vetting. So again, how do you vet these men that you claim to know how to vet?
Well, first thing. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
First thing I would do is, I mean, you're in a better position to vet than, say, a mental health institution, really, because you if you're think about dating this person, you know where they live, you know what they do, you know if they have a job, you know if they hold down their word, you know certain things. I mean, you should take a little bit more time.
Wait,
If you
nothing. Wait,
wait,
nothing
are
you
you
said.
asking me to vet them before you have a child with them? Because
Yeah, but nothing you said just now indicate that they will be a good father, will be there, and won't take your life. Like
no, that
literally,
I didn't, but that's not the question you asked. If you're
yeah.
looking for qualities to make someone a good father, you'll see if they're punctual, you'll see if they are organized, you'll see if they have certain standards and certain qualities that come with what they do. Like a lot of men like to keep their shoes in a nice, organized fashion, or keep their clothes nice and keep groomed. That's one thing you want to make sure that this person is doing. If he's looking sloppy and not really, or can't hold down a job, or can't do certain things,
All
you
right.
should
Yep.
take that
Great.
into account.
Petty. Yep. Thank you, Petty. Go ahead.
But Timus, go ahead.
No, I mean that's ridiculous at this point. Go ahead, Petty, because I cannot like. This is the frequency is kind of too low right now.
You don't think there are things to look out for to make sure that a person is at least a functioning human being first?
I think there are things you can look out for to cross people off. To pretend like people don't change when they're in relationship or when they have children, to pretend like people don't lie is ridiculous to me. To put the on the person they're trying to protect is ridiculous, and not on the person who leave. On that note, we're done on that conversation.
Okay.
Can I ask a question, Timus?
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Okay, the question that I'm hearing, the thing is, as an individual black person and everything, am I responsible for other black people who've done, like you said, kill women and things like that, who did bad things and everything? I'm not responsible for those women. I'm not responsible for those black men who are doing those things. If
But you
me,
look like those black men. I don't know
I
who
just
you
want to make a
are.
point. I just want to make a point. If me as a black man, I don't do those things. I treat women kindly and I'm good. Okay, I've never been violent. I have never done anything violent against a woman. I've always been kind and everything. Why should I be blamed for other black men who are doing bad things? That's I'm an individual. I'm not responsible for other
Wait,
black men. If
all
they
right,
do bad things, that's on them.
wait. You're explaining yourself about something. Did you have a question for me?
Yeah, the question for me is, I keep on hearing that
Ask me the
why are we
question.
grouping? Okay, the question I want to ask is, why are we grouping all black men like they're killers and everything, when all black men, some black men are evil and everything, and some black men are not?
All right. Did
But how do
anyone
I know that?
Did
How do I
anyone
know
on
that?
the did
How
anyone
do
on
How do
the
you know that about anybody?
How do you know
exactly?
that from anybody,
That's the point.
ma'am? You don't know that from any. You take a
You
chance.
don't.
Even women
Stan,
too.
Yeah, you take
How
a
do we
Stan,
know
chance.
you're not
That's
crazy?
life.
Stan, I'm sorry, I removed him. I can't. I don't know why you keep interrupting. Stan, you had a question for me. Ask your question again. Sorry, I
Okay,
didn't
the
hear it.
question is very simple. Why, I'm not saying you are, why are we grouping all black men like they're evil and everything, when
All
all
right.
black men?
Did anyone say all?
Well, I heard, like, do you know that black men in every five hours are killing black women? And I heard that from one person and
All right.
That's a
everything.
fact.
Okay,
Right.
and I'm sorry if that's a fact and everything. That doesn't mean that I'm one of those men.
I
All right.
don't
Let's really
know
pay
that.
for that.
Okay. So if I say not all, does that work for you?
Yes,
All
because
right. Not
when I'm
not
hearing every five
all.
seconds, I'm like, what?
Wait. Not all black men.
If something doesn't apply to you, you shouldn't take it as if it matters. It
Yeah,
hurts
but
to hear it.
if
It
women are
hurts to hear
acting
it,
like it
but it
applies
don't
to every
matter.
woman,
That's a woman, though, bro. That's a woman.
He's
I mean,
saying that other
that's a
men
woman.
are affecting his social image. Why should he be blamed for the actions of other black men? He's upset because black men have ruined his social image to the point where women won't deal with him because they don't know if he's one of those black men.
You gotta find other areas to take yourself to find the women that you'd like to talk to. I don't think that no man or no woman can affect you if you are a good black man, quote unquote. If you're that good, then can't nobody affect who you are. You can't
but
make me feel
she's
like
making a perfect point. I'm sorry. What is your name again? The person who just called, who just said it.
Carl.
No, the woman.
Wait,
Oh, okay.
1 second. So there's a person named Duo Dib in the back. The last time I added someone with this picture that you had, they attempted to put PORN on the screen. So I'm gonna let you speak immediately. If you don't speak, all right, go ahead.
I'm sorry about that, but that wasn't me. I don't know if
Oh,
anybody
all
stole
right,
my
all right,
picture,
good,
but
good.
I don't put corn. Okay, so one of the tropes that I want to kind of
Can
destroy really quickly. I'm sorry.
Wait, before you go, I didn't put you. Go ahead, Stan.
okay, I don't know the last person the woman who made that comment, which I agree 100%
Erica.
because Erica, okay. And she's making a great point because if all black women are saying that we as black men are killing women and everything, they go with fear. And I'll be the first. And if the stat that she's saying that every 5 hours there's a black man who's killing a black woman, I wouldn't be surprised. Like black woman is saying, I don't know, you're going to be the
Wait,
next killer.
that stat is true, but when you bear that whole stat out, that equates to 1,600 people a year. There are 45 million black people in America, and 1,600 women from that 45 million are killed every year. That is not an epidemic. That is not a reason to say that all black men are dangerous. Yeah, there are dangerous men.
Wait.
Men are.
Whoa. I do like this. So when you say it's not an epidemic, I'm gonna say absolutely not. But why would you say that?
Because it's a stratification thing. Like when you guys were talking earlier about white women into protection, you didn't really stratify the classes, because white women under certain classes have much more protection than white women in other classes. White
But
women in
it's a
trailer park.
majority of black women, black people in the middle and lower, middle
Yes,
and
that's what I'm
lower.
saying. Exactly. So you're going to have pronounced numbers with the black population because they're stratified a little bit more tightly than white populations. But if you
Yeah, but
take the
how does that wait? No, how does that stratification implies that this is not a epidemic?
well, it's not an epidemic in that if you don't engage in that strata, you're probably not going to to get those same results. Now, men kill women
No,
all
no,
the
no, no, no,
time.
no, 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 no. Absolutely not. You don't get away with that like that. When compared to other groups of women, black women are disproportionately being killed at the rate of 5.5 an hour in the last FBI report. Well, not in
Well,
2020.
yes, that's
So
1,600 people a year out of
yeah,
45
but
million.
but that's the point. We're not just saying in absolutes, we're saying comparative to other population.
Right, and then when you look at the socioeconomic numbers, if you take white people
So
under those same
should we
socioeconomic,
not care about them because of their socioeconomic
no, we
position?
have to care. Okay, the argument is that you're using, and it's pretty much what the white stormfront type of people use. You're using one cherry picked piece of information, and then you're overlaying it over a whole population, and you're not, and that's not the way to do things. You can't
No,
do it
the
that way.
numbers don't just come from the lower class or the middle class. It comes from all groups of black women. Now, while there is a majority happening in the lower class, it does run through the entire population. Unless you have the stratification numbers, I'm going to have a problem with this.
Well, I can give you a Chris Watts. Chris Watts killed his little daughters were begging him, and he drowned his little daughters because of a woman at work that he was having an affair with. So men hurt women. That's just what men are. Very dangerous. The most dangerous
Yes,
mammal
but in
on
the
earth is a
black
man.
community, it's disproportionately happening. That's the point.
It's disproportionately happening because of the way the numbers shape up. You have less rural black people living in rural areas. You have more black people living in cities. I'm not making an
How does
excuse for it because I
poverty
think the
lead
number.
to you killing people?
Well, I'm not making an excuse for it because I think it's
No, you
horrid.
are.
But
You are.
no, I'm not. I just want people
No,
to.
you are. You said it's not an epidemic, so you are dismissing it.
I'm not dismissing it. I'm saying it's not enough
When
to
you
say that you have to abort black males. That's what I'm trying to get
okay,
at.
wait, no. Wait, you can attack Sunji and her position whenever you want, however you want. But when you're speaking to me about my position, I am not of the mind that you should be aborting black males. But I still think it's an epidemic.
It is in the sense that these men aren't taught how to deal with their anger. They're resource poor, so they can't leave the situation. Because, like for me, if I'm with a woman that disagrees with me or I don't get along with, like I'm going to leave because I have no reason to be there if there's disharmony. But certain men, they live with these women, they can't get away from these women. They haven't been able to do anything for themselves economically,
So
so
they
they're
kill
forced.
them.
Well, unfortunately, I'm just saying that's kind of the
Wait,
reasoning.
I'm gonna stop. Wait, I need a breather because no. Emulation of better men is a cornerstone of Black men's short-term mating strategy, and short-term or casual mating is Black men's primary strategy. Ill doctrine, I'm not sure I fully understand that, but thank you. He is condescending. I don't feel condescension. You are minimizing Black femicide on one Black woman is two. Yeah, well, yeah, I think there is a minimizing of a Black femicide, which I find hugely problematic. Y'all didn't even take the virus seriously. Femicide has to
It's
be
not
an epidemic.
minimization. It's just saying that you can't take
No, you're
that.
minimizing it. When you say it's not an epidemic, you are saying it's not as big, so you are minimizing it.
No, it's a problem. You shouldn't hurt people, but I'm saying that you
Yeah,
can't
well,
use it
I
to
didn't say you did.
overlay and say.
I did not say you didn't say it wasn't a problem. I said you are minimizing it. Are you disagreeing that you're minimizing it?
Yes, I think I'm explaining it because
Wait,
you have
when
to.
you say it's not an epidemic, what does that mean?
It's not an epidemic in the sense to say, like for instance, something that I might think is an epidemic is if I'm going to a hugely like a gang area at night. For me, I wouldn't go there because chances are I'm going to meet some sort of violence, and the numbers kind of bear that out, right? Because as a Black male in a certain area in a certain town, your most dangerous place to be around is other Black males, But as a woman, or as a Black woman, when you have 1,600 men who've committed homicide out of 25, 23 million, your chances that a man you encounter is going to commit homicide on you is not very high. So
So
I
when you
wouldn't.
say it's not an epidemic, you are minimizing it. But are you saying Black women are safe? Do you think Black women feel safe based on this around Black men?
This whole argument,
Should.
I think both sides miss. Like both sides are very extreme. No one ever talked, like on Cynthia G's side, she never talks about what Black women actually value and want. Like they're attracted to
No,
hard
she
men.
said I can speak for her when I because I've heard her saying, "What are Black men doing to show they love Black women?" So I'm assuming she
Yes,
wants.
but the man you're looking for to love you is not. You're not that kind of guy. Won't give you the love that you need. That's what I'm trying to say.
Are you saying
So
Black men won't love Black women?
not the type that they're looking for. They're looking for the
What
high
type are they looking for?
They're looking for high testosterone. Very.
No one is sitting there measuring the testosterone of men.
But it displays itself in how the person behaves. Like a
Well,
male
there's
that's
not.
a male that's a tame male, like maybe myself and like you, we're going to
Have you
be.
seen my chat? These women love me. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, but
I have never had a problem with women attracted to me ever in my life.
I know, but you're a tame guy. You're not using cuss words every other word you use. You're not full of tattoos, gang signs,
Yeah,
all
but so
that
that would
stuff.
debunk the notion that women want these like hyper masculine men. I am far from hyper masculine,
Well,
if it's to be told.
Right, but are you married? Or do you have legions of women around? Do you have a rotation?
Do I have a rotation? What? No, I don't have a rotation.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So you're not putting yourself in those situations to where those women will
I don't
gravitate
think
towards
you're
you.
understanding my point.
Could I ask? I thought maybe a few days ago, I'm not sure, Cynthia made a video or either came up where she talked about the fact that in the Black community, Black men have the lowest rates of testosterone amongst all communities of men. So if Black men have the least amount of testosterone, but inversely we're the most violent community, and I guess white men would be the male group with the most testosterone, and Black women don't generally seek them. Wouldn't that mean that they are?
But that's
Wouldn't
just
that
not true. Black men don't have the lowest testosterone. That's just not
well,
true.
I'm citing Cynthia G, so I won't argue whether it's true or not.
But another
But
point
that
I wanted
would,
to
to me,
make
that
with
would suggest that they're not seeking testosterone.
But another point I wanted to make with Cynthia G, I think they are. But another point I wanted to make with Cynthia G is like when she says if you eliminate black males, you're by consequence you're going to eliminate black women too. So I don't understand her logic with that, because if she's saying to stop giving birth to black males, she's saying that she wants genocide of black people. Because
let's hear this. Let's hear this. Finji said, "Stop birthing black males," and a black man came up here and said, "Every 5.5 a black woman is killed is not enough to do anything about it, or to address it in the way Finji."
No, I'm
is
saying
about to
1,600
address it.
people, 1,600 women are homicided by the men in their lives a year, black women, and how many abortions are had in the same year? I think 1 million. So the numbers are very disproportionate. And then
wait, that doesn't make sense. Why would you compare that to abortion? Abortion is not killing.
Well, abortion is killing because you're ending a
We
life.
disagree.
No, it's not.
Next. We
The
disagree.
person with
Next.
the womb says it's not.
Okay, so if you're not ending a life, then what are you doing? If you're not ending a life when you
It's not
abort,
a
then what are you
life.
doing?
You are preventing a life
Then
from
what is
being
it?
born. If that's what you want to
You're
say.
terminating a pregnancy. You're removing
But
membranes. It's not a life.
what is
It
a
is
pregnancy?
It's not a life.
What is a pregnancy?
A pregnancy is when a sperm fertilizes an egg.
And what does that egg develop into?
After a while, during the gestation, it develops into a fetus and then a baby.
Right.
But
So when I have
before
an
that,
egg,
when the woman gets an abortion, it is not a fetus.
well, it's a human being. It's a human being in conception because it will only
No,
ever
it's
be a human
not.
being.
Girl, no,
It is
wait,
not.
we're not having the abortion conversation. I'm very pro-choice. So if you're gonna say abortion is murder, period, you can have it. I don't care. That's not what I believe.
No,
Next.
I didn't say it was murder. I just said it's ending a life. That's what it is. I mean, it's not. I
It's
didn't say
not
it
a
was
life.
murder.
No,
it's just
it's
ending
not
a
a
life
life.
because I don't know what else
Are
it'll
you
be. It's
gonna
not a
continue
Cadillac.
on this? Because if you are, we can just move on. Because I'm not
Okay,
about to
we'll
sit
move
here
on.
and have this.
But I would want her to answer that question. So if you limit, so I wanted to use an example too, like Meghan Markle. Meghan Markle's kids are what 85%, 90% white. When they have
I
their own
don't know.
children
I
with
didn't
white
test
people,
them. I did not test them. I don't know.
but you've seen them when they have their own children with
I really
white
haven't
people.
actually.
You're gonna have a white person. So basically, what she's saying then is that she's advocating for genocide because after 3 or 4 generations, you won't have any more black people. I mean, if that's what she thinks will solve the problem, that's fine. Groups have done it before. I mean, after all, the natives are all but wiped out. So
I
she
don't
needs
know
to be
what you're
clear that.
talking about. Why do you think anyone on this stage agrees with Finji?
But I'm saying if she aborts all black males,
I don't know what you're
won't she,
talking
by
about, because I
consequence,
feel like
and black
when
women too?
Finji is up, you can talk to Finji about, well, not here, but you can call in and talk to Finji about aborting black male fetus or whatever. You can do that with her. Your exposition on there right now does nothing to literally everyone up here except for one person has told Finji that they disagreed with that. So I don't know why you're going on about that now. And she's not here.
I'm just bearing out her logic. That's all. Because at some point she breaks her logic.
I'm pretty sure she will figure out her logic, and you and her can debate her logic.
Right.
All right. Well, in that case, Carl, what were you saying?
Man, I don't forgot by now, man. I'm hoping you switch to
Petty?
something else. Wherever else you go with it, man, I'm willing to go with you, big dog.
Petty. Then can we say that black men wasting their semen is ending a life? According to him, recreational sex is killing
my semen is my genes.
children.
My semen is my genes. My semen will never grow to anything. If I leave my semen alone in a petri dish, it'll never grow to anything else. If I fertilize an egg and leave it in the petri dish, it will continue to grow until it
will not. It will not.
It will continue to grow until it can't find the
unless you have a
sustenance.
womb outside in that pastry dish, it is not
Exactly.
gonna
Yeah,
grow.
exactly. But while it's in that petri dish, it will grow until the point that it needs a womb for
It
sustenance to
will
survive.
not grow out in a pastry dish unless you have an artificial womb out there
Well, it
with
will,
it.
because when they artificially inseminate, they fertilize the egg outside of the
Your
body, and
chat
then they
lit,
implant
big
it in the
dog.
body.
Your
And
chat
how do
lit.
they grow? Without the womb, how do they grow?
It grows through the life of the mother, just like a newborn baby. How does a newborn baby
So you
grow?
need the
Through the mother
womb.
feeding it.
So you
A
need
new
the womb.
a newborn baby cannot
So
grow if the
you
mother
need
does
the
not feed it.
womb.
Right.
What are you talking about?
How does a newborn baby grow? If the mother does not feed it, how does a
Oh
newborn
my
baby
God,
grow?
I'm done. I'm so over this. I am so over this. Like, this is ridiculous at this point. Like, oh my God, my semen is mine and I can do whatever I want, but because it can't grow outside of this.
Right. Just like a female's ovum, her egg is an egg and it doesn't grow without fertilization. So
Even when the egg is fertilized, if it's done outside of the womb, without the womb, it does not grow into anything.
well, if it's not frozen, because when they freeze embryos, they have to
Yeah,
implant it.
even when they freeze it, they need a womb to insert it in for it to grow.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. And
So
why is
it
it
is
growing? Because
nothing
it's a life.
outside of the. Girl, what am I doing?
But why is it growing? It's growing because it's a life. It's not growing because it just
What's your
grows.
point? What is your point?
Just my point. Like, life
Okay.
starts at conception. That's just my point.
I
No,
think life starts at
No, wait, I
it does
don't care
not.
where life starts for you. I don't care. I'm not going into a debate about pro-life and pro-choice. You are pro-life. You're pro-life so long as it doesn't prevent you from engaging in sexual behavior. But you are saying once the woman. No, we're fine.
I'm pro-life
No,
in morality, that I don't believe it's right to kill a human being
well, don't
with
ejaculate. Period. Carl's rep. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Hey man, you know what? To be honest with you, so I look at things a little bit differently. I'm a guy. I'm experienced in regards to having women. I can say to you that I've never put my seed in a woman.
It's fertilizer. It's not a seed.
Okay. I've never fertilized a woman who didn't agree. I don't have any kids, but let's just say in regards to doing the deed, as they call it, I've never been that negligent or irresponsible in regards to doing what I'm doing. So back to what I wanted to say about men being delinquent in regards to how they have kids. I'll say that granted, we see Nick Cannon, we see DMX, we see Future, we see Dirt, whatever. But there's a lot of more black men who got money who aren't like that, who don't have a lot of babies running around, who aren't doing that. I can say that the more degeneracy is in the hood, is in the projects, is in all of those environments. And I won't ever put it on black women. I don't come from that, but I understand how black women move. I understand what they look for. I understand why they act the way that they act. Do I like it? No, but I understand it though. So it's like it's to me, for me, it's the men who don't really know what they're doing, who want to hold on to street fame, who want to stay in this environment that they're not being productive in, but they don't know what else to do. I got a lot of friends back home 10 years later, they've never done anything. They haven't elevated, no jobs, no homes, broken families, all this kind of stuff. I understand it. But at some point, you just can't try to save everybody. You can't save them. They are where they are. They're going to do what they're going to do. We got us. We have the people that are trying to move forward wherever you see them at. If you can see them, if you don't see them, I just figure in my mind, because see, this is where I don't know how to, I guess, quote unquote, think in regards to the struggle, because I was never accepted into the struggle. So whatever.
No, you weren't accepted in the struggle. Unless we can see ghosts, we cannot see DMX.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Is his name? His name is Carl.
Carl.
So is Nick Cannon hood?
No, not at all. Nick Cannon is the squarest guy you can get. But
so what is
I,
his? How do you?
Ooh, that's beautiful.
Explain what he's doing? Because what he's doing
honestly,
is similar to what they do in the hood, right?
okay. I honestly think that Nick Cannon has an internal, maybe granted, we know of his issues, hospital issues. I honestly think because of his hospital issues, he's trying to spread his seed as far as he can before he goes.
We're all
That
gonna
That's
just
what
makes
I,
no sense.
no,
we're all gonna die.
no. But we're not looking at all going to die the way he's looked at having lupus. We're not looking at life the way he's had to be down for lupus.
And do you know that
You're
lupus can be passed genetically to your
exactly,
offspring?
But
exactly.
hey, maybe
So that's
if
very
those women
irresponsible. So
wait,
is that
but
hood?
listen, but no, it is. But if the women who are they're beautiful women, they have means, they have resources, they're somebodies. If they don't care, then apparently there's a mutual consensualness between the two parties.
But what
I'm
about
sorry,
his
but
behavior?
that's
Let's talk about
nonsense.
his behavior.
But see, I agree. I absolutely, because it's tacky. From the outside looking in, what Nick Cannon is doing is very tacky. It's tacky,
And
but it's allowed though. No
Wait, no,
one's
no, no,
there.
no, wait,
Oh,
no,
okay,
no,
okay,
no. You
okay,
said from the
okay.
outside looking
From
in,
the
it
outside
looks
looking in,
tacky.
it's
Is there
very
another
tacky.
view of it besides tacky?
Tacky, disgraceful. Why are you impregnated?
No,
Even
no, no,
I
no,
even
no.
look. Oh,
Is there
okay.
another vantage point that we need to see it from? Because you said from the outside looking in, it looks
From the outside,
tacky.
from the outside look.
So,
Uh-huh.
is there another vantage point, like from the inside looking in?
But see, from the inside looking in, no one's gonna correct him because he's rich, he's black, he's made it from where he's made it
But
from,
does
and
that
he's
make it not
knocking. Oh,
tacky?
it's supposed to be. It should
Wait,
have
is
been
it still
tacky.
tacky?
It should have been tacky a long time ago,
All right.
but it wasn't.
Sorry, I'm going to move on a little bit because
Yeah,
I
Timus,
feel.
he's not making any sense because
I'm
he's
not.
not.
I mean,
He's not
look, I would agree with you that he's not making any sense, but neither were you.
well, I
So
think
I'm
I
going to
was,
move
but
on. I'm going to
I
move
had
on
another
to
thing.
LB.
I had
LB, go
another thing,
ahead.
Tim.
I just came up for like the inevitable after
Ask
party
Carl.
where Prince Petty pulls out the board and stuff.
Prince Petty wasn't doing no board. He didn't look like he
Oh,
was drawing. He hasn't even spoken. Prince Petty, what is
so
up?
he's just doing teasers on here,
Themis,
just flipping the
Themis,
board out. Just
Themis, ask me that question that person just did.
What question?
The one that you just pulled up.
Well, please ask Carl, how do black women act? Oh, God.
Can I go there?
Sure, go ahead.
I'll say that from a young kid, I was able to see that black women are for some reason masculine. They're not masculine but strong. For some reason, even as young girls, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, sixth grade, they're very strong women. And you have to have a certain kind of image to deal with them. I love them for it, but maybe the way that I am doesn't coincide with how they are. I respect it, but
When you say black women are masculine, are you saying men are
no,
feminine?
no. But black women have to be as strong as me, or because black biracials aren't considered black. But a black woman has to be as strong as a black man. Even as young girls, I've noticed it.
why?
I don't know. You tell
Oh,
me.
well, what do you consider strength? Let's start there. When you
Strength.
say they're strong, what does that mean?
Themis, have you ever heard the whole? You better not mess with me because I'll beat your. Don't mess with me because I'll beat your. They better not mess with me because I'll beat your. Like I'll
nobody can
beat
finish
your
the
ass.
Wait, no. All right, wait.
You
I need
ready?
you to define strong for me.
But think about it. We're talking about as a kid up until now. So an image is built
No.
as a
You're
kid, though.
meandering in a way that I don't appreciate, so I'm going to stop you and ask the question again.
Okay, give me.
When you say black women are strong, what do you mean?
Like they don't take no. Like I don't want to curse, but they don't take no ish. Like they don't take, even as kids, as girls, they don't take no ish.
All right, so black women, correct me if I'm wrong, but so you're saying black women are self-sufficient and they are willing to provide for themselves, and their strength is in the way that they protect themselves.
There you
And
go.
provide for themselves.
There you go. And it's like you see it even as a kid, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, sixth grade, seventh grade. You see that even then if you come from that environment, that
Got you.
even then, yeah.
On that articulation, I agree. You said you don't know why. How don't you know
That
why?
because yet again, so if I come from a country, I don't know
Wait,
cousins
you said you don't
or
know
relatives,
why?
but so I grew up cousins, relatives. They didn't act like that. So I come to our city and I see that this is how the black women are, and then the black men are even more tougher, even more stronger, so that they can maintain their power over the black women. But
All
I
right,
didn't.
so I'm thinking you're talking about the ghettos.
That's
Yeah,
where I come
famous.
from, man.
All right, I don't like your description of the area, but do you understand the environment, that it's a rough environment?
I had to learn,
All
but
right, so now you understand it's a rough environment. Do you understand how important it is for self-preservation for them to be stronger than they might actually be?
now I do understand it, but I didn't see the same threats that I guess they saw. Because if we go to the same schools, the same events, we're in the same classes, I didn't see the same threats that the black women in my classes saw, right?
What
Wait
were her
one second,
threats?
Themis. Wait, Themis, you're putting words in his mouth. That cannot be his meaning of strength if he's seeing it in fellow kids as a child. Actually, apologies. The, here you go. And this link is only for Annalisa. If anyone else come up, I'm just going to remove you.
Famous, can I
LB,
ask
you
a
were
question?
saying?
Oh,
Mhm.
sorry. I'm really cutting you off for you to give me a chance. I apologize.
No, it's interesting. Every time I come to you, LB, you kick it off to someone else, and then
That is
then
true. That is true. Usually you're like, okay, I'll be, and then I'm like, oh no, let the next person go.
all right, go ahead.
Okay. So I have questions. I'm also slightly inebriated, so if I
Good
go too
job. I
long,
like that. Good job.
if I go too long, just let me know. But okay, my first question, just for thought, not for answer, a rhetorical question is it appropriate for a biracial man that does not identify with the Black community to comment on the collective of Black men and Black women, especially in a derogatory way? That's just something I want us to think about. And then the other thing is that are we making an assumption about a collective of people either nationally or internationally based off of a specific geographical experience that is anecdotal to your life?
Can I respond first?
Well, the second question was actually what I want to respond to. The other one was just
Oh,
for the it was just for the chat. Love you guys.
I'll say to you, LB, that I've never known how to identify as black because it was challenged both ways. I've learned how to identify as myself and to treat you the way that you treat me. I won't sit here and say that I've never understood how to say, you know what, I'm a part of a struggle that I don't understand the way that the community is presenting me. I'll say that to you because I can't honestly say that I felt it the same way when I picked myself up by the quote unquote bootstraps. So I
Wait,
won't
wait,
sit.
one
Oh,
minute.
okay, okay,
Q,
Yes, he
okay,
is
please.
okay,
a
okay.
If you
bootstrapper.
have that spirit, Q, please come up. 1 second. Navi, are you Annalisa?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, are
That's
you
not
Annalisa?
Annalisa.
No, that's not. It's not an open panel fully yet. So I will add you later if that's okay. But I was waiting for Annalisa.
Okay.
Thank you. You said you pulled yourself up by the bootstraps.
Yes, for sure.
The straps
Period.
on the boots. Okay.
Like, and it's like I see people in the chat, because I'm looking at it on TV so I can see them, and it's like, I apologize for not understanding certain things the way that they expect me to, or even care. Maybe they don't even care, whatever. But I I always just seen life as, you know what, I got to understand how to be cool with both sides. I'm not ever going to be good enough for this side. I'm not going to be good enough for this side. I need to be good enough for myself. And that's what I've built my life on. So here we are now, 33 years later, right? And it's like,
Excuse me.
oh, okay. Who said that? Go ahead.
Oh, I said that. I was just wondering because I felt like you were going on a bit of a tangent, and that a lot of times when you answer questions, you reflect it back onto yourself, and you center yourself in the conversation rather than the topic. So I got a little bit lost, and I wanted to know where you were going with that, or if we could like backtrack a little bit and remove a little bit of you out of the conversation.
And you know, the reason why is because I'm not a YouTuber. I don't know how to get on panels and speak. I'm out here trying to put things together to make my life better. So if I'm here,
Wait,
it's
now
like,
you're
damn.
dragging me.
I apologize. I apologize.
Period.
Right, but I'm okay. What was the question?
What was your
LB?
point directly without including yourself in the answer?
What was my
So that I
plan?
can clearly understand you.
What was my plan?
Your point, the point that you were making when you were speaking, because you went on a tangent about yourself, but then like I lost the point in your backstory.
Damn, I'm a little drunk, but what were we talking about?
It's okay. I'm drunk too. But I guess this must be my Black woman's strength to be able to be drunk and to like still have a conversation.
Why is me not tolerating ish seen as masculine? Why do I have to tolerate gaslighting BS to be considered feminine? Answer that, Carl.
You want me to? So, okay, Themis, this question, I have never looked at a Black woman as masculine. It's only since 2020.
I mean, you just
Kevin
said,
Samuel.
most
Let me go.
you saw in the hood were masculine.
Okay. Let me explain. Since 2020, Kevin Samuels, Fresh and Fit, all of these other individuals, have I ever been like, wow, this is how men from other wherevers look at Black women as masculine. I just look at Black women as this is Black women. This is who they are. I got Black aunts, Black auntie, uncles, whatever.
Wait,
this
are you saying that this is who they are? They're just masculine.
Because of their description of, wow, this is how y'all look. I would never say that. But it's like, it's just so crazy to hear men.
You did.
I did
say that.
I did. But I would never, like, understand what I'm saying, things. Being where I'm from, we would never be like, wow, you a masculine Black woman. That's not where I come from.
I mean,
but
you
hear these
did it,
but listen, things, you never hear these guys aren't from a place of struggle. They ain't from bad places. They're not from poverty. They're not from Pookie and Ray Ray environments. They're looking at Black women as masculine from a different lens than what I would consider a Black woman. She's just a Black woman. She's just a woman.
You think the
not even Black. She's just a woman.
Wait. So you think the masculine is just intrinsic? I can't. So you,
Wait, there's a possibility we're ignoring here. It could be that he doesn't believe that protecting yourself in a community that's dangerous is inherently masculine.
Protecting yourself.
Okay, it's not that. We just stopped.
Carl, I was just playing with you, but also like I think that you might want to like step back.
Themis.
I was very serious about my point.
Wait,
but
1 second. Wait. Go ahead. He's describing resilience. Black women are resilient because we have to be Black men as a collective or not. Go ahead. Someone was saying Themis. Go ahead.
So why is it that young Black women and young Black men grow up under the same conditions, right, and experience the same sort of rearing from their presumably single Black mother? Why is it that the decision making on both parties isn't viewed the same, because both grew up under the same condition? So the Black women that, according to the manosphere, picked the wrong type of men, and according to the women, the divestors, the Black men that aren't worth anything, why doesn't anyone give the credence that since they're both raised under the same roof, that's the reason why they're both displaying, poor decision making?
Wait, I'm confused. Who said Black women were making poor decisions?
So, according to the Black manosphere, Black women make poor decisions
they're
in choosing
wrong.
men.
They're wrong.
But according to Cynthia G, black men make poor decisions because they don't have any kind of because their culture is so poor, but the culture comes under the same roof, right? So why isn't the
I don't
decision?
know if Cynthia G said that, but I would say she's also wrong, but I don't think that's what she said. I think she said black men have been dangerous.
Yeah, because women can't raise men is what her ethos is. Women can't raise men, and
Yeah.
since
So
there's
what was
such
your question then?
right, so if women can't, if a woman can't raise a man to properly be a man, why would she be able in without a nuclear family? Why should she be able to raise a young woman who can make a decision to pick a good man? Wouldn't that affect both sexes equally?
No, the paradigm you just gave is not right. Sinji would say, well, I don't know what Sinji would say because she's in the chat. She'll tell you what she would say.
Yeah, because
The paradigm you just created is one where black women can actually function, but black men can't.
well, the black women pick the poor partners to create the poor black men, so both are equally affected by that lack of a good household. Because if the women
No, but
aren't
black women are thriving despite the household.
I mean, not really. And that goes back to the stat of the black woman is the most educated person, which is not true at all.
Who said?
Well,
Why
that's
are
if
you?
you
Wait,
no. Well, that's
wait,
if you're
no.
looking. I was going
I'm
to say
sorry.
that's if you're looking at. That's if you're looking at a relationship with a man being an important thing in this person's life. That's if you're saying that.
And also, no one. We haven't. You should have asked what I meant. But black women are doing well, considering the
They're doing very
circumstances.
well
Well, they've
in the
always
terms
done well
of
because
relating to men
No,
and
they haven't
partnering.
always done well. We had Jim Crow. It was impossible for
well,
them
but
to
in
be
Jim Crow,
doing
there were
well.
the nurseries, there were the
They
cleaners,
weren't doing well. They weren't doing well. You were the cleaners. You weren't doing well.
by that standard. I mean, they had employment. You know, the men were,
I
and
that you have employment does not mean you're doing well. So they weren't doing well. They're doing better now.
I don't know, but I don't know if the stats bear that out. Collectively, maybe
Oh no,
not.
we're
Individually,
definitely
sure.
doing. We collectively are doing better now.
The black people as a population, or black women
Black people as
singling
a
out black women.
population, but
Oh, of course,
there's a new level of degeneracy.
right. Well, there's a new level of degeneracy all across the board through because of the media and you know.
No, because black men are killing black men and black women.
True, and then they're selling that through the media, and the women purchase it just as much as the men purchase it. So
no, the women. Wait, all right, get to your point. Ask your question. I'm tired.
Yeah, that's my point. My point is that both the male and the female equally are affected the same by the same condition.
No, one
can't
group is wait. One group. What is the black woman's issue then? Please highlight what.
Okay, because you need a woman and a man to create a new life, right?
No. I don't care about that. None of that. Nope,
Right.
nope. What are the issues that black women have?
The issues that black women have, if I was advocating for the manosphere, is to say that they pick men who could not possibly create a family and a home and well-being.
All right, they're terrible at picking men.
Right, and rather than either
No. List the issues that black women have.
Okay, all right. So problems picking men, looking for the wrong type of qualities in a man, because a man that's interested in husbandry is not on the top list of most women, because some of them might view it as controlling, or you have to stay at home, you have to raise kids, you have to you can't go out and party every night. So the media tells them you have to be an independent woman, and part of being an independent woman is not.
All right, so feminism. Next one.
Yeah, exactly. So, and then they're affected that they grow up in the same single mother households as the men do.
Period.
Low economic attainment. Okay.
All right, great. What are the issues with the men?
Oh my God. Okay, so.
No, let me stop you. They're killing people. Nothing you just said.
1,600 men a year killed.
Nothing you just said from the woman's side comes even close to men killing men 25 per day. Killing women every 5.5, not 25 per, yeah, it's 25. Did who leave? Oh, left, leave. So I am confused as to what the issue is because you're trying to make an equivalency between, let's say, the degeneracy on the women's side in the Black community and the degeneracy on the man's side. One of them is taking people's lives. I don't think there's a comparison to be made.
Right, but if you look at the total murders committed by Black men,
girl, no, we're not.
I think it's 16,000. If you're gonna look at the issues, you have to look at them rightly. You just can't.
Oh, they're not killing enough people. They're not killing enough people.
Well, let's take out
yes
the 16,000.
or no. Are they killing enough people for you to care?
Okay, but what about the other 40?
Yes or no?
What about the other 20
I'm
million?
gonna remove you. It's a yes or no question. Are they killing enough people for you to care?
Yes, of course they're killing enough people for me to care.
All right. So what is the problem?
I'm trying to get to it. So
why don't you care?
Why don't I care? I do care.
All right.
So if you want to look at,
how
if you want to look,
showing you care.
I am showing that I'm care. I'm trying to tell you that if you look at how other groups of men that come to this country, right, that aren't sort of like native to this country and come to this country, there's a sort of organization already there for them to invest in. What Black males that are born in this country have is the Black male culture she talks about, right? And in order for them to escape that culture, they pretty much have to be shown that you don't get in there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you have to be shown that you can't get anywhere in that culture, and you're shown that by the men in your life, right? If you don't have the men in your life,
no. You said that the amount of people being killed in our community is concerning to you, to the fact that you care. I'm asking you, how are you showing you care? Because it seems like all you're doing is saying.
I'll tell you. Easily. I don't vote. I don't vote for democratic systems that are going to put those males out on the street to continue their crimes. I vote for people who are law and order, who are going to lock them up and keep them away from society, so that the men who aren't willing to kill at the drop of a hat can try to produce something that's going to be beneficial for the whole group.
Ain't they already the most incarcerated males on the planet?
Not enough. Not enough.
Your
More need to be locked up.
Go ahead, Q.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome, famous. Hey, Sam. Hey, everyone.
But wait for a second. If you don't have a problem with more of them being locked up, then why do you have a problem with me saying that Black women shouldn't birth them? So we should give birth to them so more of them could be locked up?
I don't think you should get pregnant with them to begin with. I don't think you should abort them because you're killing a life. I don't think you should get pregnant with them in the first place.
When people have sex, they can get pregnant. We know this is the case.
Right.
There is
so
hold on. There is no form of birth control that is 100% except abstinence, which would give the same exact results that you were complaining about. So again, if you have a problem, if you are okay with more Black men going to prison, which means they're at a high risk of being toe tagged in prison and just coming out and being toe tagged and going back to prison, we know the cycle. If you have no problem with that, in fact, you're advocating for more of it, what is your problem with not birthing them?
Well, because not birthing them inadvertently, you're going to genocide Black women too, because you need a Black man and a Black woman to create a Black child.
Black women. Is that my understanding? You're up here to protect Black women?
If you want to protect Black women, you vote for people.
Are you up here to protect Black women?
Yes, and the way you do that is by locking up the men that create crime.
Right. So give birth to them. So give birth to them, but then put them in prison. Also, that you can have Black women here, which we really don't need Black men for. We do in theory, but we really don't. Not really. In
In terms
reality,
of
we really don't.
DV, if a man creates DV, lock him up, irrespective of whether a woman wants to press charges or not. If she calls the police for an incident of DV, lock him up and keep him locked up, regardless of whether she wants to press charges or not. That will
Wait,
keep
I
him
have a
out of.
question. Wait, sorry, I just thought about this. Do you believe that when someone is RAPE, they should have to carry that child?
Oh my goodness, that's a rough one. I'm not a woman. I can't really honestly answer that because I'm not a woman.
I mean, you've been
Oh,
making
but you
decisions
was
for women
sold
all
out
day.
earlier, honey.
You've been making decisions for women all day. You can't just
No, I
back out of
haven't.
that
I
question
haven't.
by
All
saying
I
you
said
literally
is
say you're pro-life. So you're making
no.
decision about whether or not.
I said I believe life starts at conception. What you
Yeah,
choose to
so,
do with your
wait,
body
so
is
you
your
should be able
business.
to abort. So you should be able to abort then.
I don't think it should be legal. I don't think it should be legal.
Answer the question: should a woman be able to have an abortion?
Legally, I don't think it should be legal. No, I don't think killing a human being should be
Wait.
legal.
Do you think it should be illegal for a woman to have an abortion?
I don't think it should be legalized as a form of birth control. I
Do
don't think it
you
should
think it should be illegal? Why don't you answer any of the questions directly? Should it be illegal for a woman to have an abortion?
Yes, it
You
should
don't
be
got no
illegal.
answers.
It should be illegal. Yes, it should be
All right,
illegal to have abortion in the United States.
All right. So when a person has been RAPE, should they have an abortion? Can they?
I think due to technology, they should get to a hospital right away and get the rape kit.
No, what are you
that will
talking about?
stop.
Should they have an abortion? It's too late. They're now needing to have an abortion. Should they be able to have one?
If grape happens, you should get to a hospital right away and get the treatment
What are you?
to make sure.
Stop fighting the hypo. This is ridiculous. Should a woman who has been R'd, didn't know she was pregnant, found out that she was in the time allotted to have an abortion, be able to have an abortion?
I just answered the question. If you are graped, get to a hospital right away so that you can get the treatment you
You
need.
didn't answer the question. I'm
What
going
is
to
the
remove
treatment?
you.
Let me just ask a question.
When you go to the hospital, they will give you contraceptives to make sure that it doesn't result.
That's a pregnancy termination.
No, that's preventative.
That's the morning
No, it's
after
a
pill. The morning after pill would be a form of contraceptive. You do
It's
know
in a
that.
petri dish,
The
right?
morning after pill does not destroy the
It's in
embryo. It stops it from implanting, so the embryo will pass through.
All right, look.
That's semantics. That's basically the same thing.
1 second. Whatever you consider abortion is what's going to happen to this girl because a 14-year-old girl was R'd by her uncle. She is now impregnated and she wants an abortion. Should it be illegal for her to get it?
In that case, in my heart of hearts, probably not. But that's very few.
Why?
Because a 14-year-old is a child that's been victimized, and
but I thought that was a life. Whose life? Why are we not protecting the life?
Yeah, those cases are very, very, very rare.
Why aren't we not protecting the life?
Oops.
Whose life? The life of the embryo or the 14-year-old?
Yes, the child in your mind. Why aren't we protecting that life?
A 14-year-old is allowed to, that's in that situation. The parenting is bad because as a parent, you should be able to protect your child.
The parenting. Why are we not protecting that life? If you are so strict on protecting life, why aren't we protecting that life?
If it happens in that case, I won't be as against it as I would if it was being used as contraception.
I heard you the first 3 times. I'm asking you why.
It depends on the situation. If the child can medically have the child, and
yes,
the child
they can medically have the child.
If she can medically have the child, and they should give the child up for adoption, and counsel the
No, you
So
said
you're
she
gonna
was
force a
you
child to have a baby and then make that child, that 14-year-old, give the child up? Isn't that going to do more trauma to the girl than
one
having
tragedy.
an abortion?
Pause. We're not going down that road yet. But I'm waiting for why we are now not
One
hearing about the life.
one
No,
tragedy has already happened. Why
I'm gonna
add
remove
another
you.
tragedy?
I just muted you because we're still at the point at which you now decided that the life is no longer important. Why?
I didn't say that. I said in that case, I would think about it. I wouldn't be I wouldn't be
You
as
said you wouldn't
against
be
it.
against it. You said
I
you would
wouldn't be
allow it.
as
So why?
against it as if
Why?
it was.
No. You said you would allow it. So why?
No, I said I wouldn't be as against it.
No,
I
you said
wouldn't,
you would allow it.
because it's a child. It's not an adult making a decision to terminate
Okay, so you
a
are
life.
weighing one life against another. So you the in that case you are willing to
Okay,
let one life.
but I'll throw this at you then.
No, don't throw anything at me. Answer my question.
If a 7-year-old kills a 4-year-old, will I take that
Answer
7-year-old and
my
put him in jail?
question. I look. All right. Goodbye, Annalisa. What say you? Hey, Annalisa. Hey, Sinji. Hey, Q. I can't.
Oh my
What
God,
these
don't even
people
laugh.
do
I'm
in
surprised
conservative.
that you even went that far with him because he literally was saying a lot of nothing. He answered no questions.
Oh, I
It was
know.
just a workaround.
Yeah, the problem I'm having is, and I don't mind if you're logically, even if you go to the extreme, but you are inconsistent with your morality when it comes to protecting life. You don't care about life. A lot of these people just want to punish the woman by making sure she has to have the child and go through with the pregnancy, even if that child does not, the person, the woman does not want to. So they'll say, oh, we'll make an exception in the case of RAPE. Why? If you care about the life of the child, it is horrible, but you would be caring about the life of the child. You're lying. It is logically principally inconsistent when we're thinking about the life. Now, you could have had an argument about weighing the life of the child versus the embryo or whatever. That is an argument, but then I would change the hyper to say, okay, but she can survive. She won't die. Now, what about, do you actually care about the life, or do you want to punish, quote, adult women who engage in behaviors that you don't consider appropriate? No, you don't get that chance. Like, I don't have an argument if you are saying, yeah, no, a life is a life is a life. We need to protect all life, period. I'm not going to fight you on that. I'm going to say you're wrong. I disagree. Goodbye. But I'm not going to fight you on your principled idea. You are not principled, so no. And then you're dismissing black femicide because there's not enough women being killed. Really? 25 men per day, that alone should scare you as a man, much less these women who don't engage violently with these men. So, like, stop bullying my womb. We ain't our mothers, period.
I mean, they want us to march and and do all these things for them. I mean, like for cis het straight black men. But at the end of the day, it's like y'all don't care about all the women and children that are losing their lives every single day to the hands of other black men. Like y'all don't say anything about that. Y'all scream and holler when Takeoff is killed, but y'all won't say anything about when someone like a woman is killed and shot and murdered in the streets. It's just like the hypocrisy for me. It's like the height of it.
Yeah, like, I'm going to say this. I entertained a lot of the foolishness tonight, partly because it was, I'm not going to say that, but partly because I wanted to hear. And so, having heard a lot of this, it's the same thing over and over on every single stream. Blame single mother for the way that the child turns out. Ignore the fact that the dad not being there has a tremendous impact on them. Black femicide is not big enough of a deal for us to care. I'm pretending like I care, but I really don't. Like, it's old. It's played out. It's annoying. Prime example of why men shouldn't have a say over a woman's body. Talk lack of empathy, understanding of what is our understanding of what it takes to carry a child, right?
Famous, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So you feel how you feel. I understand how you feel. What do you think can be done about it?
About which part?
What about the black femicide? Let's put aside the divesting part of it. What can black women or whatever black community, what can they do to stop or change or fix or mitigate
I think you're asking
this
two
from
separate questions.
happening?
Are you asking what black women can do and or what black men can do?
Because I mean, fuck, dude. As much we all know what black men could do. We all know. But it seems as if black men aren't gonna do it. I know what I did fucking freaking 15, 16 years ago, but black men aren't gonna do. I wish all black men could go to a military to learn
Well,
structure,
you know who else
to learn
said that? You know who else said that?
who.
In the Moynihan report, it actually said, and they told the Moynihan report as if it's the Bible, that military is good for black men.
Because it teaches you structure. It teaches
And
you how to get
discipline, yeah.
along. It
Why
teaches
would
you
you
how
want
to
to put
work with
guns
others.
in the hands of more black men?
No,
Like
no, 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 no,
that
no, no, no,
that
no, no,
that
no,
sounds
no, no,
crazy
no,
to
no, no, no,
me.
no, 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 no. You took it to the extreme. If there was a boot camp that black men could go to, that they could learn how to work together, it would be different. Maybe not us that's past 25, you're too late. But everything that's 18 and up, you got a chance. Right?
All
I'm
right.
not saying put a gun,
Wait,
but
wait,
there
one
is.
second, 1 second. So the two people who were kicked off are back again. And I am exhausted, so I'm going to throw it to both Prince Petty and Annalisa to decide what to do.
I have a whiteboard.
You ready? You ready to go over your whiteboard or no? Or you want them to come back to explain it?
Explain what? I don't think they explained anything very good.
All right, Annalisa. You're muted, by the way, Annalisa, if you're trying to talk.
Hi.
Oh, you're muted again. Oh, she's muted. All right, go ahead, Patty, with your whiteboard.
So this was from a while ago. First off,
Can you hear us, Annalisa?
I'm so sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Yep. Can you hear us?
No, yeah, I can hear you guys.
Oh, all right. Wait, before you go, Patty, go ahead, Annalisa.
Hello, everybody.
Hey.
So it's interesting. I had a conversation with some black men yesterday, and it was exactly, I think, word for word, verbatim, the exact same talking points. And I sent it to you in the Instagram. Right. So I wanted to, I guess, if no one's doing anything, or if, I don't know where we are. Like I'm coming in really late. What's happening?
Well, Prince Petty is about to go on a whiteboard to explain. Drag them, Annalisa. No. Prince Petty is about to go on a whiteboard and explain to us some things. Go ahead, Prince Petty.
Sure. This was from a while ago. The green profile picture guy. Let me scoot over here and see. He was talking about kind of accountability, and he said that at least in the black community, and I think he had a good argument here, we can't really hold the men accountable for leaving their children. What we have to think about is kind of the system. And the system I'm going to represent with I drew a little man here. This is Dwight. I'm sure everybody knows Dwight. He's a man. And over here we have this this black family. This is the woman, man, the kid. What's that? Oh, so we have the black man and the woman and the kid. So Dwight, he comes down here and he pretty much throws, I don't know if you guys can see this, he pretty much throws the black man away from, his wife and children who he wants to take care of. But how can you fight Dwight? He's like big and stocky, as you can see here, and we're kind of slim over here. So it's hard to fight against a system like Dwight. So now we have no father in the home. And a lot of people tend to blame the father because Dwight is actually invisible. If I erased these black lines, he would cease to exist on this page because the rest of him is white. So that's what we really have to think about. It's not necessarily the man's fault. I would say 90% of the time, it's usually Dwight.
So Dwight took black men out the home.
I mean, well, there's no home, so I probably should have drew a home on the woman's side, but there's no home in this situation. But yes, to simplify, kind of. And now down here, because this isn't what happens 100% of the time, I'm not so careless as to say that it's the white every time. So down here we have a man, and he's running away from his, there's no Dwight down here. He's just running away from his kid and his wife or a girlfriend. But he's running to a computer. What we have to think about is men don't just leave their children for no reason. Remember, he said that earlier, but he didn't explain it very well. So I'll try to. So the man runs away from his family without any help from Dwight, but he runs to a computer so he can search for, that's right, his mental health exam. Because most black men frequently get mental health exams so that women can know that they're mentally stable. I would say probably 99% of black men get a mental health exam regularly. And also he's, finding a good man on maybe Craigslist or somewhere where you can find them, because you can find them out there. So, and you know what, as a matter of fact, let's change this into a woman, because he did say it is the woman's accountability to find the man. So I think you would maybe go to Craigslist back page. I don't know if that's still around. If I'm dating myself here, and you kind of find a man there. So remember, this is only at max 5% of men who leave willingly. Usually it's Dwight forcing them out. So yeah, and let me, if I can, yeah. Put that up there.
So Prince Patty, what are they looking for on the computer when they leave the non-home with the white? Because of the white, what they looking for on the computer?
Well, he's looking for his mental health exam, or just now it's a woman, but let's erase the hair. Representation is important, how you show up. So let's put a nice masculine bald head. Now this man is searching for his mental health exam, because we know that men generally get these regularly. So yeah, which another point would be, since it's so easy to, get on your computer and go to Craigslist and find a good man, as well as, we have so many men who are getting these mental health exams. I think what he was saying is, since that's so easily available, there's not really a good reason for people to be saying they don't know how to vet. Let's be real. You can literally Google these days. So I think that's what he was trying to say. I'll let you guys see the computer. Worked hard on that part. His head's a little lumpy, but that's fine. I don't judge people.
Come in. That's so beautiful, bro. That's so beautiful, bro.
Who said that?
Carl, man, that's a beautiful drawing, dude.
I did want to point out that Carl has excellent attire on today.
Wait. Hold on. No. I ain't do nothing. Hold on. Don't come at me, big dog.
Well, y'all realize Betty and Carl are dressed exactly the same. Y'all realize Betty and Carl were dressed exactly the same, right? Like,
Petty, did you do this on purpose?
That means I know Petty is somewhere where there's city life at. if he got on a black shirt with a chain, because that's some
Oh no
city
no no no
white
no no
type.
no 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 no
Where you
no. We're
from?
not. I'm not wearing what you're wearing. A black shirt with a chain. I'm wearing a chain with a black shirt.
Don't do that. We ain't even gonna do that, big dog. We ain't even gonna do. We ain't even gonna do. I respect you. I respect it.
Thank you. Let me put
Did
this back
Petty
up.
just come on camera, or did he already have the shirt on?
And now he's down here running. You would think he's happy to not be, taking care of his kids, but it's most likely the woman who forced him to run away somehow. Yeah. And look at the distance on this too. Now this guy can throw. And people don't really take this into account. Do you know how far Dwight can throw? So you expect this man to take accountability for another grown man system, literally like physically removing him from the home forcibly.
Petty, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'd like to thank you guys for having me on tonight.
Oh,
and
this
I
is
like
not my show. This is
what Petty Themis. I'd like to thank you guys for having me on, but let me see if I can get with you guys a little bit later.
All right, have a good one, Carl.
Thank you so much, man. I'd like to come back one day.
Yeah, have a great biracial night.
Don't do that. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. I fuck with you though. I fuck with you, man. Thank you, man.
Have a good night.
Likewise.
I think nobody's in the chat having a stroke right now.
I'm purposely not looking at the chat. I put it on for a second.
What is this?
I feel like after you do this, there's nowhere to go from here. It's just like we're just like here now.
I think we can agree. If Carl brought nothing else, he brought some energy. So I feel pumped up now, at least.
Pumped up.
Carl was fun. He was exactly what was expected. Yeah.
Someone said, I received that. I want a great biracial night.
So I wasn't going to say it, but I'm going to share my drunk thought that I tried to keep to myself. And my thought was...
Go ahead.
My thought was, oh, we just have to get Carl drunk enough to be fun and stop talking about himself. That was the secret to Carl. Get him drunk. We'll get him drunk before the next live.
Mogo, I forgot which one you were. I forgot which one you were.
Am I on? What's up?
Yeah, I forgot which one you were. Which one were you?
Which one was I?
Yeah, why did I remove you?
I think I was interrupting someone, but I was just trying to answer a question.
What do you have for us?
Oh, well, I mean, I like the drawings. There was actually pretty good drawings on that whiteboard he had there, but it didn't really, as far as illustrate what was being said. It actually failed to do it. It was actually pretty bad at doing it, but it was funny still.
You didn't say that it was due to the.
I felt like it was pretty successful.
Yeah,
no, because first of all,
we asked you very directly. Well, I didn't ask. I think it was asked very directly. What is it that's forcing men to leave the home? And you said we have to think about, I think, the white supremacy system and how it self-perpetuated.
I didn't say that. I said as far as outside forces, influences.
Yeah.
I never said.
Well, I was going to do voodoo when you said outside
about that,
forces, but you
but
clarified.
Themis did say something about white supremacy.
All right. So if it's outside forces, is it like Star Wars? Like what?
Well, we were talking about the music industry and entertainment industry and how those influences affect, people's, I guess, what they think is, what their perceptions of cool or what their perceptions of black is.
Okay.
And then I was alluding into how we don't control those industries and what images they put out. Yes, those are our degenerate youth on there displaying in that manner, but that's not, that they're coming from a distressful environment of gang related neighborhoods, of poverty, impoverished areas. So I mean, if Little Dirk takes a deal with Universal and starts putting out that degenerate music, that's really on what Demons was talking about as far as the positions Black society was forced in, especially during the 80s. Now, the example would have been better if you had the white throwing,
Yeah.
drugs
So I
and
added what you.
guns into
Yeah,
the
I added
pockets of
kind
the
of what
black
you
man, and
If
then
this,
him killing the black woman. That would have
do you
been
think
funny.
do you think this is a wait? You think it would be funny for him to be
If he gave the black man a gun and he shot his wife.
No, just specific. Yeah, you thought that would be funny.
That would be more illustrating to what they was explaining what would happen, right?
That's interesting. You thought that would be funny, but I tried to illustrate. Now Dwight he has his own black child here, and
did he adopt him?
He's influencing the black child to make music, and now I guess kind of the same thing happens, but now down here. Maybe I can draw some musical notes. Down here is kind of the music that's making him run. You know what I mean?
No, it's not. It's not just the music. You have to add in other related factors as well.
So even in the case where he leaves of his own accord,
we'll say that the mother is inherently good and nothing is wrong with the mother or the child.
We can agree there. Let's give her a house too, someone said.
She's peachy, perfect. She doesn't cause any issues or anything like that. So yeah, draw the house. And she's doing everything she's supposed to be doing, and the father still leaves. Where does he go? He doesn't run to the computer.
So he doesn't have the mental health exam.
He doesn't have the mental health exam because we already made the conclusion that you're supposed to do that beforehand, right?
Okay. Well,
that's supposed to be before. He's supposed to have that exam before he has the child.
So I'll put in his hand, there's like it kind of looks bad, but it's a little piece of paper with his results on it from the. So
no, he's not running with the results. She would have the results in his hand saying he's crazy. And
so
then
she would have the results.
Yeah, like, oh, this man's crazy. I just had a kid with him, and now he's running away.
So the results would be from hers then?
No, he gave it to her.
Okay. Let me see. So
I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you. So basically, the whole board needs to be erased because you illustrated it poorly. That's what I'm telling you. You illustrated it poorly. None of that makes sense. It's a cute drawing.
You don't
seems
believe
like my nephew.
Before you go on, you don't believe Dwight is or music.
Dwight isn't a person. Dwight isn't a.
No, he's. It's a representation. It's like a characterization of white supremacy, basically.
But it's not. It's a horrible characterization of it, right? Because that's not how it operates.
So it doesn't somehow.
No, that's not how it operates.
But didn't you say outside forces? So wouldn't the white supremacy be the outside force that you're talking about?
It can be one of the forces, but it's not the only force.
Pause. Great thing just happened. My friends are gonna be annoyed. 2 of my friends in the last 30 minutes just messaged me and say they get it now. These are my pro-black male friends. They said they have been not dragging me, but we've been debating for a while, and they were the last 2 in my cohort that I needed to leave me alone. So if this live didn't do anything, it definitely switched my friends over to me. So I'm very excited for this, and I will be bringing them on to discuss further. Because I just needed to let you know because I just got the message for the last one, and I was like, wait, in one live, y'all proved that they were wrong in their estimation about the Black community and where we are and how we're doing and where we can go. And they're like, yeah, after watching most of this, I realized what you were saying. So I didn't plan that, but it worked. And so I'm very excited. Keep going. I just wanted to announce that to the world.
But yeah, your drawing or illustration that does not illustrate what we discussed, and it does a poor job at it. Like I said, it's fun. It's cool and funny. But that's not how it works.
I
Okay,
don't know
so
if you were
so
being. Mhm.
Prince Petty, can I just maybe
Yeah.
hi Prince Petty.
Hello.
I it was you that said that Lil Durk was signed to Universal, which obviously that would be representative of the dominant society, or some type of power structure with uh influence, power, and
People who control that, yeah.
right. So how is his depiction inaccurate? Because Universal, who do you know who owns it?
I know a few of the people who said up top, but I'm not going to
Okay,
name
so
any names on
who
here.
do they look like? What are you saying? You think they look like Prince Petty or what?
I mean, but what are you
No,
trying
no,
to
just
get
answer
at?
the question. Are they white men or are they black men? Who owns
The
Universal? Does anybody know?
majority are white men. Yeah,
Okay, so
there
then
really aren't
how
any
is his
black men that
depiction
control.
inaccurate?
Because it's not one person just tossing them away. That's not
No,
how it happens.
but he's going based off of your analogous, right? Like what you're saying. You
No, he's
said
not, because that's not at all what I said.
Universal. You said Universal plus Lil Durk equals these messages that obviously Lil Durk has no control over, but these messages being put out that perpetuate a negative stereotype and blah 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 blah.
Well, yeah, they wouldn't put it out if it wasn't perpetuating that negative stereotype. There's plenty of great artists that promote a positive stereotype that doesn't get put out.
So who is putting it out? The white man?
They're the ones controlling what
So
we see
how
on
is he
TV, what
wrong?
we hear on the
How is Petty
radio.
wrong? How is Petty wrong? Was him putting one white man was not enough? He needed more.
It's not just a person doing it. It's
You do know the
literally
white
there's
man
no.
would
It's not a
you do
drawing.
wait.
It just
You
what we're
do know
explaining. Sorry, what we're
no.
can you explain a full case in the courthouse by a drawing? No, you can't defend the case
You
by
do
a
know the
drawing.
what I
Because they
put
didn't
you in the
know.
back because you don't know how to share the conversation, open up in sharing conversation.
My bad.
Can I ask
So
a quick question?
wait 1 second.
Mhm.
When you see one white person being drawn, you do know that's supposed to be a system.
Not.
Yes,
Like
baby.
it represents more than one individual
Yeah,
person.
I'm trying to explain to these people. I mean, I'm trying to explain some of these people. They don't understand, but they don't got any significant others. They all single.
Okay, can I push back on something? Okay, so did the white man
No,
put
no, no,
pet?
no, 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 no. What are people on here having a significant?
Your significant other is a little bit loud, sir.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I mean I don't know how you know if I have a significant other or not, but also like if I have one, I would not want mine yelling at me in the background while I'm on the internet looking like a
She doesn't
donkey.
have anyone.
My question, what's his name? I can't see his name. What's his name?
She doesn't have anybody.
No, no, no,
She's
no.
single.
Wait. Can we
Oh,
not
she
do
can come on the
that?
phone.
Nobody. That's why she's talking to a bunch of people she don't know.
She can come on the
And why
phone.
is
Let's
your
go.
husband talking or your boyfriend, husband? Why is your boyfriend or husband or whatever talking to a bunch of people on the internet
She's
then?
acting very masculine.
Don't worry.
First of all, why is she acting so masculine, sir?
Is this orange pill?
More black men. Are they okay?
They're lost. They're
Are
confused.
you okay? Because you're on
No,
like
Wait,
you're
can I hold
clearly
on,
not
hold on,
okay.
hold on,
That's
hold
why
on,
you're on this
anonymous?
app. Like that
What's
sucks.
his name? I
You
want to
don't have
ask him a
nobody to talk.
question.
You ain't got one nigga to call, or none of them want you probably.
They don't want
no,
no
you
more
just
than
have a
kids.
dumbass
Or the
that
kids.
No
You don't want the
vibrational
kids
comment.
either. That sucks.
1 second.
They don't want
Ma'am,
you or the
wait 1
Stay on the
second.
app. That's your best bet.
Sir, ma'am, if you're talking, it's fine. Can you not curse on my live stream? Please don't use the N-word.
Seamus, I do want to apologize for cursing because like
Yeah, no.
yeah,
Let's just judge. I don't do
I
that, and
just
that's fine. Y'all can be in your relation, not you, in your relationship. Good luck. I hope it's great that you guys are in a relationship. We would be so fortunate. But if you're both communicating, that's also fine. Just please don't curse on the live stream.
Sorry about that. She gets. That's why I try to get in my other room so she
Okay,
doesn't
sir.
hear.
Sir, what's your name? What are you addressed as?
You said, "What's my name?"
Yeah,
Mogul. Just call me Mogul.
Mogul. He said.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So, Mogul, the idea that you, first of all, you have no, there's no base in facts here, right? Like, do you know any of us personally? Do you know my SIN number? Like, what do you know about anybody on this panel? With any
Well, I know
measure of,
Themis.
hold on,
Me
wait a
and Themis
minute.
been talking for a
Hold
minute.
on. With any
Wait,
measure
wait,
of,
whoa, pause. You and who's been talking for what?
I've been on here about 3-4 times already. You may not
okay,
remember.
so you know us. So you know me then.
No, I don't
When's
know
my birthday?
you. I don't know you. I know Petty.
When's my birthday?
I never said I knew you.
Hold on, Mogul. You're coming up here and you're telling people that who has a significant other and who doesn't, based on what information? Are you Nostradamus? Who are you?
I might be.
Sorry?
You never know. You don't know me.
No, that's the point. That's the point.
That's the point. You don't
I
know.
understand that you're a little bit remedial. I
Yeah,
understand
if
you're
I'm
maybe functionally
Nostradamus or
literate,
something,
but
because I
try to
said they're
follow
all
what I'm
single,
saying.
but they are all single,
You
and she's
don't
upset about it.
You don't know.
Well, then put your husband on the phone then. Put him on.
Can he
Put
stop?
him on.
Can he stop
Can
interrupting?
you put him
You're
on?
acting very catty and feminine. Stop interrupting me, sir.
So
He's
I
acting like a
removed
child. I
him.
feel like I'm at work.
Wait, I
Sorry.
removed him for interrupting. The truth is, I think a lot of us, unfortunately, don't know how to hold conversation. A lot of us don't know how to push back. A lot of us don't know how to hold court. I think we think the loudest person in the room wins, and it's kind of ridiculous at this point. I mean, I'm fortunate for this live, as ghetto as it became. I'm fortunate for it because at least it highlighted some things to some people that I care about their opinion. Like I honestly don't really care about what Mogo has to say about me or anyone on here. Like I honestly don't. He's still up here because I do kind of find this fascinating, and I'll explain in another live why. But I think it's kind of interesting that the way in which we decide to troll is to prove someone like Sinji's point, or to say like the consensus after this live is that the men who came on were not able to have meaningful discourse, um, were essentially degenerate, is what most people are going to say. And I think they're going to make an exception for me. They're going to make an exception for Petty. They might make an exception for Q, even though Q hasn't been talking a lot. But then they're going to say, see, this is what black men do. And I find it interesting that the move is never to uphold the image we want. It's never to prove that the sentiments about us is wrong. It is to lean right into these sentiments and then go off and cry about how we're being perceived and treated and the stereotypes about us, right? So you can sit with women who, even if you don't believe that they should all have a voice, you can sit with women you disagree with and disagree while holding your frame. It is ridiculous to just drop into this petty mode of, oh, they're single. Okay, I don't know. I actually don't even know if these women are single or not. But even if they are, I don't understand. What
If
about
they
it?
if they
Why are
are
you
if they aren't
interrupting me? Why
single,
are
then
you
where's your
interrupting
husband or
me?
boyfriend? Put them on. I'm gonna
Why are
talk to
you
them.
interrupting me? There is no one on this platform, hopefully by this point, who thinks that being in a relationship validates them in any way. I hope that there is no one on this live stream currently who still believes a relationship validates them. Who
So
you
being
are is
married,
shut the hell up. Stop.
Ooh.
Everyone is self-actualized by who they are and not by someone else. So the fact that you are up here thinking everyone need, like, prove to me, no one needs to prove anything to you. You are not you are literally not even an icon. You are a blank screen. So why are you asking for people to prove something to you? No one cares. The reason our image as black men is being disrespected in the way it is because of people like you who consistently come up here and prove people's point about black maleness.
About what?
About black maleness. But did you hear that?
So let me lay it on you, like for real, because when I said that comment about being single, if I'm talking about relationships or I'm talking about being with someone who I vetted and I trust to be with, I would want to hear that from someone who's been through that situation. I'm not going to talk to somebody who isn't going through that situation. Just like the situation with Kanye, he's a billionaire. He's making billions of dollars. I'm not going to give him business advice. Okay, I don't make that kind of money. So
May I?
that's the same sentiment. It does hold value intrinsically if you have somebody that has been through something with somebody and knows how relationships work, and you speak to those people rather than speaking to people who have broken relationships and dysfunctional relationships, because all you're promoting is more dysfunction.
Do you think that you're in a functional relationship?
I'm in a very functional relationship.
Interesting.
By the way, someone said why I'm cursing. The word hell for me is not cursing. I use it a lot. So if
No, it's fine. I don't take any
Can I
offense to
ask him?
cursing.
Oh.
Wait, before we continue, Kanye West said the same thing about dating, about not listening to people who is not as rich as him. So sure, if you want to listen to Kanye West about
I
who
was
to,
just using him as an example. I don't support anything
I
he
mean, I don't
said.
know why, because he's about to not be, well, he's no longer a billionaire anymore. We saw in a day how a black man's wealth can be withdrawn
What?
from him
Yeah,
because we don't own anything.
exactly. You got it. That's what it is right there. You just saw a man emasculated from his wealth because we do not own that industry. So you can't come at me from that contention point that, oh yeah, we're black men are this, black men are that. Like, no, there is a legitimate effort going into shunning black people out of certain industries in certain ways so that we can't attain that wealth or that power. So then we can't translate that into the treatment of our women, of our kids, of our children, and our families. That's exactly what's happening. So
All right,
if
so are you about to leave your woman?
no, what do you mean?
How? So you are not just going to up and leave your woman when she gets
We just
pregnant?
bought a house. You think when you have a
Wait,
woman,
no,
you invest in
wait.
her.
So you exactly. So you're not going to just up and leave.
Yeah. No,
So how did the system prevent other men from doing what you did?
I broke through because I had a family that was supportive through my whole life. I never knew dysfunction. I knew both my parents, all three of my brothers were in the same house, grew up. My grandmother's 97 years old. Her mother lived to be 102.
All right,
All
so
the stories, all the support.
you are a unicorn.
No, I'm not a unicorn because everybody that I knew had the same situation. My parents kept me away from the degeneracy of my people, obviously. And because
You don't think you're degenerate?
they knew that that's an ad hominem and you shouldn't do that.
No, it's a
Yet,
question, but go on.
but it's not a question.
No, it
They
was.
knew that there were outside forces affecting our community, and that as a child, if you have the ability to keep them away from that, then you should try every way possible. Like, my parents were strict. I didn't get to go to the parties, I didn't get to go, I didn't even drink alcohol until I was like 25 because I was scared to, because even after I turned 21, I was like, nah, I don't even want
Excuse
to
me,
do it.
sir.
You said what?
So, I don't know if it's just me, it might be other people as well, but I'm getting a little lost in your personal story. You're kind of doing that thing that the guy before you is doing, where you talk about yourself so much that we
I
can't
haven't
keep
been talking myself. Hold on. I get what you're saying, but I haven't brought up anything about myself this whole time. I was just making that point as to there are ways to, I think one person said, change the mindset, and as far as maturize our culture and our people, get back with our functional families, because we didn't come from this. When we were, before the segregation or integration happened, we were all in the family. We weren't
Oh, hold
doing this
on.
kind of activities.
Hold on, Mogul, hold on. That it's interesting, your entire sentiment. Do you think that you're acting in a way that you have been acting? I would say you and your lady. Do you think that you've been acting in a way that's exemplary, or that's, that you're kind of you're showing us and leading by example as to how you should be and
Hold on.
treat women?
I was a blank person on the screen before. So why
No, no,
should I
no, no, no,
expect
no, no, no,
that
no,
you
no, no,
follow me as an
no.
example?
No,
If
right,
you
and I'm
choose to
asking
follow
you.
me as an example, then you can do that. That's up to
No, no,
you.
no, no, sir. I'm on it. Listen to what I'm asking you. I'm asking if your conduct on this panel, you and your lady, because remember, she's a reflection of you, right? Do you think that you're an exemplary, that you're a part of that sort of that demographic that should be giving
If
advice
you're looking for
based
an
on your conduct?
example of that on a panel that you
I'm
don't know
asking
anybody
based
on,
on your conduct, sir, because
based on
this
my
is who you
conduct,
are.
it's been perfectly exemplified that I know what I'm talking about and you don't, because I provide facts while you go off of emotions.
Okay, so what facts have you proved?
I just proved that I'm not single,
And what does that mean?
and you haven't proved that you're not single.
No,
Wait, no,
what?
what does
No,
it
what
mean
is
That
to
wrong
not
means
with
be?
that
this
I
guy?
am forthright with what I say and what I do. I can show you and prove to you everything I say and do. You, on the other hand, want to hide your hand and hide your face.
You
So I
didn't
can't trust you. So if you want to talk about
um,
example, I'm the one leading in that
You
in that
don't know,
whole
sir.
entire
Hold
area.
on. Wait a minute. Let me understand this. In order for you to engage in discourse, you need to know whether or not a man or a woman is engaged in a relationship. Is that what you're saying to me?
Before I let someone take care of my child, I need to know they have
I
experience
don't. I'm not
nurturing and
taking
taking
care of your
Wait,
care of
no
a
child,
one's
sir. I
child.
talking
have
about a
So
no
before I
relationship. Wait,
engage in
no.
conversations about
Wait.
What's
relationships
wrong?
and
This
everything, I
yo,
want that
this
person to
guy
be
is
in a functional
remedial.
relationship
Wait,
so I can get a positive perspective.
who said anything about a relationship? Like, were we? Maybe we were, and I missed it. Who was talking about a relationship?
She did say that. She said, should you, if you're going to have a conversation about relationships, should they be engaged in a relationship currently? And my answer,
No. Wait. You asked if you said none of them were in a relationship, which is fine. Why? Why do we need to be in a relationship to talk about what
just
we
the
were
same
talking about?
reason, if I want to get any type of advice or any, if I want to listen to
Who was
somebody
giving?
on,
Did anyone? Was anyone up here giving advice about being in a relationship?
yes, when you're telling not to date black men, when you're telling people not to abort black babies, or when you're telling people
I said
not to accept
no one up
being around
here
black
said
men and all that stuff.
no one up here said do not date black men. No one up here said abort black babies outside of Sin G, which everyone else disagreed
So
with.
the conversation earlier when you was talking about the as far as raising of these black men to tell the black women to not go after them, is that not the same thing? Telling them not to date the black boys or the black men?
No one said don't date black men. It said it's very difficult, and if you choose to do that, that's on you.
But that's condescending.
I mean, it is what it is, but
But
no
that's the
one said what
point. That's
you
the point I'm
said.
making. You're making that point for me. But thank you for
The
that.
person who said that was definitely in a relationship.
That doesn't have anything to do with it, but that's
You
what I'm
said
saying.
no. You said if they were in a well, let me not put people's business out there. But the person who said that was in a relationship, decided to not be in a relationship, so they had gone through what they want to go through.
So they're
And
no
figured
longer
out.
in it, so it didn't work out.
Well, no, I don't know
That
if it didn't
happens
work
in
out.
life. You know that, right?
I'm not
You
saying it
understand that
doesn't happen, but what I'm
like that's
saying is if you're going as far as bash a
hold
particular
on, sir.
group of
You've been going
people,
on and on and on. I
it's
need to
it's
ask you a
very hard to
question.
do that when
Hold
okay,
on,
go
sir.
ahead. Sorry.
Hold on. If whether or not I'm dating or married, does that affect a black man's socioeconomic position and political position in society? Do you know that?
That has nothing to do
No,
with
answer my
any of
question.
that.
Answer my question.
Does you dating black men have
Whether
anything
or
to
not I'm
do?
dating or married, my marital status, does that affect black men's socioeconomic and political standing
It
as a
can.
collective?
Yeah, it can.
Oh, flesh that out. It can flesh it out.
No, it really can. When
Okay, so I said to flesh it out. Go
when
ahead.
black men and black women get married, their income increases. When black men and black women get married, they tend to get aligned politically. When black men and women get married and it's a functional relationship, there's great outcomes for the children. There's great outcomes for
So
everybody.
what if my husband was white? Then what?
Well, the same thing can happen, but he's not coming from a position where he's not coming from the same position as the black man that if you decide to marry the black man, he's coming from a different position.
He would be coming
So
from a position of power, wouldn't he?
he become a position
Since white men have all this
of
power,
colonialism
control.
and theft and stealing land. Yeah, he will come from that position. You're right.
All right.
So
So you're saying a person who's been in a relationship and no longer is in a relationship can talk about a relationship?
not necessarily in a condescending manner, because you're coming out of a relationship that didn't work, obviously. So
So they
you're
can talk about how a
going to be
relationship
biased.
doesn't work.
You're going to be biased on
So
that.
if
And
you're in a relationship, would you be biased to say a relationship will
no,
work?
you're not. I'm not biased because
No. I'm just talking because we created archetypes now. If you are in a relationship, you would be biased to being in a relationship. If you're out of a relationship, you would be biased to being out of a relationship.
not necessarily, because when you're in a relationship and it's working, okay, you're not going to be biased and say, oh, this relationship will work for everybody. No, you know that there's different strokes for different folks. There's all of
But
that going
why
on.
wouldn't you not know that if you are out of a relationship?
Because if you're out of a relationship, more times than likely, you're going to have either ill will or a negative connotation as
You
far
said
as your
more than likely,
perspective
which implies
on
that
your
you could
previous
also
relationship.
not have it. You just realize how that logic doesn't make sense, right?
What happened?
So you can be in a relationship, but the good hormones you're feeling won't bias your opinion. But if you're out of a relationship, the bad hormones and the bad feelings you have will bias your outcome. You do
I
realize
didn't
how
say
that.
anything about good hormones or
No,
bad
you
hormones.
did not. It's fine. You don't have to say that. So
Well,
you are.
what I'm saying is when you're in a good relationship and it's functioning, you know that works for you. You're
But
going to know that.
when you're in a bad relationship and you leave it, you cannot realize that good
You know
relationship.
what didn't work for you.
Yeah, but you also didn't know, you can't know that good relationship
So
exists.
so if that didn't work for you, doesn't mean it wouldn't have worked for someone else.
Yeah. So
But you're going to come from the perspective of, oh,
how
that
do you
didn't
know
work.
that?
Why are you
Because that's how it. That's how it.
hold on. I think that it's so weird that you're up here like you're telling people what their intent is. You don't know any of us from a can
It's
of
not about
paint.
intent. It's about psychological,
You
instinctive
spell
things that we
psychological.
do.
Don't talk to me about anything psychological, sir. You're prescribing our
Don't ask me to
intent and you
spell.
don't know
That's
us.
negative
We
connotation.
can't even move forward
That's
with this
not what we're here to
conversation
do.
because you're too remedial to have a conversation
There's not. See,
outside of
you're
the
throwing out
paradigm of
insults.
being in a
So usually the
relationship.
first person to throw out insults is the one that's actually
You've
not
been
as
insulting
intelligent.
So that was you.
I didn't
you're the
insult
reason we're having
anyone.
this conversation
Me
because you
saying you're
insulted
single,
us.
is that insulting?
What's
You
wrong
should. I
with
thought
you
you was
guys?
glad to be single.
Go
I
get
thought
your
you was.
husband and put your husband on
No,
the
it
phone.
was
I'm
I
not
thought you
talking
was
to you.
happy to be single.
androgynous that came out of your female's
I
mouth.
actually agree with him. I agree
Sorry,
with
not for
you.
saying
Wait,
female, but
Mogo,
that's a
I
female.
agree with you. I agree with you. I think the first person to throw an insult is the loser and probably degenerate.
Well, I'm not here to insult anyone. I don't. I try to refrain from that, and I try
It's
to
too late. But you're too
give
remedial. You
everyone his
don't even
time.
realize
I
what
just
you're
said that
doing.
they're single. They don't.
You're
They're
remedial.
not in
Go get your
relationships, so they're
husband. I
going to
don't want to
come
talk
from a
to you
different
anymore. I want to
position.
talk to your husband.
You
Maybe
come
he
from a
has more
different
sense.
position.
You're emotional
You come
and
from a
you're
different
erratic. I
position than
want to
where I'm
speak to your
coming from.
husband.
Excuse
You
me,
coming
guys.
from? See all this energy? Where is this coming from?
I'm
Listen.
laughing
Are
about
you
Put your man
upset? Did
on
I
the
trigger you
phone.
somehow?
Distract me
Why
to
are you
have
so
this
interested
conversation.
now?
Annalicia and LB, I think you guys are. I do actually think he is probably in good faith in that. I think this is probably the best we're gonna get.
Oh, I
And
absolutely agree. I work in education and I can recognize a few things, but I'm not going to get into that.
no, I don't think it's fear though. But I see what you just did, which, but I'm not trying to be mean. I've listened to this backwards and front. I don't have the patience for it anymore. I realize something very fundamental in everything that we've done. I've removed him twice. People are like, oh, he made Themis curse. I've said hell many times before, but I recognize that the the way he's responding to like very direct questions, I'm not saying he might understand it, he might not, it doesn't matter. I don't think he's like deeply engaging with any of the questions really. And when faced with an issue that he doesn't want to deal with, it becomes a troll and it becomes funny.
I'm not trolling.
Yeah, yeah. And so I think we are kind of, I don't think we wasted our time because I just got the permission from my friends to go off. And I've been waiting for this because we all not control, but like we check in and we moderate people. I don't have that moderation anymore. Everyone is like, period. You can do what you need to do because these people are disgusting, essentially is what they said. So I feel freer now, but I also recognize that some conversations aren't worth having, honestly. Like I know I brought us down this road and I take responsibility for it. Part of it
Can
was
I
funny,
ask
part
a
of it was
question?
angry. But even now, like emotional regulation to like not interrupt. Go ahead, ask your question.
Well, I just want to ask, like, what if a man that's in his home, taking care of things, paying bills, working hard, doing what he needs to do, if that's the bare minimum, right? Then what do you want as far as that man? Like, what do you want more from that man? Like you said, we don't have control over large industries. We don't have as far as the resources to fix the youth the way we would like to fix it. There are inherent things in the system that keeps people from reaching out to one another because I have to take what's mine and hold it here. You get what I'm saying? So what
Can you
more
put the
what
camera on your face because we can't see anything?
oh sorry.
It's like filtered.
What are you wanting? What are you gaining by other measures of what you're trying to do?
I don't know what
Or
you're
what you're or
I
what
don't under
what is the complaint
I don't understand
pretty
your
much?
question.
The
Like
complaint
pretty
about
what is
black men as a collective? Is that what he's asking?
as a collective, black people as a collective, whatever your contention is, what is
So
the
I
complaint?
so from my perspective, it feels like there is a lot of unwillingness to take ownership of where the community is, right? And so even in the conversation about single motherhood and all of that, it feels like we are always blaming the women and we are unwilling to take responsibility. Or we have people like yourself who think, oh, it's not me. Why is and Stan who thinks because you think you are doing what you need to do in your life, you want to shut down the broader conversation about what is happening within the community. And you want to blame everything else, but not take any responsibility in terms of agency for how we do what we do within the community, right? The external force that you blame about what we do is part of the problem because I can agree with you that I think white supremacy is a thing. I do think that there is a lot of issues out in the world that informs how we behave, but there's a lot of how we behave that is
Personal
predicated
responsibility.
on what we do and personal, right? And you have not at all articulated any kind of ownership of our actions. Like
Wait,
you blame
I did.
everything.
I did because remember, I don't know if you remember earlier when I was saying that there are particular groups who do certain things, and I mean, essentially, there's going to be degenerates of each culture of each group. So there's nowhere you run to, you're really going to avoid that. But yeah, I do hold accountable those our community that don't take ownership of their responsibilities or their actions, and I do hold myself accountable when I don't take full responsibility of things I need to get done. That's what's really gotten me up to be able to afford to buy the house that I got, to be able to be able to have a great woman by my side that loves me unconditionally no matter what. Like, so the things that I've sacrificed and that I've seen and that I've actually avoided from doing because I knew that there were degenerate parts of my culture. I just stayed away from it. Now, can I go in there and try to fix it? Yeah, probably get you killed. But it's, you can
No, but
also,
no. Pause on that. It can probably get you killed. Who is going to kill you?
it'll probably be if it's anybody, it could be either a setup, it could be through a gang related issue, it could be
I said
you just a
who?
bystander like Takeoff.
Who? I said who?
I mean, another person. What do you mean who?
The race, sex.
The race and sex. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the race and sex of who that maker would be. But if you're in the community trying to fix things, you're not around anybody else, then it's going to be whatever race community you're in trying to fix.
What
Just like with,
what community would you be fixing?
I
Would
mean,
it
I
be
would
in
be
the white
fixing my
community?
community, but it's like
All
if
right,
someone
so
who's Asian wants to fix their community, or
wait, is it
they're more likely to die by the hands of their own race. Every race is like that.
all right? Let me ask my question first. Is it are you going to be fixing the Black community if you were in your community?
I am in my community fixing
Why
them,
is
but I'm
it
doing it from a
hard
different.
then? Why is it hard when I ask you who are you afraid of? Who's gonna kill you?
Well, I'm talking about as far as the degenerate part of it, where
Who
there's
is going to kill you?
no one is.
So who are you afraid of going in your community? You said if you go
I'm
in your
in my
community,
community,
you said if you
but I'm
go
not
in your
going to the
community,
parts that I know are
oh my
dangerous
God.
to try
You
it.
said, wait, you said if you go in your community and you try to fix your community, they will probably kill you. Who are you talking about?
Whoever is the community you're
Ooh,
going
the race.
to.
What
Is it
community are you in? Are you black, white? I mean, what community are you speaking of? There's multiple
Hold on, there's
communities.
multiple different, just like you had someone who said they're biracial, just like you have some.
Right, but then there's
right?
also
I
things.
know
There
I
are also
removed him.
statistical
I'm sorry.
realities and likelihoods. What
Yep,
is
nope.
who's
He's
more
gone.
likely?
I removed him. I'm sorry. I can't do it.
Hey,
I
can I
can't
make
do
a
it.
comment though?
Yeah, well, Annalise and LB, yeah, you guys can make your comment. That was painful.
I'm sorry, and I have a negative side that was definitely out tonight, and I do apologize because I've been trying to be respectful. I got to remove myself when stuff like that happens, but I really wanted to ask him what like if he believes that he should be building within his community and what he's doing to build within his community, because like literally anybody can like put a profile online or walk or go to a bar and pick somebody up, and like anybody can find somebody to be with, right? But like the real flex would be like, what are you building, what are you doing, like
No, well, I
what
mean,
is the
the thing
quality
is,
of your relationship?
it is a part intellectual dishonesty and a part just lack of comprehension. He was afraid to say Black men.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, we're dealing with people who are just willing to straight up lie. You are afraid to go back to your community because you're afraid that Black men are going to kill you. It's why Nipsey Hussle got killed in his community. That is not even the extent of the conversation we are attempting to have, but at least be honest in the people that you're afraid of. And then we can talk about the problem. Like, don't sit here and lie to me like, oh, it could be this community.
So another issue I had is just like the cowardice that was displayed and the cowardice that we see displayed so commonly, because I'm just
By the
looking
way,
at
no. I'm gonna stop you there because I got heated and I was annoyed at myself, but I was annoyed at both you and Annalicia for biting when he talks about relationship. No one cares. Like,
it wasn't that for me, like it wasn't about the relationship because I don't care, and I'm like by choice single, yes, and I don't care that someone sees it as like a value thing because that's not part of my value set. Like being in a relationship isn't like a bragging point for me. It's just something I could do if I want to. And so like my issue was the disrespect. I have a hard time dealing with people being disrespectful without disrespecting them back, but I am actually in actual therapy, not like just filling out forms on the medical thing. Like I go and I talk to somebody and I'm working through those issues, but I still have them. So like sometimes like when people come at me foul, like it's just part of me. Like that's, I live in the suburbs now, but it hasn't always been like that. I did grow up in those communities where you do have to be a little bit more like quick and stuff. Like, so for me, like she brought me back to the beginnings, to the roots. And I was like, oh, okay. So she's talking to me like I'm a female off the street. And I came at her like that. As far as him, like for me, it's the assumption that you know something about me. I was honestly, if I was able to respond, would have just been like, oh, so like, how do you know about me? Or like if like the wife had said, oh, you don't have a man, I probably would have been like, yeah, I don't have a man. But did you ask about the girlfriend? Because like to me, their mindset was so limited that I just wanted to play. I'm not like actually upset at the content of what he said, but I'm more so like annoyed and like I don't deal with respect, and you're gonna get back the energy that you give to me unless I'm getting paid not to be myself, because that's who I am at this point.
So for me, Themis, I agree with you, and I think that I don't think I was triggered because and now I kind of feel bad because I don't care what Black men think collectively, and when I engage with them individually, Black men like him in particular, I don't care about what they think. I was more trying to drive the conversation towards, okay, well, if I'm single, is that the reason that you're not getting educated, and Black men are just only functionally literate? Like that's where I was trying to move, because if he can't have a conversation without talking to someone who is in a relationship, then that's the problem that I was sort of I wanted to lean into more. I don't care, like
I
he doesn't
gotcha.
know.
I think it's let these women troll the troll. You let the troll. Oh yeah, well, so I misinterpreted. That's my bad. But yeah, no. If I had for a minute thought like you guys, because it was like she said it, and I was like, okay, girl, next. Like I was
No,
just
I was
like,
gonna play with her if anything. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine. It's just, but I appreciate that. I'm glad. A part of why I got upset too was because I was like, I hate the fact that I brought you two up here and someone was disrespecting you both. So like for me, I was like, shut the hell up. Right, separately from that, I hope that happened after, because the disrespect of, like, I just don't understand why it is that we men just come up here and go and just be disrespectful to like like, if you're disrespectful to me, I don't care, I don't know you, but it hits different. I just learned that, whatever. It is different when I have people up here and someone is disrespecting them. Like in the same way, like if someone is dragging me online, I'm like, period. But if I see my like subscribers going back and forth, then that feels like I now need to intervene. And I don't like that. So I mean, that's where I was going. That's where I was coming from. I've learned a lot though. I'm actually very thankful for this live, in that now I can always show it to my friends who are like annoyed with me. Because so there are two guys that I'm friends with, absolutely adore these two men. One is married, the other one is dating. And they're the two of my favorite people. And they both messaged me because they're always fighting me. Like after every live stream, they're like, I don't understand this. And more we talk, and I'm like, look into the manosphere. They're like, I'm not gonna watch that foolishness. No. And we are talking, but they watch my channel. So today was like the first time that they've been on for a very long time, and they watch men come and go and listen to them. And they're like, wait, is this what is really happening in the community? Are these the men who are representative? I'm like, nope, these are the quote unquote good ones. I promise you, these men who came up tonight believe themselves to be the good ones, the educated ones, the ones who can hold court and conversation. Yeah, these are the best we got. Because I think for a lot of us, we're in our bubbles and we're thinking, like one of them literally thought most black men were like doctors and lawyers and like him and the friend group, and I'm like, no, that's not what's happening in the world. So I think it's good for the kind of exposure, because we look, they at brunch and stuff, none of them can talk to me now, so I'm very excited, and I'm very excited to bring them on to talk about their evolution on this channel.
I mean, I think it's important also to note that, well, okay, this is my subjective opinion, but black men of that ilk, they can't really just respect people. Like, not, I don't feel that they can disrespect others. I feel that they can embarrass themselves, but in terms of the way that I interpret it, or how it makes me feel, it's not like, oh, you're disrespecting me, because I don't, and I know this is really bad, but I don't value their opinion or their knowledge or insight. And this sounds really, really bad, but I kind of, you can kind of get a feeling from someone, or maybe an energy from individuals, and you kind of know that, at least for me, I know what direction they're gonna go in, or I know, it's hard to explain, but if I don't inherently value what someone has to say or what they think or feel about me, like, you can't disrespect me. You can't
Yeah.
devalue me. You can't disrespect me. You can't invalidate me. You can't, like, you don't exist to me in my world.
1 second. Agreed, by the way. I love that, and that's my position. So I can pull up, you can come up obviously whenever, because I do like that. So like I don't have to feel like you're offended and I need to step in and protect your dignity in that way. I will. But I that's why I was like men only and then women only, because there's something in me. Wait, am I masculine? Period.
Yes, you are.
It's giving
David.
masculine. There's something in me that's like, no, that's not that you're not allowed to do that. Like, period. Who said I wasn't sir? Sir?
Yo.
Yep.
So y'all continue talking. I mean, you was talking about me, right? Why you quiet?
I mean, I removed you. You came back, so I'm assuming.
Then you continue to try to talk about somebody, and you call me disrespectful, but that's disrespectful. So I'm right here. What's going on?
You heard what we said.
Yeah, so I'm here now. Now you can say it again while I'm here.
Why do we have to say it again? You were on here and we said all of the same things.
Well, you waited till I got kicked off.
No. You were on the panel, and I said it to your forehead.
You said you don't value my opinion, so why did you ask me a question?
I don't.
So why are you asking me anything? Why are you talking to me?
Why are you? Because you're on the panel. Why are you on the panel?
But if you don't value my opinion, even if I'm on a panel and I'm giving an opinion or I'm giving facts
about me as an individual or my
then why
marital
did you
status,
ask?
sir?
Then why did you ask?
All right, wait.
Listen to what I'm saying. Do you know?
By the way,
exactly. Anyways, y'all have a good night. I came here.
This is what you came up for, and you think that
I came here to prove the fact that all of this is just emotional banter. There is nothing inherently wrong with black men. There is nothing really wrong with anybody but the person complaining.
Okay.
Like, he really came up here thinking he was gonna like shoulder check somebody or checkmate someone. Ha ha ha! I got you guys. We said
Now I really do believe that he has a husband. I'm sorry. That was very feminine and emotional of him.
Don't do that. I'm not weaponizing sexuality. But what I am gonna say is, when he came up, the reason I brought him back was I thought, because I am one of those people who I hope, in spite of
Optimist.
everything, huh?
You're an optimist.
Yeah, no,
You're a
I
magical
literally thought
thinker.
he was coming back to show a different.
You are a magical, loving thinker, being person that's highly more
Girl,
advanced than the
I
rest of us.
so obviously I knew he could be mad, but I thought the only reason he thought I would put him back is to say, hey, look, I not even to apologize necessarily, but like just show a different side. I don't know, girl. I feel like I'm just like one of those people who is just. I'm glad I'm in the circle I'm in because I think people would probably walk all over me. Because like I literally just assume he was gonna come up here and prove that we are wrong and that look, hey, so maybe I didn't express myself well previously. This is what I meant. Actually thought there would be an apology somewhere, like sorry if it came off bad. I don't mean to this. I don't know. I literally just I thought.
Themis, you know what the sad part is? The sad part for me is that him, like many, and we have seen it over and over and over. If we were to quantify it, it would be an overwhelming majority of Black men who come up here and they have that sort of like that really smug and really kind of covert behavior where they'll come up here and they're laughing and they're chuckling and they for them it's about winning. It's
Yeah.
not about coming to some sort of meeting of the mind or consensus or solution. Like he came off his live and he thought I won. Like
Yeah.
that's the level of narcissism in these Black males. It's absolutely disgusting. And it happens over and over and over. But yet they think that they are the prize. These are the good Black men. These are the good Black men? Like what? This guy's sitting up here laughing like a petulant child. Like he's literally coming up here like, oh, say it to my face. Oh, you were talking about me. Say it to my like. How old are you? We said it to you.
Yeah, and like I can mute you and we can say it. It's not like we're afraid of you. To be fair, I don't say things. I don't disrespect people because I wouldn't do it in person. Anything I say here, I'll say it in real life. But the reality is like you can be muted and people can say what they want. It's not like you're up here, so now we're shaking. Like we're shaking in our boots. Like
So my thing is I don't respect men that buck up on women because I felt threatened with that energy. Like that energy in real life would get you a taser. That energy in real life might get a
I didn't even actually think about it like that actually. Like
yeah,
it did
no, like
feel
he's bucking up on women.
specifically the way it was like he was ready to fight. I at least feel
He might
like
get a little pow pow in real life. Like stop playing.
yeah.
He was
Bucking
Anywho,
up on
really
women like that.
he was when he came and he said, oh well, if you don't value my opinion, why are you talking to me like this is middle school, like this is high school. Or if you don't value why are you talking to me, then like what, like this is like this is the like arrested development. Like these males are operating emotionally and cognitively somewhere at like the 11, 12, 13 level, I swear to God. And this is why the narcissism is it's so like it comes to the forefront every single time. They're laughing, they're putting their masculine lady on the phone, like they're trying to shoulder check and checkmate people, they're trying to win. Like I'm done. It's like I'm done.
I do think though, I don't think it's perpetual sort of wanting and having this idea of good people and being good. I think it's said it's insanity. And that's to repeatedly do something and expect a different outcome is in fact insanity. And so for me, maybe that is true. Like, I don't think we should praise me for my patience or for my willingness to try and blah, blah, blah. I think it's actually insane. Like, I think it was The Themis definitely dragged him while he was up there the last time. Themis was talking about him like he wasn't even there. Hello. Look, so I do think it is because at some point we have to move on, and I'm talking about this from a content creation perspective. Like at some point I have to stop believing that anything will be different, because that does not make sense. Like I've done this so many times, and here and there, I'll get a message about from a man saying, "Yo, you changed my perspective on this." Like I've had 4 of those in my 2 years or 3. I don't know how long I've been on, and like I hold on to them as if it's like a badge of honor, and it's really not. It's really not, and to continue down this road of giving men the space to talk is not great because it's almost abusive to the women in the chat. It's like sitting there and trying to dissect someone talking about not enough women have died for us to care about black femicide cannot be a good thing. It cannot be good for the people who are experiencing DV. It cannot be good for the people who have lost family members and loved ones, and those people are included in the stat regarding black femicide. This cannot be good. So how do we create that balance where we talk to men and also protect the people who are here who are supporting the channel? Like I don't think it's possible to do both. So I might actually restrict male access to the panel. I don't think they care. I don't care. So we don't care. And I'll just talk to women and the men that I already know here. Because at this point, it's like, nah, I'm good. Like, I'm good. Like, I don't say the word hell. I mean, I say it a lot. I've said it on here, but because I don't, it's the place, it's whatever. But it was meant in the sort of the energy of cursing is behind it when I said it. The fact that I allow myself to do something like that means we have come to the point where it needs to end. I think we've come to the point, I think, where it needs to end. My patience has run out, and I don't really care enough anymore. Like, I care about the black women and men who are already here, where we're building communities and we're trying to help people in these seminars and we're actually doing good. I think that's where it should stay. I'm tired of trying to reach anyone else. Like I don't want to do it anymore. Like I don't want to allow those people in my energy field because I wouldn't do it in real life. Like I would not speak to someone like this in real life. I wouldn't do it. I don't know why I would do it online. I'm not going to do it anymore. I am going to make a rule. You have 3 sentences, and if I don't feel like it's going anywhere and I don't feel like you're someone I would connect with in real life, I'm going to end the conversation. Like I can't. I really can't do it. Like from a content perspective, it might be fun, but like I'm not letting you in my like. No, that's too much work. I can't do it.
I mean, it's emotionally exhausting to continue to have these conversations and it go nowhere. You ask them questions and then they keep giving you this roundabout circle logic that goes nowhere. So after a while, it's like, why do I have to keep extending you this grace and this energy when you're not learning anything?
Yeah.
So, but I think that there's also a sort of not a dichotomy, but I think that there are going to be, because your channel is going to continue to grow and you're going to get, you're going to get new black women who are going to start consuming your content. And I think maybe some black women feel it may be advantageous, but I guess it's, the risk to reward ratio. Like I'm not sure, but maybe
Wait,
black women.
Do you think there are, like, I feel like at this point, if black women don't know the truth, then they just don't want to know.
But also,
I did build, like, there was a part of me that I feel like if I can't change the men, at least I can show them in how they talk so other people will see them and respond to that accordingly. But I don't know. I think the cost benefit analysis, as you were pointing out, Annalisa, I don't know if it weighs in favor of continuing the discussion, even outside of my own sort of protection of my own energy.
May I add that, like, if there are new Black women, like, not, I definitely think that what Annalicia said is true. There are going to be new Black women that come that want to, like, go through the whole process again. But since we've already been there as a channel and as a community, and we have archives, like, you can go check out the TNT archives. If you're really concerned, if you really want to know how Black men are presenting themselves here on this platform, there's plenty of videos that you can go back and review and then join us when
Unfortunately,
you're
I've
ready.
privated a lot of them, but yes,
Oh,
there is
well,
enough. There is
I
enough,
mean,
though.
like, just look at any video on YouTube with a Black man in it, and then come back when you're ready for the conversation. That's how I feel. I'm not gonna, like, this is your audience, but that's how I feel about it. I just feel like when they're ready, they should come back versus making us all relive it.
Yeah.
I mean, we have men on YouTube that scream their preference from every TikTok, YouTube, I mean, everywhere. So, I mean, after a while, it's like, why do you continue to chase after these men that continually tell you to your face, I'm not going to choose you. You're too masculine. You're too this. You're a single mother. You're too fat. All these things. Why continue to chase? It's like insanity after a while. And if you can't see it and you're not woken up to that, then it's like, what's the point? I'm not going to continue to talk to you and tell you exactly what you already know, what they're telling you to your face.
All right. So the debate, the moderators meeting that's coming on Sunday, we have one, right? I think so. If not, I'll figure it out.
Yes,
But
we do. The notices will be going out tomorrow because I'm exhausted.
all right. So that meeting majority of it will be trying to discuss what we should do about male access to the channel, because I'm tired of it. Theme is just cuss at them and drop them. It's LOL. We're human. I love when Jamaicans curse. The thing is, so the F word I will never use on here, but that's the only one. And apparently, hell, everyone is in arms about that. So apparently, hell is a curse word. But I always say, "What the hell?" So I didn't know that was cursing. I
What
wish
the
my
hell
mom
and
had corrected me.
or STHU are different?
Huh?
I said, what the hell and STHU are different.
Wait, shut the hell up is cursing?
Yes, because it's the energy and the intent behind it. You cursed
I
at him.
mean, yeah,
I was
that
like,
was
ooh, they
definitely
made him
intended.
that.
No, that was definitely intended that way. So
Also,
if it is, then period.
may I give you a compliment?
Me?
Yeah.
Period. Yes, I'm always here for a compliment.
Okay. So I do want to say that you definitely give like real man energy. Whatever
Period.
that means. This
Period.
is a whole man over here. Not a part of man, not a projection or never mind. It's not this is not a false. This is a true example of manhood here. And what I would say is that, like, you're hard on yourself a lot, and I don't like when you talk down on yourself because you don't deserve that. You have a lot more empathy than some people can afford to give, and you shouldn't feel guilty about that. Um, because everybody starts in a place where they're capable of great empathy, and their experiences in life affect them in different ways that may make them more jaded over time. I know it's used as an insult a lot, but that's just like human nature. Like, if you burn your hand, you're not going to continue to touch the thing that burned you. And so I would say, like, your capacity for empathy isn't something that you should see as a negative or a default or a sign of insanity. It's not. And then on the manhood part, I think that you made the comment that if you were in a different spirit, you just wouldn't cut it or whatever. You display the type of qualities that can exist probably in any spirit and be successful. because even if you were in a quote unquote rough or hood situation, like people adapt, and you have adaptive qualities that work in different situations. It's not it's not like you would get there and then you wouldn't know what to do. You would, for one thing, you don't tolerate disrespect towards women. So the moment that somebody disrespected a woman in that environment, you would adapt to find a way to protect them, because that's who you are. You're a person that protects people. You're a person that gives love. You're a person that gives empathy. And so I just wanted to say some positive things that are true, but also
I
positive.
appreciate that. I
Uh,
received
to
those.
counteract all the negative talk, be nice to my friend. Don't talk
No,
mean
I
to
mean, I appreciate that. The chat has been very sweet. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate you, LB and Alicia. Thank you both. I appreciate you both for coming up. Q, thank you. Wait, what are you doing, Prince Petty? I feel like you were up to something. Thank you, LB.
Listening, soaking everything in.
Can we get a friendship TNT whiteboard of all of us holding hands and being happy?
Oh, I have a whiteboard, but that's not what's
We're
on it.
relieved.
Wait, no, God, I want to see what's already on the whiteboard. Go ahead.
I was about to say I saw him back there drawing.
I was drawing a couple things. Some things be going by too fast, and then we just moved to something else, so it's fine. But this was kind of earlier, and I hate when guys come on and do this trolling stuff and they don't really take it seriously. So I thought I'd articulate his point, hopefully better than he could. So up here we have a teacher, and we're going somewhere with this, I promise. We have a teacher up here, and he's kind of teaching the class that this man here is dangerous, right? He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 knives. He has 5.5 knives. Very dangerous guy. But if we come down here, we see a what? That's
mental
right.
health check?
Huh?
Is it a mental health check?
Oh, no. That's ridiculous. This is a marriage certificate. You see down here, that's right. He doesn't have it signed. So the data in real time, once the data kind of updates, like a software update, in real time, the world will update, and then the data will change. Because his marriage certificate has not been signed, the data is no longer valid that he's teaching. So now, instead of having 5.5 knives, we can see that he has, a pile of cash, a diploma. He's got a little graduation hat on here. He's educated, and he can spell psychology. So that was, I think, what he was trying to. I think that's what he was trying to say when he was saying that the reason he requires a degree. I think in my mind, he was trying to protect us from like the whole like dimension shifting into something weird, on like some Twilight Zone stuff. So I think I understand what he was saying, but he said I didn't represent
I think
him
that
well.
confused me more.
That made sense to me. So based on that, we need to be married to be able to understand like the 5.5.
But it wasn't signed, so he wasn't married.
Yeah, that's why the data changed. That's why you need to be married to have this conversation. If you're not, literally everything in the world changed somehow, and the data is no longer
Everything
relevant.
in the world. Yo, go to bed.
So like divorce, singledom, being a widow, that all would like throw us into the Twilight Zone.
He didn't specify about that, and I wasn't intelligent enough to get the rest of his argument, so it's fine.
I have one more question for you. What dimensional being do you think that you need to be able to comprehend this type of logic?
At least fifth dimensional, because at that point you can see fourth dimensional things.
Yeah,
you can perceive them, I mean.
Yeah. Okay. I can see that now that I know which dimension to reference.
So y'all think we was wearing the same outfit though?
We're not playing with you, Patty. You know what you did.
Okay, sure.
You know what you did. Anywho, thank you so much, everyone, for being on here. I do appreciate it. This was one of honestly, this might have been my second hardest week in my life. So I did actually enjoy outside of you know what, where, when. Sorry, I have to point this out. You do realize when Erica and Cynthia G were up here, how like good the conversation was and like high level, and then it just like gutter died. Like
Yeah.
Soon as you let the smins on.
Yeah.
I don't like this.
But Themis, if I hypothetically, if I knew a black man that was that was not that was smart. If I knew a smart black man that wanted to have a conversation with you about about all of these things, it would be all of these things. I don't want it to be a debate because I know that you would kill him, you would bury him, but um would you be open, like it would actually be ABBA from ABBA and Preach.
Wait, is Preach the bigger one?
Yeah.
Would I talk to Abba?
Debate talk. Yeah.
Oh, would I debate him on what? I don't mind.
Absolutely everything. So the live that I sent you, I was talking to him for the larger, like towards the end, and he has a lot, like I think you might find his perspective interesting, but again, he kind of believes it the same rhetoric, just about the black community and single mothers, and he's more like there is no black community, and we don't need to uphold blackness and date who you want, and like that kind of a thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a debate there then. On that specific note, because like for me, if black men want to date out, that good for women, black women.
But he also doesn't think it's possible that the black community can sort of regenerate in any way, or that the black community can exist. Obviously it can't exist in the way that it could have, but he doesn't, yeah, he thinks he's very individualistic, like it's the same sort of black men individualistic way of seeing themselves in the world and seeing the world in general.
Yeah. The thing is, I mean, I guess the debate is like, I disagree with this, but like, I disagree with it on the fact that I think we have a responsibility to protect the community, but that would be a very difficult position to, I mean, I don't mind holding it, but position to hold if he's like, oh, there's no black community.
And he also has red pill talking points. Like,
Yeah.
and I tried to like go into it. I couldn't ever agree with him, but he thinks that women overvalue themselves, and women think that.
Oh no, that I can agree. I can debate on that.
Yeah.
That
So
I
yeah.
can debate
Yeah.
on.
And he has a lot of those where like women are overvaluing themselves, and they're unhappy. Then that's why they're miserable and unhappy, because they can't find men who are in their leagues. They're sort of batting out of their league, which we know is not true. But I think that he's referring to like the bald and like the fresh and the fit, like the whatever dating app study. I really think that that's his point of reference, which is retarded to me, but
No, because there's also this new, I don't know if it's new, but this talking point that I recently got discovered where it's like, the woman will be like, but what if I want to be single, blah, blah, blah. And they'll say, well, what's going to happen is you're going to be 40, unmarried, and all your friends around you are going to have kids and married, and you're going to look and you're going to regret it. And I'm like, yes, they might regret it. And there will be moments of sadness. That's definitely true. But you're assuming that the other people who are married are happy and they don't regret it and their kids turn out well. And they like, whatever choice you make, know that there are pros and cons to it. So that talking point, I've seen it come up a lot recently, where a woman will say, "Well, I mean, if I'm gonna stay single, I don't mind. I can provide for myself." And they're like, "Well, as a woman, you know you're going to be sad when you don't have any kids and you're not married and you're 40." And it's like, yeah, in my mind, they probably will be moments of sadness. For a lot of people, they might even be depressed. But that reality exists for people who feel like they sacrificed their entire life to become mothers and didn't fulfill anything outside of motherhood. So, I mean, look, if Abba want to talk, if Abba want to debate, I am down.
Yeah, because I can't. I can't. A lot of the bald and the listen. I don't even know what to call. Like he looks like the poo emoji that got lit on fire. Like I don't even know what to call him. But whichever one, the dark skin one, both of them, I think that he agrees with some of their sentiments. Like he doesn't really believe that they're delusional in that way. Like so, I think there's something to be said, but it's entirely up to you. I know some of the women in the chat are like, "Yo, what's the point of that? Like
Are we
debating for
talking
what?"
about Preach?
No. Oh no, I was talking about the guy from the Fresh and the Fit. I don't know which one is which. I know
that
one is
guy.
balding and has Toucan Sam nose, and then the other one just looks like the poo emoji. So I don't know which one is which because neither of them are Fit or Fresh. I don't know who's who. So
Well, we know which one. It's definitely not Fit, so I know who you're talking. It has to be him named Fresh.
yeah. So yeah.
Wait, those I would never talk to those two.
Oh no, me either. They were trying to get me to. They're like, "Oh, I'll fly you out. You can go to Miami." I'm like, What do I look like to you? Like, you have a
Yeah.
better chance getting pregnant than you do of getting me to go on that show. What do I look like? That's not happening. I'm
No.
sorry.
Oh yeah, no, that's mm-mm. I don't actually know what. I will watch the video you sent me, but like, I'm kind of over. I mean, unless I'm going into like a full actual debate with someone, it doesn't make sense to like even converse with certain people. But I don't mind having like an actual debate. I've not done that in a while, but yeah, I don't. I mean, I'm trying to look through the manosphere in my mind and see which one of them. The only person in the manosphere I really want to talk to is Hafeez. That's the one person in the manosphere that I would actually want to talk to.
You were really stuck on saving his soul, huh?
No, it's not even.
We gonna save that piece.
That's a good one, LB.
Steven, you want
Good
that
one.
high fiber, high value fiber?
Look,
I'm over here, baby.
Get you some high value.
I think Hafeez needs to be told about himself one good time. And not in a mean way, just like break him down, not break him down, like physically break him down, but like explain to him all the issues with him. And I think I can do that.
So we gonna have a 10-hour live to deconstruct and reconstruct Hafeez?
If he's here, yes, I would sit here with him and explain to him why he's wrong, why his position has been wrong, why people don't believe him, what he should be doing, in my opinion, why no one understands what he is saying, why he comes off as dismissive, why his speech impediment, not accent, but speech impediment, is not a crippling issue. He can lean into it and just be himself. Yeah, we talk to him. And I
What
would
about the
also
screaming, Themis? The screaming, the gesticulation, like the hands. Well, we have to talk about that. Like, imagine the spit that the people he's like. You have to talk to him about that.
I like only see him through Themis, so like I didn't know
look,
he
no,
was a
I have to
screamer.
remind him that he's not Jordan Peterson's son or understudy, and that he's not white. So I mean I would I don't care. I
We gonna
am
save
telling
his
you
soul.
all, I would want to talk to Hafeez.
I have 2 requests for this live that's gonna inevitably be 1,000,000 hours. Can we
It's not gonna
have
happen. He would never.
can we have like brief commercial breaks and then also like a couple Prince Petty whiteboard sessions like every hour and a half or so just to break down what's happening?
Look, if Hafeez comes over, I will talk to him. I probably should tell Ruslan to reach out now. I don't
Why
want to
you
use his
haven't done
friend
that
to set
already?
him up.
I would have been done that. I'm gonna talk to Abba. I'm gonna talk to everybody that I know to try to make this happen. What do you mean?
No, so the reason I don't is because like I don't want him to feel like I have respect for Ruslan, at least in the way that we've communicated. So like I would not want to put him in a position where Hafeez comes on here and I'm dropping videos saying, so you said you didn't say this, right? What is this? And I'm playing it in front of him. So I think because it would then feel like a setup. And I'm not about to hold back because someone I respect made you come.
But I've heard Ruslan say some things that were problematic. I would say problematic.
Really? Wait, send those to me because I can't be
No.
saying I
You I
respect.
saw it here on your channel. You played it. Like it was
Wait,
him and
when?
it was him and it was very red pill. It was very red pill and it was him and Hafeez talking.
Oh, well, I disagree with him about patriarchy. Like he and I disagree about patriarchy, but he and Hafeez had a debate where I thought he like demolished Hafeez. Our conversation, but
Yeah, no, that was a good one. I was there. I remember. That was really good. He did it in a very like he kind of did it the way I don't know if this is a white people thing, but he did it just kind of like Jordan Peterson. Like I'm talking
yeah,
about you, but I don't
yeah,
want it's not as explicit as
yeah.
yeah.
If it's me, I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna tell him. I don't have that allegiance. I don't know this man. I'm gonna be like, so yeah, you know how you were telling us that you and Kevin Samuels have the same ideas on marriage. Well, Kevin Samuels thinks high value men should cheat. Is that the value you have? No. Why did you say you and Kevin Samuels had? I didn't say it. All right, here's the video of you saying it.
Do we know how old Hafeez is? Like, is he younger or something? Like, are we mentors?
Yeah, that matters too. How old is he?
He looks older than I am, but I don't know.
I think it's the screaming. It could be cortisol. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
because
don't know.
apparently set off, take off. What's his name?
Offset?
No, Offset cousin, the one that passed, unfortunately.
Oh, take off. I think
Take
Oh,
off.
yes, I was right. Take off. All right. Apparently he's 28. So at this point, I just stopped trying to guess people's age.
Oh my god.
Like at this point, I just stopped.
Hafeez has to be 20, 28, 29, I would guess. I'd have to guess. No? But Themis, is your ultimate
The Google said 42.
lies? No.
Lies.
Okay.
Hafeez and I are not about the same age. I don't believe that.
You're not 42.
No, I'm not 42. Your age group that you gave. So does Hafeez and I look the same age?
I think that Hafeez looks older, but again, I think it's all that screaming when he's just trying to have a conversation with people. Like that stress from the cortisol, like it ages you.
Okay, I did some deeper digging. 1990, that makes him 32, right? Yeah, so somebody just was off by about 10 years somehow. I don't know. But 32. So that's a little bit old to be mentoring, don't you think?
Themis, I want to know what your ultimate goal for Hafeez, would it ultimately be to help him in some way? Like, so help him understand his position and sort of how it's been detrimental to his own cause and to this space. But ultimately, do you want to help him?
Not directly help him, no. But I do. Let me just confess something. I still have hope in him. I'm sorry. So, how do I put this? When I first saw Hafeez, I was like really annoyed because under all the foolishness he was doing, you guys don't have to do this because I think it came at a really high cost. And if a black woman is unable to see through Hafeez and see that he's just, in my opinion, an insecure man who wants white approval, which is a lot of men, right? And that doesn't excuse their behavior. But like, I see him as someone who is a try hard, right? And there's a part of me that's like sympathetic to the fact that I think he has a speech impediment and he wants to be a speaker, something that is very directly opposed to how he was built. And from like, there's a part of me that's like that finds that commendable. I mean, it's not a huge thing. It's just like a little glimmer of hope that I'm like hold it's like a fire that I'm like keeping and I'm blowing on it to make sure it doesn't go out. Um and I do want him to win, but I want him to win the right way. And I know it's not gonna happen now. Like I feel like it's not gonna happen, but I feel like not I feel like I want it to happen. Like I want him to come out as like this person who got married and is thinking about how to improve men and actually does the reading and learn to speak better and is actually here helping men. But
Yo, wait. Did you say opposed to the way he's built? Yo.
No, okay.
He just been reading silently.
Can I say like 3 things?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay, so first, don't let us kill your hope because I absolutely will not mentor anybody who's older than me. Well, actually, that's not true. I'm just more skeptical about people that are older than me because I wonder whether it's a matter of being capable or being willing to do the work. And if it's a capability thing, often people think they're not capable because they do have that insecurity, and that's okay. But also, like, if it's not just like an insecurity issue or like a issue of resources, and it's an issue of will and perseverance, then no. And then the other thing, people want me to shut up, but the other thing is that I wasn't exactly saying that 32 is too old to mentor, but I think that like that passion and drive can be better used towards the youth rather than people that are grown, that are like, you have to be willing to fail and you have to be willing to make mistakes and to own them to be able to grow. And if you've repeatedly demonstrated that you're not in that place, then I feel like you're doing extra work. If you're willing to do that work, then do it. But like, that's a lot to take on to try to help a grown person that hasn't even been able to just acknowledge that they were wrong,
But
acknowledge that they made mistakes.
Albie, you don't think that he's so I agree with you, but you don't think that he's on a bit of a, like, he has a bit of an arc to, like, his trajectory may or may not, like, I think Themis knows what his trajectory could potentially be, but because he doesn't have people around him being honest with him, or it could be that maybe he does, but and he's sort of impervious to the truth, and he's not willing. But I guess Themis won't ever know unless he speaks to him. But I think that for Hafeez, I think that and this is going to sound bad. I think that Hafeez is a try hard, but the problem with people who do try hard, they do tend to be shapeshifters, and it is very difficult to pin them down and really have a framework that like something that's organic to help them really understand and make these changes. But I do think that he does try hard, and it probably comes from the fact that he had to his entire life, maybe he had to try really hard to fit in and to because of his speech impediment or maybe other social oddities that he may have had. But I think that definitely oddities. But I think that as he gets older, um, I don't think he realizes that he's a try hard, and he kind of adapts in every single situation. And he changes like depending on who he's talking to. Um, so I see that as being an impediment to any type of growth. But I think that I think there's potential. I don't know why I agree with Themis. Damn it, he turned me. He turned me. There was that one video, and I feel like there's potential. But again, yeah, I think that I think that he has to be willing to acknowledge that the ways in which he adapted and coped with his maybe feelings of rejection growing up, or social inequity, what's that word, social sort of weirdness. um I think he has to acknowledge that and realize that now the sort of response that, I'm done. You guys know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
mean, so also let me just point out that I also hate dogpiling. I don't like when someone is, particularly people who are right, and Hafeez is annoying, condescending, and all of that stuff, yes. But he is right in his pushback against the manosphere, right? And the fact that everyone is like piling on him and just like tearing him apart, it's kind of sad. I mean, the company you keep, right? But I think it's fascinating because one of the first videos I've watched, this is not it, but this is one of them. This is not the first one. And I was like, oh, I promise I'm not trying to be shady. I don't know why I'm laughing. Like, I don't know why I'm laughing. By the way, y'all obviously don't have to be here for this. But let me share this video. I'm going to share a little part of the video because Hafeez had potential. He did or does, but potential is not something to go off.
Maybe it was opening a business because you took an L somewhere in your life. You now view yourself as a loser. And welcome to today's video. So guys, before we get started with today's video, I want to share you guys a brief story. And you know what I mean by brief, before we jump into the media successful. So, I was, as Gary Vee was saying, I was working my 9 to 5, and then from 6 to 3 a.m., I was going ahead and investing in the roommates. A couple months into the year, what ended up happening was my job moved me from full-time to part-time, and then eventually my job moved me from part-time to unemployed. And then I got another job, which I went from part-time, and then I have to do what is the most embarrassing thing for a young man to do, and that's to move back in with his parents. So in the year 2019, I was able to.
All right, so I only showed that because nothing about him and his story and his movement, nothing feels genuine to me. And that for me is someone who is completely lost. But y'all thought I would look. That for me is someone who is kind of lost, but trying to figure it out while also like leading people. I don't know why you want to lead while you're completely lost. So like, I can see that he's trying. He's trying to build his own life. He's trying to build his own thing. Everyone is on YouTube in the manosphere, for to be fair. But like, I wish if he only had principles. Like it's so weird because like as I'm talking, I'm struggling. There are two things happening, right? On one side, I'm like, I'm cheering for him and I want him to be the best version of himself that he can be. And I do think he has potential. On the other, it's just like everything he does and says feels so inauthentic. Like it doesn't feel like he's being fully himself. I don't know if that makes sense.
Agreed. I agree. And that kind
Yeah.
of that worries me. But doesn't that worry you? like as a human, and like fundamentally speaking, that is what worries me about any individual. If someone is not doesn't have those core principles, and whatever principles they do have are malleable and kind of change, and obviously we change and adapt over time, but there are things that are inherent and what's the word, intrinsic to our identity, to our being, and our worldviews, and like, and with Hafeez, that really worries me about him, that I might be wrong, and I
It
know it worries
should.
you.
Yeah, it does. And I mean, that's why there is like tug of war. Uh, and go ahead, Concern. I think you were saying something.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in here because I agree with Annalicia. Like, the fact that he is untethered to a value makes him the most dangerous. Like, I think that I see it as his irredeemable trait, as opposed to a door open to kind of create a value for him, or help him create a framework to get values. Because to me, if you're willing to preach Jesus, if you're willing to, get on your pulpit and create a place where men are flying out to be able to learn how to be rich, so you can go live in a mansion, and you're willing to say yes to any man that kind of rah-rahs in your face and makes you feel good, then you are capable of anything, sir. And when I think about, and I know this is probably a really difficult reference to see, but even Oshay to me has more I have more respect for Oshay, because Oshay actually believes what he says. Like, Oshay to me is more redeemable because you can have a conversation with him to a certain extent, because he is thinking during what he's saying. He's not just reacting to try to be likable to the people he wants to be liked by. And so when you are that devoid of principles and so in fight or flight mode because you're just trying to be liked, so everything is an affront, and everything is like, listening to Hafeez in the earlier video, waste our time pretending that he had a leg to stand on to wag his finger at the manosphere for being weirdos is so cringe, and it makes me wonder who he thinks is watching. Because I feel like with people like that, the only way to know where their values are is to know who they're hanging out with. And if you're that guy, then I would see that as your energy wasted, Themis, because whenever you become boring, or he sees that somebody else who, might be have a better argument, he's gonna go there too. Like, I'm not saying this to diss
Let me
you.
pause you there and say period or comma, because I agree with you fully. The part that's annoying is me. I am opining on all this. Hafeez does not care about Black people's approval.
Mm-hmm.
Hafeez don't care about Black people's approval, but Hafeez will go on a long, meandering diatribe about absolutely nothing, but somewhere in there he will remind you that he does not have Black friends. I mean, he has them in the standard, but he will remind you that he don't hang out with Black women, that he doesn't know a lot of, like, he will remind you of this. So I don't think Hafeez cares about what a Black person, me, have to say about him. It's an observation, but that's my observation. Sorry.
Then why are you feeling community with him then?
Huh?
Well, even if he does have Black friends, even if he has his friend Chris, why would you want to waste your energy in somebody who would not have reciprocity and not value that you are coming at him with empathy and the interest in his well-being because you identify with him? Like, if he is that person,
I do not identify with him.
thank God, because that's all I wanted to talk about. Themis, you keep you protect your energy, you protect your identity. That's all that's what I came up here for.
There's nothing about Hafeez that reminds me of me. Absolutely nothing.
I agree.
Yeah, so I feel similarly to Concern, but I wouldn't tell you what to do. And also, like, I don't think
Oh wait,
that you're
this is a moot point. Hafeez does not care about what a black person, me, have to say about him. He don't. I promise you, he don't.
If so, do you
true.
think that if he were white, he would care and he would engage?
Yes, look at the way he. So, to be fair, they're bigger, right? But he says he talks to everyone the same. Look how he talks when he's talking to a white person versus other groups of people. Watch how he does that.
So the question is why would he then want to help level up black men if he doesn't really even care about the community?
No, that's why I wouldn't. But that's the on the other side of my brain where it's like,
Right. Like I understand, like, but at the same time, it's like, don't we talk about black women and seeing the potential in someone and then being let down by that potential that they have?
oh yeah, no, I suffer from the same thing where I keep looking at people's potential and having hope.
Hmm. You do
I
give
know,
a
I know
lot
that
of
you're right.
grace.
You're
I can
definitely
say that
wrong.
you give people a lot of grace. So I can see it in that way. But to me, I don't see any potential in Hafeez or his suits.
I don't see it for his suits, but I do think he could be a force of good, but he needs principles, so probably not.
I honestly feel like in terms of leadership qualities, I would argue for O'Shea more than Hafeez.
Yeah, but I think the difference is O'Shea wants to lead people off a cliff straight into hell with him. Like, listen to his
Yeah.
talking points. He's the dustiest of the dustiest, and I think maybe the deviation in this instance may be that if, and so it's a really huge caveat, if Hafeez has principles and he sort of has a more internal locus of control, I think that maybe yeah, maybe he may be I don't know anymore. I don't know.
No, you do, and I agree with you. And when I say, I kind of was joking, not really, but like in the way that he values white opinion, I think he also thinks the black community has too many, like he doesn't want to be associated in a way that I find annoying. But I would prefer if he had values in the way that I want, um, I would prefer for people to be more like him than other men. If he could just stand behind some principle. And for the first time, marriage is one of the things he's standing behind.
Wait,
And
let
yeah,
me
yeah,
understand something. I'm sorry, concerned, and I'm asking concerned actually. Does he not is he like a self-hating black man? Like, is he someone who's like, he doesn't want to be associated with black men and or the black community, and he's trying to sort of he wants to be like distinct, like OJ. I'm not black. I'm OJ. Like, is it that kind of a
So I
pathology?
want to make the distinction because I don't think Hafeez identifies as black. I think he'd want be one of those people who would lead with "we're all people." I think Hafeez more than anything identifies as a Christian boy, and I think that in that belief, and not all Christians are Republican, but he identifies with many Republican and conservative talking points. I think in his mind, he's a good Republican boy, and that is his North Star.
So
Okay,
he's
so
trying to be 5 separations from white supremacy. Got it.
He's
I
aligned
mean, he's
himself with
friends with
white
Candace
supremacy, but he's
Owens. So.
go ahead, sorry, Venus.
No, he's friends with Candace Owens, so blue.
Right, like he's aligned himself with white supremacy. So similarly, and it was on my heart, and I felt like it was extreme to say, but I'd be curious to hear what you guys think, because I'm not a big Roommates fan.
Wait, to be fair, he has made the claim that he does not agree with Candace Owens and that he only interviewed her. So I just did that to be petty, but I have to do that. I can't just say that knowing that he made a video saying that he wasn't friends, but he made a video saying he's not a lot of things. So
it's so strange, because here's my thing. Your values should speak for themselves. And I know that sounds like a heavy thing to say, but
no,
you
it
wouldn't
doesn't. It makes sense.
Exactly. Like, if you wouldn't have to say that if you weren't coming dangerously close to compromising your values. And when I think about what he said about Candace Owens, I could be wrong, but I remember him trying to distance himself from Kevin Samuels at one point, distance himself from other people at one point, people that he at one point aligned himself with. I think right now he's trying to distance himself from the Black Manosphere men that brought him up. And so in a lot of ways, I would say that I don't know if he's one of those Black men who, and I know this seems extreme, but is just like the rest of the guys who thinks that, you know, everything is about a caste system and about, you know, where you are economically.
Is it Black male worship to say he just need guidance?
I think a little bit, Themis, and that's the reason why I'm sad for you. That's why I'm kind of like, it's not worship, Themis. My thing is, I obviously, in the same way that you're gonna want to protect your image, I'm gonna want to protect my image. I'm like immediately protective of Black women. Sometimes like it's a visceral reaction. I think that like,
oh no, I'm not protective of him. I will drag him in a moment. In my compliment of him or in my protection of him, I'm dragging him. It's just when it comes to Hafeez, dragging him comes naturally.
Yo, we have to. Then he has to come on the show. Then I think we can all agree. Like that
I don't think I've made a paragraph of any articulation about Hafeez where there wasn't subtle drag in it, and it usually doesn't happen consciously. It's just like after I thought about what I just said, I was like, oh wait, that don't sound too good.
Demas, Uppity suggested that we table the conversation for the mod meeting. I don't think that's a bad idea.
We can table it. I'm happy to table it. I think the only point that I want to make that it's not even really about the Hafeez. It's about kind of, if I remember the beginning of the conversation correctly, you know, we're talking about whether or not white womanhood is protected. And I know this is a super, super big full circle, but like patriarchy is trash, but Black men have bought into the idea that there's at least something in it for them that they're willing to protect, even to their detriment. And so when I think about what this guy is doing and what other men in the manosphere are doing and what they're actually bickering about, it's the idea that they're protecting their manhood while looking like dorks. And it's just no self-awareness.
It's not like it sounds to me like in summation, if we were to just kind of boil it all down, he's a turncoat, which I have a problem. Like I have a problem with that. That is diametrically opposed to everything that I believe in. But if he is a turncoat, and now it's starting to sound like I kind of vacillate between states or between the way that I feel about Hafeez. And I'm pretty sure if Themis went on to play a video about him, like right now in this moment, it would change again. And that's part of the problem with him. And I don't like feeling like that when I listen to someone who's trying to engage me. I like to have a feeling that, I have a sense of understanding of who this person is and what they believe in. And when I can't really pin that person down, I don't like that, because I think that I'm pretty good at it. And when I can't, I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable. So yeah, Themis, I don't want to say you're on your own. I love you, but I don't know anymore.
No, so Themis, why do you have hope for Hafeez? I think maybe I'm characterizing it differently. I don't think it's hope. I think it's empathy and grace, which I would never ask anyone to have. It's I think the kid with the speech impediment in the class who my friends bullied. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No one bullied anyone. Um, but the person who never got a chance, who felt sort of disenfranchised, growing into power and not fully understanding, like going to the gym, building an audience on YouTube, and all of that sort of and making friends, right? All of that starts to shape him and his identity. And like he never really figured out who he was, and like that the kid with the lisp or stammer or whatever he has um had value without all of that stuff. And there's a part of me that feels like this is so bad that I want to tell him that it's okay. Like, you don't have to move your hands and try to speak like Jordan Peterson to have value. If you have a lisp, um, you can speak and be comfortable, and like it is okay to not be like perfect. And your tribe might not be the big alpha males that you want it to be. Um, but like it's okay. And maybe that reaction to her face is like my reaction generally to people. It's like, just be who you are, kind of like you are already enough for yourself, and when you figure that out, then you'll figure out how to be valuable to the rest of the community, if that's what you care about. And I get anytime I see him. I know this doesn't seem like it because I'm just laughing always, but there's a deep sense of sadness that I feel. Like it's like it must really be something to always have to perform, like and perform poorly. Right? Like I'm watching him and the way he's talking and making his voice deeper, even when he was talking to Pearly Things and he was like, we just having fun, man. We just having fun. Like, it's all a performance. He is like insecure in that moment, and he doesn't fully, in my mind, fully know how to communicate and be himself. He has to try to dominate, but dominance is not where his strength lie. And so it's like, I just want to tell him I don't want to tell him anything, but it's okay. You can just be your lispy self and figure it out and whatever. So like, I don't know. It's sad, but I recognize as I was talking, that's a lot of the men in the manosphere. It's just very pronounced with him.
So you feel more like he's like an almost has imposter syndrome, or like a chameleon, and will try to just is trying to fit in a group that he really doesn't fit in with.
We know he doesn't fit in with that group because he's getting expelled as we speak. He's getting dragged through the internet as we speak.
One thing I will say though is like people that present that way, that feel like they have to shapeshift all the time, they have deep emotional scars, and that's something that needs to be worked through with a professional in that field. And I'm not trying to be shady at all. Like, that's really like, that gives me like trauma at some point in his life that needs to be dealt with. And that's like beyond what a friend can do for them or a mentor can do for them. Like, unless the friend and mentor is like a psychologist that
Hafeez would tell you that you are delusional. Hafeez will tell you that you're delusional. He definitely would. He definitely.
He does a lot of mirroring. He does a lot of mirroring. And when I think about
Wait. He would probably curse me out.
Wait, real quick. Or agree with you because you're a lawyer in a suit. He would see your custom shoes and try to be impressive to you.
No, he wouldn't.
Quick thing. Nico
I think he would, because you're well spoken. It's almost like I feel like he would want to be in like a group that has a Themis in it, because
unless
he
I
would wanna
unless I
be
show
like
unless I show
pseudo
him.
intellectual almost.
Yeah, well, unless I show him a bunch of friends who are white, and then he would be like, "Oh, let me try it." I promise you, he don't care. I promise you, he does not care. Um, I mean, he cares about the opinion, but like he values more like what Ruslan has to say to him. He values more what Jordan Peterson has to say to him. You can look at the way he interacts with these men, and you know, like for me, this is all an assumption, right? But I can look at him and know. And the reason I'm talking about this so long, and I'll probably let you guys finish up now, but the reason is I don't like as I'm talking and I heard myself back, I realized like there's no reason for me to care about a Hafiz, honestly. Um, and I do think somewhat that the rest of the men in the manosphere, as I've said, I think there is some element of this with all of them, but it's very pronounced with Hafiz in a way where like even the way he tries to dominate conversation, it's just like we see you, like we see right through you. um so yeah, I mean, he wouldn't care. I don't care that he wouldn't care. My morality is not predicated on what people think and do and respond to me. I'm just going to do what I think is right. But I do know that talking to him and trying to help him is not what is right. It's just my feeling about like maybe he could do some good, but he would actually need to be more have morals and values and concerned. I think you're right. And Elise, you're telling me that I'm wrong. I think you are right in that I am wrong on this.
I
I
want
think
to
that I think
go ahead.
I think oh sorry.
Go ahead, Annalisa. You can go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I think that Hafiz, I think that he, and I've said this before, and I see it every, you can tell what people you can kind of tell who people are, or something that they're lacking, and they don't have control over it. But I can see that he's someone who's looking for control. He's looking for control. It could be control of his own output, the way that he sees himself, and things like that. But I see him as someone who projects feelings of confidence and power, but is not someone
Lacking.
who actually has, but is someone who is chronically insecure and feels powerless. But I also think he's looking for status, he's looking for power, and he's looking for clout. So that's why a Jordan Peterson and a Ruslan and he was on the Bald and the Burnt. He was there on that podcast as well at one point, right? Because that's so he is looking for that he's looking for status. So yeah, I don't know that he would be, yeah, I don't know anymore.
Yeah. And I want to say that I think that when like some of the things that I'm seeing in him, I would say that the first step for Hafiz would have to be to no longer hate his blackness. In the same way, I think that for a lot of Black women who are like self-sabotaging in their obsession um, with being mad at women and or whatever, the first thing they have to stop is hating womanhood. Like it's very clear that he's trying to graduate out of being a Black boy to me, a Black man to me.
I don't know
And
this was a fact, but I do think even if it were, it's difficult to not hate your blackness as a Black person when the culture is what it is, right? And so, I mean, I'm cutting you off intentionally, sorry, concern, but I am because I don't, the way I attack Hafiz is by dragging him in a playful way. But when you say that, there's something very serious about it, which I I don't disagree with, but I hate hearing. So that makes me kind like that. That's I think that might be a bit hypocritical on my end, but it's not because we can't prove it. So I don't think it's fair to even say. But
But
even
it
if
does exist, though.
it does exist, and does it exist with him? As he is Nigerian, I believe, right? And there is, and I'm not talking about Nigerians specifically, but as a general matter with immigrants, myself included, there is a tendency to want to separate oneself from the quote unquote Black American culture. Um, and this tendency to kind of elevate your kind of blackness above African Americans. And I don't think that is good. I don't think that's useful. But does he hate himself? I think he hates himself in the way that most immigrants and Black people hate themselves, in terms of not wanting to be associated with a culture they think is bad.
Yeah, which is true. Yes, so he is common, but it's a very common thing that is driving our community insane. Like when I think about the iterations of the man like that, it comes in the guy who's in a suit. It also comes in the guy who is, telling himself that he has to tell people that he, sold drugs when he was in third grade or whatever that guy in the TED talk was, to impress white people. Like and I would go as far as to say that when people who are not American come here, that are not born American come here, who are Black, and they decide to not identify with the Black experience globally, it is to their detriment, more than the Black community even. So I would say that he would have to stop engaging in self-harm because he's embarrassing himself. Like, and I don't believe that even Black people are the only people who notice it. Like, I'm not knocking Ruslan right now, but I'm saying that I remember the live when we were watching the video with Hafeez. He was talking to Hafeez. He was trying to be like, but dude, you're a guy. And what wasn't named there is the distinction, but he's a Black guy who has a different experience. But the conversation can't go there because Hafeez can't take it there. Because Ruslan can. When the last time he came up, he can acknowledge that there's differences in experience between Black and white people. But Hafeez can't acknowledge that he's Black. And so all of these things will keep happening to him because he's blind to the crux of his issue, that he's trying to run away from something he cannot run from. You know what I mean? Like, he's almost like, and I know this is a heavy thing to say, but it's like when I see these guys, specifically Hafeez, because there's a lot of people in the manosphere who are deeply problematic and insane, but they don't hate their Blackness.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I wouldn't say a lot.
I
Actually, none
mean,
are coming to my mind right now, so I will take that back.
to be fair, Annalisa and Concern talked me out of ever even attempting to talk to him. If he comes on, I will, but I would never reach out to him based on this conversation. So I do appreciate both of you on that. Patty, what say you? You haven't said anything. Why do you stay quiet in the corner?
Just respecting people's space, their time to talk, listening, soaking stuff in, marinating.
So we should leave Hafeez alone.
I mean, I think you can talk to him if you want to.
You added nothing just now.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk to him. Now you don't, so I don't think you should because you said you don't now.
But Prince Petty, what do you think about Hafeez? Like, as a content creator, as a Black man in the space, and what you think he's trying to do?
He does this a lot. I don't watch The Roommates, so I haven't really seen it outside of you guys showing me this stuff today. But yeah, I don't know about how he feels about Blackness or anything like that. But yeah, I'm not the person to comment on The Roommates. I can comment on what I saw today. He was very loud, and he did do this a lot. I do think maybe he should well, I said he edits the videos before he puts them out. So the loudness and I guess the way he talks is intentional because he could definitely just not do that. It's pre-recorded, so that would be my advice to his show.
I think but you know what? It's interesting. I remember the last time that we were actually having a conversation about Hafeez specifically. You felt that no, I give him a chance. You think, maybe he turned a new leaf, and you pushed back, and of course it was respectful and even needed, because you were saying, hey, well, how do you know it's authentic? How do you know that, or how do you know it's inauthentic? How do you know that, he's not just placating, or he's not, like, you remember we had that conversation?
Okay, so y'all kept receipts. Yeah, I remember that conversation.
So yeah, I'm just trying to pull a little, because I know there's more to you than that whiteboard. We love you, so it doesn't really matter. Like, whatever your position or your feeling about him is, it's distinct from how we feel about you and how we see you. Like, you're good to go. We just want to know, what about Hafeez?
Okay, so I don't agree with. I understand that we are policing Themis's a kindness to men, which I didn't read as kindness. I read it as policing your community, which I am in personal agreement with when it comes to men. I feel like the reason that the chat in the panel is acting inflammatory towards that type of sentiment is because y'all are women, and I don't personally believe that it's women's place to go and police Hafeez into being a good person. But I have no issue with Themis doing that because he's a man. So to the extent that he's able to instill some type of something, maybe he can hit a Jordan Peterson on Hafeez, I think that would be great. And I think Concern said maybe you should focus on a younger audience, but the idea of reaching one person who has maybe 500,000 or 600,000 subscribers now, most of them being young Black men, I think would be really impactful to the extent that they're going to stay there after this. He's fighting the whole red pill community now. So yeah, I think that would be beneficial to reach out due to that. Yeah. I don't know that he's genuine or not, because y'all are talking about a lot more aside than I have seen from him. I've just seen him do red pill stuff and then come out and say, no, that was bad. So I don't have.
Did you hear him say, no, that was bad what he did, or no, red pill is bad?
In his Just Pearly interview, I felt like he took a little bit. In what you showed today, I feel again like he took a little bit, but it still feels like he's not all the way in yet. So
do you think if I reach out to him, I should do it without pulling receipts?
I don't know it depends on what the conversation is about.
No, because if I enter it, I'm either entering it to expose him while talking to him and being kind, or I'm just talking to him, because I have to get the receipts ready.
I still need to know the substance of the conversation.
Are you a good
I don't know what y'all are talking about. What are y'all?
I would be trying to figure out why he's changing, what he thought he did in the past that was bad, how he contributed to the climate, and how he can attempt to fix it.
That feels like in the first half of that feels like an exposing sort of.
I think I don't trust that we can get into the fixing part and his platform without also talking about what he has done to contribute to it, because he escapes that every single time.
So how do you introduce that into conversation? Do you start off? Do you think you've contributed to the red pill?
No, I'm just gonna say, hey, first I would want to find out what his thoughts are on what is happening to him on the internet, with people dragging him for being a beta and all that foolishness, and get his response to that. Then I would try to figure out if he thinks it's a valid sort of drag that he is getting, and he's probably going to say no. And then to that I would ask, do you understand why the manosphere would be mad at you, in terms of you being a part of the manosphere, and actually, as far as Oshay Duke Jackson is concerned, using them to promote your class and all of that you have done.
So go ahead.
Yeah, and
I
so
actually feel like just that part that already I feel like the manosphere is going to clip you and use that as more of a pylon.
then I can't talk to him.
Yo.
No, I mean him talking to me would have already gotten him dragged in the manosphere.
And then what comes after? Okay, so after the drag, then you talk about where his channel should move, or
No, I would ask him. I wouldn't drag him.
Sure.
Look, I wouldn't drag him too much. Like, so the reality is, if he owns up to what he's done, there's nothing to drag.
Okay,
Like,
so you introduce it in that way and ask if he deserves the drag. And he says, "You know what? Yeah, now that you put it like that, I have done that in the past." And outright, it takes accountability, however unlikely that is. Then what does the conversation become? Where his channel should go? And
yeah, no, I want examples first, but also after that, yeah, what his channel is doing and
I
where it's
think
going.
I think that would be a worthwhile conversation, because either A, you have him take accountability fully and step in it, and then you're able to move past the conversation, or B, you have him deny it to your face and you can close the book.
Yeah, I realize there's a part of me that thought like, yes, I agree that but he could be. So if I'm trying to find a bunch of black men online who are like intellectuals, I realize he wouldn't be one of them, regardless of where the conversation went. He wouldn't be one of them.
Right.
So that's unfortunate.
I
But yeah,
actually
no.
like that. Now you see, that's what I vacillate. Like I go back, but the way that Prince Petty is, the way I think that it would be a good idea, and it's kind of like, even if it doesn't work, it works, because then at least you know. Because ultimately this is not just, and it's not just about Themis having a better understanding, but I think that Hafeez, I think it's important for everyone to know what if he does not have principles, or if he doesn't have that sort of moral, yeah, I don't know, framework.
Oh no, that's definitely a straight up question I'm gonna
Yeah.
ask. Do you understand why people think you don't have backbone or principles? And he's gonna say, "What do you mean?" I mean, like the interview you did with Jordan Peterson and Ruslan, you pretended like they weren't talking directly to you. You didn't even defend any of your positions.
But defending his positions means admitting that he's a part of the Black collective. It's all. It means like it's sort of he's tacitly agreeing that he's negatively contributing to through his content to the Black community, and I don't think he wants to admit, probably not even to his damn self, that he's a Black man.
But I'll say this though, like the only thing that I think that in his mind is different, or in the interviewer's mind, even if he takes this conversation, please don't, if you're listening to the No Jumper, because I'm so sick and tired of Vlad outing you people. It's so embarrassing. But I will say that, like, I think that specifically he is a part of the Black manosphere, but not all. And oh my God, so cringy. But like, Black men are not only on the internet doing this. So like the very specific stuff, what I'm trying to specifically do is not let him get away with saying, well, I'm just doing what Black men do. No. You join a specific community that had a specific mission. Name that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I think we should do it. I think all of us should kind of like. I think we should try to facilitate this and get it done. And Prince Petty, this is what I'm saying. You're sitting there and you're looking all nice, but you have something to offer. So like, it's good for you to speak and articulate your because now I changed my mind.
Yeah.
I have a channel where I do that.
Oh wait, so you just don't want to give me content over here?
Wow.
Got you, Petty. I will never come back over there.
I don't like my channel. I like being over here and twerking in the chat.
I realized, so you just didn't want to give me advice over on this channel. Got it.
I was saving it. You saw I dropped my link in the private chat for Carl, so he could leave this place and come be over with me.
Don't do that. Don't do that. I like your channel, Petty. Do not have foolishness on there.
No, we engage in niggatry from time to time. Excuse my language.
I don't know. Like I am super proud of being in this community. Super happy with what you've done, Themis. Like I know that this has become a safe space for a lot of people to come up and try to have a facilitated discussion on some hard topics. If the day comes where Hafeez wants to have that type of situation, I think you're the right person to do it. I will say though that like I
You know,
of
he
all
would
the
be kind
savable
of.
people, Hafeez saying it for me.
You want to say no something? He would be kind of idiotic to do it with me. He would, because he would get dragged throughout the manosphere. Did I tell you about the messages in the manosphere telling people not to talk to me? So if he comes on, they'll drag him. They will drag him, a good and proper drag. It wouldn't be. I mean, I guess he could weaponize that to build his channel. Any
I was gonna
publicity,
say
right?
that. Yeah, I was gonna say that if he's really trying to divorce himself from the manosphere, it would probably be advantageous for him to talk to you.
Period. Period. All right. Well, we'll see. I'm gonna contemplate whether or not I should reach. Oh my God, how is it 1:22 already? We've been on for 7 hours. 7 hours and 16 minutes. Period. When I get off, I'm going to die. I'm literally just gonna lay on the couch and sleep there because I'm not going upstairs.
I'm gonna message Hafeez after this and then go to bed.
Wait, you have my fifth information?
No. I don't. No, I just slide in people's DMs like I'm a stalker. But I'm gonna ask Abba.
Period.
I am gonna talk to Abba about it, and I'll see.
Am I a weirdo for like actually liking this setup where we're just talking about nothing?
No, because that would mean that I'm weird, and I'm not willing to admit that.
I mean, I think we're talking about something important, and I think, but yeah, like I like this kind of chit chat. But I do think we're talking about something important, though. I think that of all the diamonds in the rough, I don't know. The more I don't know, like I can't think of anybody more savable though. But it's maybe it's just depressing that he's the most savable one because that's dark. That's dark.
Listen, Themis, if not if you want content, but if this conversation is a little bit, if it's not, cognitively stimulating enough, which yes, I agree, but I love it. I actually love it. I spoke to one of the people that ended up jumping on the call when I was having that conversation yesterday was someone from the No Jumper. I don't know, Sharp. Does anybody know who that is?
I know the No Jumper, but not.
Yeah, see, I don't know who people are. I don't know who they are. But he jumped on the call because he heard me saying the things that I was saying, and they're calling me Candace Owens and this and that. And he just went off. So I think it's going to be interesting for you to hear that, and then maybe, I don't know, talk about it. But yeah, go to that minute mark. Everything before that is just.
Wait, this was all on Destiny's Live?
Yeah. All of
You
it.
know Destiny?
Not know him. No, that was my first interaction with him.
Oh, really? I've never interacted with him, but I've heard his name come up a lot.
What have you heard? Oh my God.
That he is like a white supremacist. Let me not to say these things on here because, like, I don't know this man. Never listened to him ever.
The way that I even heard him or saw him was like, the shorts on YouTube. It was a clip of him on the Bald and Thing podcast, and he was like he he was not just pushing back. Like, he was like, are you guys delusional? Like, does anybody here live in the real world? Like, he was really, and I saw that clip and I'm like, wait a minute, who the hell is this? A white supremacist. He's like super liberal and super like.
Oh, really? See, this is why you don't take secondhand information and say it outward. Um, uh, the guy, Kyle Rittenhouse or whatever, he was on his side, I think. But I only heard that through Hassan, who I used to watch, but now it's kind of like annoying.
Yeah, him and his. I think he told me that him and Hassan have beef, or Hassan and Abba have like. It's all stupid. It's all nonsense. But I think that if you listen to that, you'll get a better understanding of his political leanings and who he is. Like, and because he made me seem honestly like I hate black the black community. I hate black men. I was like worse than Candace Owens. Like, he was like black men's public defender. He was so uncomfortable.
Wait, so we all need to connect with Annalise. It wasn't like this. Um, wait, who said that? Destiny or Abba?
Both of them. They both like
Oh,
when we're having this conversation and I'm unloading the clip, for example, if I say, listen, black men are just they're degenerate, this is what they're doing, the blah 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 blah. And then for him it's like, well, black men have kind of been dealt a bad hand, and then okay, we flesh that out, and then I'll say whatever I say, and remedial this and that. And then for him, like, it's like, you hate black men. Like, I've never met someone who hates black men more than you. And I'm like, well, damn, like do I have to reevaluate things? But then at the end of the day, I just say, listen, just like, his name is Steven. I call him Steven. I'm like, Steven, like, shut the hell up. You don't know what you're talking about.
yeah.
But if you
Wait,
listen to it, you'll understand.
wait, I haven't been watching FD Signifier, so does he and I disagree?
Probably not. But what I will say is that he is more hopeful than even you are about the opportunities for black men. He just wants black men to figure it out amongst themselves and for us to give them grace while they do it. Which is a lot to ask when they're, being very degenerate and affecting other people. But I don't think you guys actually disagree. I just think he's way more like he's further like on the spectrum of, hope than you are. But I will say, Annalicia, don't even, and I know that you don't have you are likely not struggling with this, but it sounds like they did the same thing that every guy comes up here to do, just being like, you hate black men, not all, blah, blah. Like, it's the most, like, immediate reaction to critique of, like, taking it to that place. So in my mind, it's like, don't even feel bad. It is, again, common, a very basic way to deflect. Like, oh, it's like saying all lives matter. Like,
honestly, I understand the knee-jerk reaction, but for me, it was interesting because this is a white man, and part of the reason I wanted to talk to him is actually I didn't appreciate some of the things that he said when he was on the podcast, and I told him basically, like, listen, I understand, because the way that, like Hafeez, the way that Bald and Burnt set up the podcast, there's absolutely no racial affiliations with their talking points, with their worldviews. So in that way, when a guest comes on the show, it's like, yeah, so we're just talking in generalities, right? We're not talking in specificities. This is not black man. This is not white man. This is just men with money. And it doesn't really occur to him as a white man that most black men don't have money. So when he's having these conversations, he's like, that dichotomy is not being acknowledged, and for me that was a problem. But I can also acknowledge that they're intentionally sort of dismissing and negating that dichotomy because the podcast couldn't work otherwise. But so I had a conversation with him about that, and he's like, okay, yeah, I didn't really look at it like that. I didn't realize, just a lot of things that he didn't understand and he didn't know prior to being on that, or having that conversation with me. So yeah, I think that I don't care. Like, first of all, his audience, I couldn't care less. But the black man that I was actually having a conversation with, like, what's funny? I told him what was going to happen. The black man came on, had a conversation with me, and he was laughing. He's like, dude, you guys are doing exactly what she said. Like, this is embarrassing. Like, it was it was so embarrassing.
Yeah. Wait, I mean, that tends to happen. People are like, no, we're this, we're that. And then just let them talk or come up, and then you're like, all right, yeah, no.
Today, case in point.
But I've been, I'm not announcing it yet, but I guess it's kind of announcing. I'm probably going to private this entire live, so that's also that on that. But I'm going to be doing a podcast come next year. And I just wanted to let you guys know I'm going to start it on YouTube. It's probably going to be started on this channel. Um, I'm trying to workshop names and stuff. I'm doing it with someone else. I'm not going to be announcing that yet. But I'm only talking about it now because this feels right. Like, I like just kind of chatting with people, and the fact that we just like randomly chat about everything just now, like, I felt good doing it. So I just wanted to let you guys know that.
I mean, love chatting
Ooh,
with you.
we're so excited.
Yeah, I'm very excited.
Super excited. More Themis. I don't know how you gonna have like, what do you do with your 24 hours in the day?
Oh, no. One of these live streams are gonna get canceled. So
No.
I'm probably not gonna do my I'm probably gonna turn my Tuesday live stream into the podcast.
Okay. Well, I will say that with regard to, this topic, it's so sad because it's so cringy. And I get secondhand embarrassment because, to your point, like, the guys who are not in the black manosphere are also sentient and paying attention. And so I'm sure they get secondhand embarrassment from how often these men get owned on their own channels. Like, watching Mr. Let Go is a campaign. Like, you could clip Mr. Let Go's clips and use them to make a campaign for embarrassing for, like, black men. Like, it's like it's a self own that just keeps happening.
Yeah,
So
no. Mr.
I
Let Go, not that girl.
No, but
He
you
is
know what
not.
though? Concern, I will say, I thought you were going to say Mr. Let Go is a campaign for therapy, but it's the same thing. It's interesting because what I noticed with Steven yesterday, or Destiny, I'm going to call him Destiny. He was so uncomfortable with I guess sort of the illogical or the logical fallacies that black men were coming up here making, and the pleas that they were copying, and the victim, just how victim driven they seem to be, that even he had to employ cognitive dissonance. Even he had to kind of really push the historical narrative and slavery and this and that, and he couldn't let it go. And I think it was because he felt so uncomfortable, because, as I guess maybe in his position, as like he doesn't want to seem like a Nazi, and he doesn't want to seem like he has any issues with black men or black people. But I think even that truth, for someone who is not even black, I think it was so uncomfortable for him that I felt and saw him sort of employing that cognitive dissonance. Like, it was like, yeah, I'm not about to accept this right now. Like, I'm not doing this. It was funny.
Yeah. I'm very excited. I'm gonna watch that between. Well, I can't do it tonight, but I'm definitely watching it tomorrow, and maybe we can like do a segment on it. So, thank you all. Final words for everyone.
I was waiting for you to drop the LinkedIn.
What LinkedIn?
Annalicia LinkedIn. You said you was gonna drop.
your LinkedIn, Annalisa?
Why I want Annalisa's LinkedIn?
So we can
What?
watch the debate.
My LinkedIn? What's that?
Oh,
The
it's
link?
social media. It's social
Sorry?
media for business.
Oh, I don't have a. Who makes that?
I don't know. I don't know who the CEO of LinkedIn is, but I will say that
Wait. Aren't you going on Kendra G?
Who, me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if she's going doing it this weekend.
Wait, what?
no, Petty, no. But
Yes,
also,
Petty, yes.
yes, but also no. I'm so conflicted. My heart hurts. It's too much happening at once.
Do it.
I believe that I deserve love too, and that show is where I think I'm gonna find it.
Why are you like this?
Yeah.
I want love for you, Petty.
Wait, hold on. Are you really going on the show? Really?
Do y'all think I don't deserve love? Like, be honest. If
I
that's what
know.
you were saying, say
Well,
it.
are you? Cut it out. Enough. That's enough. I'm asking because I don't know when you're kidding or being serious.
I have never told a joke in my life.
Not you talking about jokes and your almost your entire presence is on that board.
Oh, speaking of, yeah, LB left. She asked me to draw everybody up here holding hands and community.
Aw.
Yeah.
That reminded me of the Us movie.
Talking about holding hands and family, why Beyonce posted a picture of her being a proud family when we asked for visuals for the album?
She does what she
I'm
wants.
confused.
She's that girl and she makes her own choices.
So I want a Rank Beyonce Renaissance redo. Thank Wake Up Makeup Slay. I'm very mad. She trolled us talking about we're gonna be out here getting old waiting for that visual. So I'm retiring from the hive.
Doubt it. I feel like you're a
doubt it.
I was
lifetime
about to say
commitment kind
that.
of
No, you're
guy.
not.
You will
Huh?
never. You will never. You're a lifetime commitment kind of guy.
Beyonce is playing in our faces, and she's running my patience thin. She's on very thin ice with me right now.
Listen, if you have a patience for Hafeez, you'll be fine.
Right?
You and B will be fine.
I'm not worried about your guys' lifelong commitment. Not at all.
I'm gonna have a problem with them visual if Beyonce thinks she can wait a year to like she says it's like 3 acts. How long are we gonna wait for the second and third act? Like, what is the second and third act? Is the visual the second and the tour the third? Like, I'm so confused. Like, it's so difficult being like a fan. It's like, I mean, I guess Nicki fans have it worse because you'll have to defend all kind of mess. You'll have to defend her marriage. You'll have to.
Oh yeah, that's a mess. That's a lot.
But Beyonce fans, we have it. Rihanna, I think Rihanna fan might have it the worst.
I've been going through a lot being a Rihanna fan. I won't lie.
Period. All right, period. We don't got it that bad. Anyway, thank you all. It's now 7:33 and now 1:30 where I am. So it's been 7 hours and 33 minutes and 1:30 a.m. where I am. So bed. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful night.
Night.
Good night. Love you.
Love you. Bye.
Love you all.
I reserve love for my loved ones,